I want to begin by acknowledging the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that each of us is on today. Since we are here from coast to coast to coast, we acknowledge the ancestral and unceded territories of all the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people that call these lands home. We affirm our commitment and responsibility to improving our own understanding of Indigenous peoples, including First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, and establishing a growing and healthy relationships. So I'm very much looking forward to learning more on First Nations, Inuit, and Métis health-specific, unique health needs in our conference over the next couple of days, and to continue our commitment to ensuring improving health equities. So please join me in a moment of reflection to acknowledge the harms and mistakes of the past that continue, and to consider how each of us can, in our own ways, hopefully taking some of what we learn in these 2 days, to move forward with meaningful efforts of reconciliation. Last year, we opened the summit virtually by remarking that the issues of sustainability and effectiveness of healthcare systems and delivery have never been more in the forefront of people's minds than they are today. And this year, I echo those comments. From where I sit supporting people with psoriatic disease, and where Save Your Skin Foundation, our co-partner, sits in supporting skin cancer patients, our access to care, supports, treatments are growing. Or challenges with access are growing rather than being resolved. The meaningful voice promised to us is generally not turning into actions that match the needs we express. The economic, political, and healthcare worlds continue to be frightening for people, uncertain, and filled with serious concerns for the present and for the future. Added to these general issues are the specific barriers for equity-deserving groups and underserved populations that you'll hear about more and more over the next 2 days. So with that, I want to acknowledge some gratitude towards the people who are helping us make this happen. So firstly, of course, thank you to our sponsors for this year, Amgen, Janssen, and Innovative Medicines Canada, for the unrestricted funds for us to put on this event, and for making it possible for us to come together in person and virtually this year. I want to acknowledge Innovative Medicines Canada as well for funding the summit working groups that support the work throughout the year. So very briefly, if you're not part of one of those working groups, I just want to remind people that this is just the presentation part of our work. We work together across diseases and disabilities to advance a lot of the solutions that we talk about at these summits. For example, we have a working group on integrated models of care as a prime example of how we want to see the change of healthcare systems in the future. And we have a working group dedicated to data and improving data equity and data infrastructures in Canada to improve care and service. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge who we're calling our friends of the summit. Many of you here kindly shared the summit invitation and information about the summit. And we thank you for that, because without your help, we couldn't get the word out. So we really appreciate it. And with that, I'm going to ask Sharon to come on up, because she's going to continue on our opening remarks. And I look forward to meeting those of you I don't know yet. Thanks, Sharon.
Thank you, Antonella. So as Antonella had said, my name is Sharon Clark. I'm from the Chagastape Cree Nation in Saskatchewan, which is, any of you heard, James Smith, part of James Smith Cree Nation. So this summit has recognized the need for real change, and in previous years we have worked together to determine how this should be achieved for the benefit of patients. We concluded that a value-based system resting on a foundation of patient-reported outcomes and pan-Canadian data management will lead to integrated models of care and system changes that will ensure that each patient population in our society, no matter where they live or their outcome, receives the health care they need. So in order to continue this journey, we must meet people where they're at. This is the theme for this year's summit. The strategies to develop and maintain equitable, equal, sustainable, and transparent health systems must take into account the needs of underserved populations. They must also recognize that in all of this work, the values and principles impacting Indigenous peoples should be led by First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, based on their worldview and taken into account OCAP principles and ensuring data sovereignty and Indigenous-led governance frameworks. So how do we ensure that health systems and other systems impacting the health of each patient population learn to listen and to learn from those who have that experience and those who have been left out of the planning and implementation for our health systems? So although federal and provincial territorial decision makers speak about collaboration on healthcare, including patient populations, to solve these problems, there has been few solutions that have been actioned. One area of some gains is the movement towards an interoperable health data system, so badly needed for optimum patient care and systemic health policy. So over the course of this summit, you will hear from numerous amazing, courageous, tireless speakers with lived experience and expertise on the relationship between lack of access to determinants of health and health outcomes, as well as the caregivers, support systems, and healthcare providers, government representatives, and other partners, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, who help to make their voices heard. Then we can really meet them where they're at and rebuild health systems that include them. So I encourage you all to enjoy the summit. So next, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our summit speaker, our summit opening speaker. And I'd like to introduce Dr. Ojisto Horn. Ojisto is Kanien'kehá:ka Mohawk from the Kahnawake, where she lives with her family. Her father is from Akwesasne, where she currently works. She's a family physician taking care of her people through all stages of their life cycle, supervising medical students and family medicine residents during their rural rotations in Akwesasne. She emphasizes the complexities of providing primary care to Indigenous peoples in their communities, drawing on both Western and traditional paradigms, working with like-minded physicians across the country with a focus on the effects of the environment and pollution on health, and she promotes the inclusion and support of traditional knowledge and ways of being into a framework for providing holistic and primary care to her people. So without further words, Dr. Ojisto Horn.
Okay, Ben, let's figure this out. Okay. So I'm just getting my slides up. There we are. Okay, good morning. So my name is Ojisto Kahnawake Horn. I'm from the Kahnawake communities of Kahnawake and Akwesasne, which are of the Haudenosaunee, or formerly known as the Iroquois Confederacy. So in both communities, I've worked for 16 years as a family physician, and like she said, I've been taking care of people through all stages of the life cycle, starting with a lot of deliveries, and now I do a lot of palliative care and elder care. And so today I'm going to introduce the topic of the intersection of the Indigenous voice, the environment, and health. And my main point is that our individual health is very strongly related to the social, political, jurisdictional, and environmental determinants of health. So we acknowledge our Mother the Earth, Yetinistanha Ohunza, who provides everything that we need. And we think of, so before every presentation, we like to do something called the Ahonda Gardiwadekwa. And this is to acknowledge all parts of creation. I usually do this in Kahnawake, but you may not understand what I'm saying, so I'll do basically the same thing in English. So we acknowledge our Mother, the Earth, Yetinistanha Ahunja, who provides everything that we need. And we think of the rocks who've been quietly watching our conduct, particularly as we mine them for their gifts. And we acknowledge the waters as they are what makes us and what we are made from. And we think of the animals Those with those that's the fish, the ones with no legs, the ones with 2 legs, and the ones with 4 legs, the small ones and the big ones. And they help us with when we're hungry, when we're cold. Some of them are our friends, and then and some of us help us to keep us safe and move us from place to place. So we thank the birds in particular because they come into this world with their own specific tone that we can still hear. There was a time when we could hear the tones of a lot of different parts of creation, but we've lost that ability, but we can still hear the birds. And so in the morning, as we have the dusk turn from, as the light turns from black to purple to blue, and then the sky and the day comes in, the birds express themselves and remind us that they're still here. And so we're very grateful that they're here, and they remind us that we're not alone. We also have to remind ourselves of the natural and the domesticated plants that we use, and their berries that we eat, and those plants that carry that medicinal knowledge in their roots, their stems, their flowers, their leaves, and the small and the very large trees. So we acknowledge the 4 winds that bring all sorts of energy and information from different places, the thunders and the lightning, which wakes up the earth every beginning of every year, where we can, as soon as we hear the thunder, we can put tobacco out on the ground and be very thankful that we're now going to have another cycle of seasons. The electricity wakes up the earth, and it also pushes those things deep into under the earth, those things that we were never supposed to be in close contact with because they would harm us, but they still have a right to exist. But there were these buffer zones, and so we didn't see them. And so the electricity reminds us that they are being pushed into places to keep us safe. But those buffers are now getting smaller, and we are now getting sick because we are becoming in contact with the things that were formerly not supposed to be near us. We have to think about the sun, our moon, the stars, these huge celestial beings that have been with us forever, lighting up the skies during the day and during the night. And they've been watching with a lot of interest, a lot of patient interest. We have to think about Sky Woman, the first person, her grandson, the creator, and we have to think about the mind that made all of this possible. So Oyerda Nagasastan Goa, that great energy that made this all happen. So I don't have any financial disclosures, conflicts of interest, or any biases to mitigate, except that I'm Indigenous, and so I have that bias, and I've worked in this intersection at this space for a very long time. I'm involved in many things outside of the community clinic, which directly impact my works. So the intersection of the collective experience, voice, and health of women, Indigenous people, and the environment are the focus of my work and extensive relationships across Canada. So I'm going to highlight that I am the medical director of the Department of Health in Akwesasne. My role is to ensure that the clinical perspective is acknowledged in all the decisions that are made in the Department of Health, making sure that you have a clinical voice being part of the decisions that are going to affect healthcare is very important. People who are administrators have good intentions, but they may not have the right ears to hear the information that the people are telling them. This summer, I also became the president of the Indigenous Physicians Association of Canada. So many families, to hide from the eyes of the church, the Indian agents, the police, carried out their ceremonies very deep in the woods, like at night. And these families have carried this knowledge over the course of time. And so there are people in my family, actually I'm from one of these families, and we have midwives, a bone setter, those that knew the plant medicines, those who were part of the medicine societies, and those who were political forces trying to stop the inevitable tide that came over our lands and people with industrialization and contact. And so what I'd like to say is I'm always thinking about them and would hope that they could hear what I have to say, because I am accountable to that memory. So today I'm going to describe some of the terms that are used when talking about the health of individuals, communities, and the environment. I would like to propose a framework to describe the social determinants of health through a pre-contact, colonial, and contemporary perspective. And I'd like to tell the story, one story describing how the health of the environment affects health. And finally, I'll have some concluding remarks. So first, let's situate ourselves. In medical school, we learn about health and the illness of individual humans, and we pay very close attention to the balancing or the homeostatic mechanisms that make a person healthy. Public health focuses on the health of regional communities, and we saw a really big emphasis of public health during the pandemic. Global health focuses on the international community. One Health includes domestic and wild animals, and finally, planetary health is a new field of study recognizing the connection between human health and the health of the planet. So human health and civilization depend on healthy natural systems. But these natural systems have been changing at an unprecedented rate due to human-made stresses, making a new epoch of time. And this new epoch is called the Anthropocene. And we measure 9 planetary boundaries, and we describe these as tipping points that are being closely monitored. We have passed 6 of the 9 tipping points. And these are the nitrogen and phosphorus cycles with agriculture, freshwater change, land system change, loss of biodiversity, climate change, including carbon dioxide concentrations, and novel entities such as plastics and radioactive waste. The tipping points that we have not passed are ozone depletion, ocean acidification, and aerosols in the environment and in the atmosphere. So these planetary tipping points are being surpassed, and they have been best described by quotes of our people, including this one by John Trudell, a strong leader in the American Indian movement in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and he said, "We will not destroy the world. Man has an ability to destroy all the people's ability to live on the earth, but we do not have the ability to destroy the earth. The earth will heal itself. The earth will purify itself of us if it takes 1 billion years. The earth has that time, we do not." And so here we are, it's 2024, and we must think of our health from a much larger perspective. So I've made a framework describing the determinants of health called the stepping stones. I made this myself. It's not evidence-based, but this is how I had to come up to a way to be able to describe really complicated, interrelated ideas about certain issues. So if we begin on the left side, we start with the worldview of the society. How do we think the world works? How do we conceive of time? What are the great objectives of our lives? And then next we have the rights. What are the rights that this society is going to support? Are they going to support collective rights, individual rights, corporate rights? And then next to that are the legal frameworks that support the upstream rights. And so this all together forms what we call the rule of law. And these include the treaties, the papal bulls, decrees, declarations, constitutions, contracts, bills, accords, and acts that the society agrees to adhere to for peace. And next, what institutions have the mandate to carry out these legal frameworks? What are the roles, responsibilities, policies, procedures, and accountability frameworks that are put in place to support the upstream rule of law? And then, what are the processes or programs designed to do this work? And finally, how do individuals and groups interact with each other? In essence, informed by all the upstream factors, what is the culture of this society? And I use this structure to help me organize most of my presentations. I divide these stepping stones into pre-colonial, colonial, contemporary, and future perspectives. So let's begin. I'm going to start with the pre-contact, and I'd like to say that I can only use the perspective of my own people, the Kanien'kehá:ka, or the Mohawk, or the people of the Flint, to describe this. So to begin, every people has their own creation story. So ours describes how Sky Woman fell from a place from above called Garunhiage, carrying dirt in her hands to this massive dark place of water. And as she fell, the winged and water animals helped her to safely land on the back of a large turtle. And in thankfulness, they did get some of the dirt from the bottom of this water, and they put it on the back of the turtle. And from the dirt that she had in her hands with seeds, she mixed it. And then she sang seed songs, and she danced, and through a series of reciprocal relations, the turtle grew and grew and became Turtle Island, or North America. So the first person, she was a woman. She survived by having reciprocal relationships with all parts of creation. She was thankful, and she showed her thanks, and she was not trying to return to Skyworld. She was going to stay here, and she was pregnant. So the next stone is that of the rights that a society upholds. Currently, there is interest, including Indigenous ways of knowledge, into discussions about health of the planet and the environment. Our ways of being are found within our Thanksgiving addresses. Where I come from, like I said before, we have the Ohanda Gardi Wadekwa, which are the words that come before all others. And in this address, we acknowledge our mother, the earth. She's provided everything that we need to live here and survive and thrive. And all parts of creation have come to this place with their own original instructions, and they have the right to carry out those instructions. And as humans, we have the responsibility to steward the air, the water, the land, the ice that we find ourselves in. So we're here on Turtle Island, and we're placed here to steward this part of the earth, and other people were placed in the other parts of the earth to steward their lands as well. The next stepping stone are the legal frameworks. So for the Haudenosaunee, a lot of knowledge was carried within the designs and stories of our wampum belts. Beads made from quahog shells were strung into belts, and they commemorated very important decisions and protocols. And these teachings are timeless. So here we see from the top the small, we have the small condolence beads, strings, but then we have the dish with one spoon, and then we have the women's nomination belt, and then we have the coming of the people with the white faces, we have the 2-row wampum, we have the silver covenant chain, the ever-growing tree of peace, the circle wampum, and the Hiawatha belt. And these belts, which I can take a long time to describe and discuss, but in their entirety, they really do hold timeless ethics and ways of approaching relationships and how to get along with one another. And so we can say that the ethics would include the importance of sharing land and her bounty for everybody. Don't hoard, don't take more than you need, don't take the first, second, third, maybe take the fourth one to make sure it's sustainable and here for the next year and for the next people. Make sure that you always give something in return and have reciprocal relationships. Make sure that you ensure that women are nominate the leadership. The importance of not bringing past grievances into the present, helping those who are vulnerable, non-interference, finding support, and always being on the lookout for oncoming danger. And we are all of the same height. We're not of different heights. And we have to always reaffirm our relationships, don't manipulate the truth and cause misinformation and disinformation. These are all 1,000-year-old ethics that actually all have relevance today. So when we talk about Indigenous ways of knowing, we're talking about re-evaluating in contemporary times our older ways of how we got along with colonial people when they first came here. What's very important is these things are still relevant, and we have to create the space for us to be able to find those things and bring them back into the present. So for the Haudenosaunee, when we talk about institutions, we organized ourselves into clan families. So in this governance structure, everybody has a responsibility to participate. So we have to listen to deliberations, think for ourselves, find our voices, and put our thoughts and our experiences into this huge well of knowledge. And through very long discussions, a consensus of truth is found, and then the best decision is made. So we may not agree with the decision that's finally made, but we will, because of consensus, understand how the decision came to be. So consensual decision-making doesn't mean that we all agree. It means that we all understand all of the factors that went into making that decision. We had ceremonies that acknowledged the cycles of time and life, and these encourage really good relationships between ourselves, between each other, our community, those outside of the edge of the woods of our communities, the past, the present, and of course the land and other beings that are non-human. So then, informed by all the upstream factors, is our culture. For instance, every child that comes into this world comes with their own special gift, and it's our responsibility to help this child grow in a safe place and have many experiences and try on these experiences, see what they like, see what inspires them, and then find their gift, and then be really good at their gift and teach their gift. And when the people need them, they know where this gift can be found, and they can bring them up into a contextual form of leadership. But right now, we're having a really hard time doing that, and so this is the next part of my presentation. So it's very important to recognize that every culture has their own stepping stones describing their worldview, their governance systems, their ceremonies, their culture, and I can only speak, like I said, where I come from. And so now I'd like to talk about the colonial past and contemporary reality. Okay, so let's contrast briefly with the societies that came to Turtle Island. So in the 4th century, the Roman Emperor Constantine converted to Christianity, bringing in the Middle Ages and instructions for people on how to live their lives. This is organized religion. Importantly, we have hierarchy, patriarchy, land ownership, a fear of the natural world, and a goal of life towards rapture, something that happens after you pass on. In this world, the rights of some men were more important than the rights of other men, which were certainly more important than the rights of women, the rights of animals, importantly, domestic over wild animals, and then smaller beings. So individuals owned and provided licenses and taxes for others to pass through their lands, to hunt, to fish, to forage. And then we have something called the doctrine of discovery, a set of legal principles that exist still today. And it was a belief that all lands that were occupied by non-Christians or heathens, when found by explorers, could be acquired on behalf of the crowns they represented. So these principles were codified in the papal bulls. The legal order was the papal bull, and the procedures included finding the land, reading out an edict saying what you intended to do, planting a cross, planting a flag, and then make efforts to occupy the lands. And so those were all the processes. So slavery, the removal of natural goods onto ships bound for Europe, and the decimation of the native people were colonial behaviors describing the conduct of individuals and groups in colonial North America. This is a very different set of stepping stones than what I previously described. So if we go forward a millennium, we have 3 main acts in Canada that underline the persistent inequities that exist between Indigenous people and Canadians. So first we have the British North American Act of 1867, which formally recognizes the Dominion of Canada, and it divides the mandates to provide different services between the federal, provincial, and municipal governments. And so then we have the Indian Lands Act of 1924, which removed stewardship of the lands from the Indigenous people and gave it over to the provinces and then the territories. And then we still hold title, but we do not have stewardship, the management of that land. And of course, finally, we have the Indian Act, which is the persistent and very racist legislation that governs all aspects of many Indigenous people's lives. So what does this all mean? There are services provided by municipal governments to Canadians that are not provided to Indigenous communities. Specifically, the federal government, through elected on-reserve band councils, administer services that are responsible for providing roads, water, housing, waste, sewage management, connecting to the power grid, communications networks, economic development, and emergency planning. So due to poverty and lack of resources, particularly from the monies that are generated from the procurement of natural resources from our lands, individual community members who are impoverished and don't have economic access to money will then allow for the sale of their lands for waste disposal, or the community leadership will make or accept a very short-sighted, harmful economic ventures that are not in line with their previous ways of knowing. So band councils also administer those services on reserve that are provided for by provincial governments. And these include health, education, social services, natural resource management on reserve, environmental assessments and enforcement, and sports and recreation. Many band councils do not have the human, logistical, or financial resources to provide all those services. And most communities do not have a high school. and their strategic planning needs are not reflected in the curriculum of the schools where the kids have to go off reserve to learn. So provinces and municipalities don't include Indigenous communities in their emergency services plans. Band councils also provide licenses for economic ventures and are also expected to provide environmental oversight, which is an obvious conflict of interest. And so we have all of these mandates of the government, and everything is put onto this tiny group of people in the band council elected system that changes every 3-4 years, and they may not have, and for the most part don't have, the human logistical or financial resources to do all the things that the provincial and the municipal governments provide, and that is the source of the persistent inequities. And of course, there's other reasons why we, Indigenous people in Canada, have been unable to steward our lands. Importantly, indications of our presence to where we've lived from time immemorial has been, for the most part, removed from the, or made redundant. For instance, the names and the descriptions of the places that we lived, fought, hunted, prayed, played, have been removed from the maps of the collective maps and the collective consciousness of Canadians. So for example, as you pass through the mountains of British Columbia, through Kicking Horse Pass and Golden, there's a small town called Donald. I think he was a superintendent of the railroad. But for the Chinaksa and the Secwepemc Indigenous people of that area, and I'm not going to try to say it in their language, but the translation of the name of that place was where the wind camped for his big Sundance. And so this is a beautiful, breathtaking Indigenous name to describe this beautiful place. It's got verbs in it, it's got action, it's got feeling. And so these type of place names exist all the way across Canada, but they have been removed and replaced with usual names of colonial people. And so our imprint on the land has been completely removed, redundant, and not acknowledged. So our communities have, and when I say not acknowledged, I will say, for instance, Toronto. That's a Haudenosaunee word, but we just say Toronto and don't realize where the word came from. A lot of the place names in Canada are Indigenous, but people don't actually think about much past that and where it comes from and who were the people there and what did that place serve for the people. Usually they were meeting places. Our communities have experienced a complete breakdown in the social fabric. Women are not assured safety and security. Many people are incarcerated. Nearby man camps have created drug, alcohol, and sexual exploitation problems. We have mental disequilibrium, apathy, and feelings of learned helplessness. We have yet to research the generational effects that chemical pollutants like PCBs, mercury, lead, aluminum, and fluorine have on the neurodevelopment and cognitive decline of the people who are exposed. So now I'd like to talk about the important determinant of health that we are hearing about more and more, and that's the health of our environment. As we know, Canada's economy is based on the procuration of her natural resources, natural resource extraction, and the environmental regulations and protections have not been keeping pace with the degradation of the environment that happens with this form of economy. So as mentioned earlier, there are 9 planetary boundaries with tipping points, which we've passed 6. And so by telling you the story of Akwesasne, I'm going to describe to you how the health of the environment affects our individual health and how this must be part of the discussions around reforming Canada's healthcare system. So before I continue, I want to let you know about my brother, Troy. Wonderful man. He's a brother. We have a different mom. And he was only 7 months older than I am. And he just died last year of 2 very rare primary cancers. And there was no exposure except that he's from Akwesasne and he ate the fish and he lived there, he drank the water. That was his exposure. And there are a lot of Indigenous people across Canada. We are looked at for our exposures. Oh, they drank too much. Oh, they're smoking cigarettes. Oh, they have pot. Oh, they're lazy and not getting any physical activity. And it's all based on people's assumptions on the way that we live, our lifestyles, when in fact, what it is pollution. That is the big underlying beast that affects many Indigenous people. So like I said, until recently, we were able to sustain ourselves. In my community, the men would go left for ironworking jobs in the big American cities, building bridges and skyscrapers, and women stayed home. They took care of their families. They took care of their gardens, harvesting medicine, even including maple sap. They participated in politics and supplemented incomes with crafts. So our community is located in that area of Ganyak-Darawanano, which is called the Great River or the St. Lawrence River, where there are thousands of islands home to deep and shallow waters, wetlands, a rich array of birds and wildlife and fish. And if you look at it from the whole Turtle Island, it's only one of the places where it's easy to cross from north to south and south to north for big game animals. So it was a really rich area. And it straddles the United States-Canadian border right through that 45th parallel. In the 1950s, there was the building of this massive hydropower dam on the river, and it brought cheap hydroelectricity to the area. There were some rapids there, and that's where they put the dam. These rapids were like 80 feet of drop, lots, and it was right on an earthquake fault line. Anyway, they had this huge drop. They put up the dam to collect all that potential and kinetic energy, and it gave a lot of cheap hydroelectricity to the area. And soon we had 6 massive factories encircling Akwesasne, and each pouring their effluent into the air, the water, the soils, with no environmental regulations. It took only a few years to see changes in the health of the animals and pollinating insects such as bees. And so many, many studies were conducted, and wildlife such as turtles were found to have levels of pollution that are considered toxic waste. The research is best summarized by a community midwife named Gaji Cook. She's my aunt. And she states, by contaminating our food chain, including mother's milk, with toxic compounds such as PCBs, dioxin, DDT, and many others, corporate society has removed from us our very ability to feed ourselves, our families, and our communities. Exposure to toxic contaminants in the environment, the air, water, soils, local food, fish, wildlife, and mother's milk has resulted in a rapidly changing epidemiology among many Native people. In 2019, an independent study measured all 209 congeners or forms of PCBs. These are called congeners, and they found them to be all over the community. They were found in the bark of trees. Trees that were between 2 and 200 years old had this PCB in the trees, meaning that the PCBs are volatile, they're airborne, and they're everywhere. And there was an unusual PCB congener called PCB4, which was found in this bark. And it was very interesting because this particular type of molecule is not found in the parent molecules that that Monsanto made when they made their Aerochlor products for different types of industrial uses. And so the degradation of these products in the natural environment sounds like a good thing. Wow, it's great. PCBs are degrading. The problem is one of those degradation products, which is actually quite high in our community, is called PCB4. It's not measured, and it's found to be more carcinogenic than the other ones. And so it's actually very concerning because we're not measuring it, we don't know where it is, but we do know because of this bark study that we did ourselves that it's ubiquitous in our community. And we're very concerned because I'm going to tell you. So those children that played in the effluent of those factories are now in their 50s, 60s, 70s, and I'm seeing a very heavy burden of illnesses like cancers, neurological, autoimmune, endocrine, and mental health disorders. And the pollution has not been adequately cleaned, and there's large areas with deep sediments, tailing ponds, and contaminated soils that have been sitting for decades. And some pollution, like I said, some of the PCBs have naturally degraded, but they are more toxic than their parent molecule. This is a Maclean's article from 1979, which described the toxicity of the community. It was considered the most toxic place in Canada. So in one generation, we've lost our economy, ability to take care of ourselves. The economies available to us are mostly related to waste management and the selling of products such as that draw people to our communities to spend their money, like casinos, gas, cigarettes, cheap alcohol, cannabis, and the sex industry. And we now have human smuggling, which is expected to increase with the migration due to climate change. So there's this huge soup of toxic chemicals in the environment in Akwesasne, and they accumulate in the fatty tissues, including the brains, the nervous systems, our livers. And the only way to remove some of these chemicals, like PCBs, is in mother's milk and in the sperm. And the largest load actually goes into the first child through the placenta, the amniotic fluid, and through the mother's milk. So we have many children with neurological, neurodevelopmental disorders, but we don't have data. These chemicals also cause cognitive decline and movement disorders, which are the health concerns that I see in our younger elderly patients in my long-term care center where I work. So there's this whole new wave of industrialization that's coming to our area to access the green hydroelectric power from the nearby dam. And their environmental evaluations don't include the impacts that they will have on the sleeping, contaminated sediments, soils, lagoons, and waters. There's no public plans to clean these sites up. We're speaking up, but it's hard to find people who can truly listen. Why do we, an Indigenous community from Canada, have to implore the United States Environmental Protection Agency to hold their corporations that are already under active surveillance accountable to their pollution and risk of in the near future, of dispersing this pollution? So the sleeping monster on the edge of my community is slowly waking up and nobody's paying attention. It should also be noted that it's not illegal to dump waste on Indigenous land. In our medical clinic, we don't actually routinely test for heavy metals and other chemicals. So your patient may come in and say, could you test me for this or that? And we don't know how to do that because we don't actually learn about this in medical school. When I talk about it's actually not illegal to dump toxic waste on Indigenous land. Right now we have an active issue in Ganasdage or Oka, where a huge part of this tiny community is the site of the waste, commercial waste from sites, building sites in Montreal. And it's very awful, and that's because the environmental regulations are not the same on reserve as they are off, for the reasons I described before about the mandate, who protects whom. And right now, the provinces and municipalities do not have the mandate to enforce environmental regulations in our communities. And so we have to do it ourselves. And we don't have the resources to do so. So there's other concerns. In places where there are hydroelectric reservoirs, where they were filled, when they were filled with water, the communities were not only displaced, but the flooded lands, the biomass underneath, all the trees and the forest, they have stored natural methylmercury. But then you fill the reservoir full of water, and that methylmercury slowly comes out, and it goes into the water and into the fish, and it bioaccumulates up the food chain into humans. And so now the people in these areas can no longer eat the fish. They can no longer eat all of the animals that eat that fish and forage for their berries, etc., along the sides of these areas. They have to go and eat from the grocery store, because to go and trap, they have to go further and further away. And because of climate change, the roads are not as predictable. So the icy roads don't freeze up for as long every year. And so we have some severe food insecurity that's happening because of the mismanagement of the way that they made these hydroelectric dams. So consumers in the south benefit from the clean energy that's produced up in the north. And those who live in the areas, they suffer from a lot of health issues because of the methylmercury and the food insecurity and the safety issues. And so, like I said, the north is heating up faster, and the stored methylmercury in the permafrost is also being released into the water, causing neurotoxicity. So we have this huge environmental effect of pollution and natural molecules such as methylmercury that are slowly going to be released and are being released into the environments of the people living in those areas. Indigenous people are more affected by weather extremes. Communities have poor infrastructure. Most don't have house insurance, and the federal government does not have a legal obligation to ensure drinking water. We're not included in general natural disaster emergency response plans. There are fewer options of where to go in an emergency. There is moral injury. We have not been able to steward the lands, as is our responsibility. This all happened on our watch. There is an exacerbation of already elevated mental and physical ill health, leading to increased risk for elder abuse and other forms of exploitation. So environmental laws and regulation gaps. Environmental laws have a lot of regulation gaps, like I've mentioned before, and we have to be very watchful, just like the eagle at the very top of the tree of peace, always looking out for danger. So in 2012, there was a huge grassroots movement in Canada called Idle No More, which opposed natural changes to the Navigable Waters Act, which would have decreased environmental protections of the waters in Canada. So almost all blockades, barricades, and standoffs involving Indigenous people have to do with protecting the land. Unfortunately, there is a difference between advocacy and activism, and many of our people are arrested, face violence, and even death when protecting the land. There's many books that are available to learn about the relationship between the health of the environment, the health of people, and the Indigenous voice. So how do we go back to the land in a healthy way when there's so much pollution? We're always talking about we need land-based teachings, we need culture-based teachings, but if that culture is on polluted land, how do we mitigate that? But by not engaging with nature, we're not stewarding her, and she is not reciprocally able to give back to us. So we're sick, she's sick, our non-human relatives are sick and jostling with each other to try and survive. We have a huge mass extinction happening right now. But we have memory. This memory is found in our languages, our ceremonies, our relationships, particularly our relationships with the land. How do we return to the principles of reciprocity, thankfulness, and to safely navigate our relationships and think generationally? How do we incorporate these really important ideas into our health care plans? We can do this, but we need to work together to find this incredible plan to make everybody safe and healthy. Thank you. Oh, we have questions right now. Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, thank you for that. A very enlightening presentation. What I always wonder, and you probably get that question a lot, what can the settler society, what is the best way for us to support Indigenous people in their quest in keeping their families well, keeping the land well? I mean, I often see that Indigenous people are able to speak out in ways in which the rest of us sometimes are not, or have different rights on their land and such. And I'm always hopeful that Indigenous people can, in this country, be forerunners in protecting our planet with the climate crisis that we are facing. But what can our role individually be and collectively in supporting Indigenous people in this really difficult task that we all depend on succeeding? Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Thank you for that question. I do get that question a lot. It's really important. Right now, there's something called that's really taking effect in the Canadian Medical Association, and the College of Family Physicians of Canada and the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Canada, and it's dividing the work into copper pot work and basket work. What that means is we all have a role to play, and we will do best what we do, and it's up to the non-Indigenous people to figure out what they can do. We're not going to tell you what to do because we have a lot to do anyways. What it is for society to really look into themselves and figure out what is the society that they are supporting, that they're living in. What are those values and beliefs that they are engaging in? What are the rights that they will, support? What are the ones that they are implicitly and explicitly supporting? This whole corporate model is actually the reason why we are in this situation. Is a capitalist framework going to solve this problem? No, it's probably not going to. We have to think outside the box, and that's not just going to be us, but we will definitely help in that dialogue. There's a lot happening in Canada which I did not go through, and right now there's a United Nations conference in Azerbaijan with COP 28, and it's about climate change. Interestingly enough, there's also a big plastics treaty that's being negotiated afterwards. And just last month in Colombia, we were there to discuss biodiversity. The Indigenous voice is very much implicated in biodiversity, not so much in the other ones, even though we do have a voice. And so really what it is everybody should start to learn about one thing really well and then advocate in that space. You can't do everything. No one person came with all the gifts. We all came with one gift. Find that gift and then really learn that gift and then learn how to be an expert and a teacher. And then we'll all start to share our gifts and come up with the best solution. So I would support getting outside, learning what's going on, creating your own relationships with the environment, figure out how to do that in a big city like Toronto, figure out how to do it with our children, support our children to find their gifts, and we in a generation may find the solutions. It's not going to be in the next 4 years. We have to do this generationally.
Thank you so much for that. We have a question from online. Is it a chat? Do you want to come up to the mic and share it? And just before, what's that?
They're just asking if you can put up the recommended reading.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Please share the recommended reading slide.
Sorry.
While that's happening, just a reflection on worldview when it comes to our current, let's speak something about a capitalist assumption that is impossible. And so that is that we can have infinite profit growth and infinite growth based on finite resources. So if there's one tweak that we can be making to the worldview assumption around that side of how we run an economy, capitalism, it's that everyone says that their corporate statements include sustainability, but there needs to be a bigger shift, and some of that is legal, since when it comes to corporations, they are legally obligated to be delivering shareholders profit value, but that profit cannot grow infinitely on finite resources. That we need to be okay with enough. Capitalist framework and thinking needs to be okay with the fact that the growth is going to be mitigated by the realities of the environment. So that's my little personal statement I'd like to share, and if you have anything further you want to take it from there.
So that's exactly it. And I'd love you to read these books because what they are is really describing the association between the health of people, their spirits, and the environment. It's our environment is part of us, and if we continue to disregard her health, well, then we are going to not be healthy. So if we're creating a healthcare system trying to, address health, well, we have to think about the environment. And that means that we have to start putting physical activity back into our schools, making sure that everybody is within a few hundred feet of some green space, really thinking about transportation systems, energy efficient homes, and not these huge mansions that house just a few people. We have to start being a little bit more equitable across the board. And we have to, and to do that, that's going to cause a generational change in our values. And these values are not going to be, they're going to be informed by capitalism, but they also have to be informed by a worldview which includes that we want to be here in the next couple hundred years.
Hi, I've been involved in the patient partner space for about 5 years now, and I notice, like, in my own personal view and perspective, but also when speaking to Indigenous communities. I come from Mi'kmaq in Quebec too, now known as Halifax in today's world, but there's a lot of Indigenous people around where I live, and it's a huge part of like where I come from, but I am not Indigenous, but I really want to be a part of creating space for Indigenous folks. Do you have any advice to make sure that, as someone that's not Indigenous in the patient partnership space, how can I better make Indigenous folks feel more welcome in the work that we are doing?
So now we're talking about advocacy, and that's a very important question, because that's actually what we all want to do. How do we help? I would say that trying to support Indigenous ways of knowing and being and acting, like through our doulas and our midwives, is very important. And there's a whole midwifery movement that's happening. When I talk about generationally, that's what I'm talking about. You have to start somewhere. And so supporting women to become advocates for their own prenatal health and their children is a great place to start. We have something in our Great Law of Peace. It's the great pine tree, huge pine tree. And what we did was we upended it and we put all of those things that would make us fight, not the implements of war, but the things that would make us want to have war. And we put it in a big hole, and then that's the burying the hatchet thing. And then we would put back up the tree, and then we would accept to live in a peaceful way. And there's all sorts of ways that we did that through our Great Law of Peace, the Gairnit Goa. However, from that tree, there's these long roots that go in all four directions. And if you wanted to get to be supported under the Great Tree of Peace or the Gairnit Goa, you follow these roots all the way to the base of the tree, and you can get shelter, meaning there's a place for everybody. And in our ways, we had adoptions. Basically, you would get there, you would accept to live a certain way, and then you would be given a name, and you could live, and you could work, and you could be part of deliberations with the people. However, you carried your name hung around your neck, and you would only be able to participate, but you could never hold a position of leadership, because you needed to be vetted by the people from the time that you were a small person and grown up. So everybody knew you, trusted you, knew your motivation, knew your family, knew that you were invested. And so only the people who were that could be leadership. So when you came in and you wore your name around your neck, you could participate, but you can't hold leadership. Only your grandchildren could hold positions of leadership. So in terms of advocacy, what that means is that everybody can make their way to underneath the tree. Everybody can participate, but you cannot go and put yourself in a position of leadership because they don't know you. And that's the whole principles of OCAP and all that stuff, people coming into the communities and just sort of assuming that leadership means, having the loudest voice and being the most, strongest voice and having the most informed voice. And that's not it at all. And so what you have to do is be there, be part of the discussion, but not lead it. And that's what we need. We need people to support us to do what we do very well, which is the things that I described today.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Horn. I think one more question? Okay, one more question from online.
Yes. The
So,
question, oh,
oh, I think somebody online might be reading it out as well. But anyways,
go
first of
ahead.
all, a comment saying a fantastic presentation, and thank you for sharing your knowledge. But online, they're asking, what are some key lessons from successful Indigenous-led health initiatives that could guide future health policy and program development?
So right now there is the National Indigenous Council of Midwives. This is a group of Indigenous midwives who've come together to create an institution, if you have, who can provide apprenticeship learning to women who are learning to become midwives, and doulas, and all the support systems that are required for that woman to have a healthy, community-focused and supported pregnancy, delivery, and then, of course, raising of the child. We have to start somewhere, and really successful initiatives have happened with this organization. They have a whole lot of competencies that you can find online. It's very, very evidence and ceremony-led. And so we have, an Indigenous midwifery practice here in Toronto, and we have them across Canada and across Ontario. I really think that focusing on our young women and their babies and their health is that generational approach that we absolutely need. I'm a doctor. I delivered a lot of babies, and boy, oh boy, it was such a beautiful experience. And if we could find a safe way to put less medical intervention into this process and make sure that the women are safe and allow them to express and have the supports from the community, I think that that's a really, really big step in the right direction. But it has to be generationally, and we have to support this process. So the National Indigenous Council of Midwives is online, and I think that's one place to start.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Horn. Yeah, that was wonderful. If you do have any questions, if you're online, you can just send those in and we'll get them to Dr. Horn. And she'll be here for a little while, I think. So if you do have questions from the room, you can just ask her while she's here. Okay, so moving on from the loss of light that we had here, I'd like to introduce our next speakers, and our speakers are from the Manitoba Métis Federation. We have Tetiana Shkolak and Deborah Olotu, who will be speaking, and I'll just say a bit about them and then call them up. So Tetiana is a research associate at the Manitoba Métis Federation Health and Wellness Department. Her background blends clinical medicine with biomedical research, offering a systemic perspective on healthcare inequities. She believes that true change in healthcare must be rooted in the voices and experiences of those who navigate the system. So in her current role, Tetiana focuses on improving cancer care outcomes for Red River Métis by advancing strategies for equitable and culturally relevant healthcare. She is also dedicated to advocating for culturally safe representation of Red River Métis in biomedical research. Our second speaker is Debbie Olotu. Debbie Olotu is a research project coordinator in the Health and Wellness Department, also at the Manitoba Métis Federation, leading the maternal health project aimed at improving maternal and child outcomes for the Red River Métis community. She holds a master's degree in kinesiology and recreation from the University of Manitoba. Debbie has played a pivotal role in developing a Healthy Mom, Healthy Baby info sessions and the Mummy and Me Wellness Basket. Health for Two initiatives. Her work focuses on ensuring Red River Métis families have access to essential health services and support while promoting maternal and perinatal wellness through research and community engagement. So I'd like to call up Tetiana Olotu for the next session. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your kind introduction, and thank you so much for having us here. We're very excited to present today on behalf of Health and Wellness Department, Manitoba Métis Federation. So I'm Tatiana Schchalak, I'm Research Associate, and I have my colleague and co-presenter here, and she will introduce herself.
Thank you, Tatiana. Oh, I have a natural loud voice, so I'm trying to go easy on everyone's hairs. Good morning, everyone. My name is Debbie Olotu, and we're excited to be here. And I'm presenting on building a path to wellness, culturally safe healthcare for Red River Métis. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge that we're meeting. I'm very short. Oh. Hey, this should work. Okay. I would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. It is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. We'd also like to acknowledge that our research takes place on the national homeland of the Red River Métis, also known as Manitoba. And Manitoba is located on Treaty 1 territories and ancestral lands of the Anishinaabe, Anishinaabe, Dakota, Denisovan, and the Niutook nations. Northern Manitoba includes lands that were and are the ancestral lands of the Inuits. And this is an outline of our presentation today. First, we'll be providing a background. We'll talk about the Red River Métis, the Manitoba Métis Federation, and then we'll also talk about the departments, the Health and Wellness departments. And afterwards, we would also talk about two of our projects that we're working on as a department, which is the Cancer Project and Maternal Health in Red River Métis. And then we'll provide a brief summary. So in between this, Tatiana will come on, and then I would come back afterwards. We would not confuse anybody. To start off, who are the Red River Métis? So the Red River Métis are one of the three Indigenous groups recognized by the 1982 Canadian Constitution, alongside the First Nation and Inuit. They are the descendants of the early 17th century relations between First Nations people and European settlers. The Red River Métis coalesced into a distinct nation in the early 18th century. They share a distinct identity and common history with roots in the Western Prairies. The Red River Métis settlement, now Winnipeg, is the heart of the national Métis homeland. On the slide, you can see an artistic representation of the national homeland of the Red River Métis, and we also have a representation of the Red River Métis culture, the beadworks we're well known of, and the Red River Métis sash. The history. Assimilation to self-government agreements. And this timeline outlines the key historical events leading to the Red River Métis journey towards self-government. So we start off with 1492, and this starts with Christopher Columbus making contact with the indigenous peoples, what is now known as the Bahamas. So this was the beginning of colonization, and it left an impact on the indigenous community. In 1760, there was an establishment of the Hudson Bay Company, and this sort of started the fur trade. So there was relations between the Europeans and the First Nation. And this led to, blending of culture, and at the end, it brought out the unique Métis culture. And in 1812, the Circuit Concession was the establishment of the Red River Métis colony that is located in what we now call the Anisibonia. And in 1816, there was the Battle of the Seven Oaks, which is also regarded as the victory of the Og, and it was a pivotal moment for the Red River Métis, because this brought about their identity and gave birth to the Métis Nation. And between 1969 and 1870, the Liu Provisional Government was established, and it formed, or it created what we call Manitoba, and brought about the Manitoba Act in 1870 that brought Manitoba into confederation. And also making sure that, there's land right to the Red River Métis, and even though there was this recognition, they were still very undermined by the Métis land scrip system. And then in 1967, the beautiful Manitoba Métis Federation was established, and Tatiana will talk about the Manitoba Métis Federation. And in 1982, there was the Constitution Act that came up, and this was sort of like to recognize the Métis as one of Canada's Aboriginal people, affirming their rights. So it was very important, but still, after this recognition, there were still many challenges that remained in the realization of these rights, which brought about the Daniel decisions in 2016 to further reaffirm federal responsibility for the Métis rights and to advance Métis self-governance. And in 2021, finally, the implementation of this self-government was marked as a major achievement for the Red River Métis. After decades of struggle, the agreements reaffirmed the right to govern themselves and to exercise jurisdiction over their affairs. And I'm going to invite Tatiana to talk about the Manitoba Métis Federation and the department. Thank you. I'll be back.
Okay, thank you so much, Debbie, for this historical background, and I hope this helps you illustrate the important role of the Manitoba Métis Federation, or MMF, in the lives of its citizens. So MMF was established in 1967 to provide democratic, responsible, and accountable governance on behalf of our citizens. And since 2021, MMF is recognized as national government of Red River Métis. And currently, the government is delivering various programs and services for our citizens across many sectors. How this is accomplished is through 7 MMF regions that you can see on this slide. Unfortunately, I cannot find a pointer here. Oh, I think it's taking us back. Anyway, so we have 7 regions that include Southeast, Winnipeg, Southwest, Interlake, the PA, and Thompson region. And when we put this geographical location into the frame of Canadian healthcare system, this becomes a barrier on its own. So as you can see, our citizens are significantly represented in rural and remote areas. And this is definitely a barrier, because for somebody who lives up north in Thompson region, up there, it's a good 8 to 10 hours drive to Winnipeg for specialized healthcare services. And we're not even taking the driving fatigue, the road conditions, or extreme winter weather into equation. So this is not surprising that every second Red River Métis citizen in Manitoba finds it not easy to access healthcare. And the situation is even worse up north, where more than 4 out of 5 citizens find it difficult to access healthcare. And what is even worse is that current healthcare system and healthcare policies do not recognize and do not support the unique needs of our citizens. So what I mean by this is that our citizens are not included in the First Nations and Inuit health branch, and this means that lots of medical services, which are essential for them, are not provided to them. For instance, medical transportation, prescription drugs program, dental care, and visual services are not available to them. And it's also important to mention that the current healthcare system oftentimes still utilizes pan-Indigenous approach, or so-called one-size-fits-none approach. And the healthcare needs and the culture of our citizens oftentimes are not recognized as unique of those from First Nations and Inuit. So, recognizing the barriers and challenges that our citizens face while accessing healthcare, Dr. Judith Bartlett, who is a Métis physician herself, established the Health and Wellness Department in 2005. So since that time and currently, our department follows the vision of a well-Métis community, and it achieves this vision through 4 main branches that you can see on this slide. So community health programming is a group of people that work directly with our citizens. They provide different programs like prescription drug program, vision care, mental health, and advocacy. So there is also health research, and we represent health research team today. So health research does qualitative research. What it means is that we talk to our citizens, we ask them questions through focus groups and interviews. There is also a clinical services team. So these people are definitely boots on the ground. They operate mobile clinic. They go through the whole province, up north to rural territories, and deliver clinical programs. There is also policy and health information. They manage health-related data that is related to our citizens, and also manage the Métis Regional Health Survey. And this spot is not meant to be empty forever. There is another exciting addition to the family, Michif Manor, which is a home away from home that will soon open its doors for the citizens traveling from rural and remote areas for healthcare services in Winnipeg. All right, so back to research. So at Health and Wellness, we follow the principles of community-based participator research. And this means that our citizens tell us what to advocate for, what to negotiate for, what kind of events to host, and what questions we should ask further. So we currently have a multitude of projects going on, and a few of them are listed on this slide. And for the sake of time, we will highlight 2 projects today. One of them is related to cancer care, and another one to maternal health. So I will start with our cancer-related projects. So as you could have assumed from the information I provided earlier, with all the challenges that our citizens face, the healthcare outcomes for them are far from being optimistic. And this is specifically significant when we talk about conditions that require a continuous access to healthcare and easy access to healthcare providers. For example, cancer is the main cause of death for our citizens, and it is very alarming that the prevalence of lung cancer is almost 30% higher among our citizens compared to all other Manitobans. And it's very unfortunate that the prognosis for survival 5 years after diagnosis is less optimistic for them compared to other people in Manitoba. So recognizing that our citizens face significant challenges when going through cancer journey, we conducted a research study and asked them questions about their challenges, worries, experiences, needs, and wants when they navigate the cancer journey. And we took all of that and compiled the Red River Métis Cancer Strategy, which is a unique document on its own. It's 100% based on the voices of our citizens. So it provides action items and recommendations, as well as tools and resources, and it's very instrumental when we advocate for our citizens and when we bring this to the conversation with healthcare and cancer care authorities, as well as other stakeholders. So the strategy includes 9 priority areas as identified by our citizens. They are listed on this slide. And what's next? So next is our implementation project titled Real Personalized Healthcare. This is one step forward, an implementation research that focuses on 4 out of 5 priority areas as identified by our citizens. So with this project, we aim to target screening awareness and access, improving cancer journey navigation, promote culturally safe cancer research, as well as culturally sensitive care through collaboration with Cancer Care Manitoba. This is cancer care authorities in our province.
And another initiative of the department was to provide a Mommy and Me wellness basket for moms to improve access to healthcare. And this is one of our respondents saying, I cried when I opened the wellness basket and saw all the amazing things in there. And an additional resources we created for the moms were these pamphlets that talked about healthy habits during pregnancy, prenatal care, and what to do, a list of things to bring to you when it's time to deliver your baby. And this is just a take-home message that we understand that many Red River Métis are still facing unique challenges. And as a department, the Health and Wellness Department are trying to improve. We strive to improve the health outcomes of Red River Métis via community navigation, direct health service delivery, health research, and our projects use a holistic approach to achieve the vision of a well Métis community. And in conclusion, we would like to thank the Red River Métis citizen for participating in our research activities and guiding us in the building of knowledge. We also appreciate the support and guidance of President of Manitoba Métis Federation, David Chatrand, the Minister of Health and Wellness, Francis Chatrand, the Director of Health and Wellness Department, Olina Kloss, and we also want to thank our Research and Partnership Manager that's just sitting right there, Dr. Wajia Mungal, and also want to thank all the research team for their contributions to various stages of the project. And finally, we appreciate the support of the Canadian Partnership Against Cancer and Indigenous Services Canada for their support. Thank you.
Okay, we have a few minutes, almost 10 minutes for people if they have questions. Thank you very much. Okay, questions. One of the things I think that came to me when I was watching that was the difference between the First Nation Métis health system and the Métis. And could you say a little bit about that maybe in terms of the goals of the Métis health?
Thank you so much for your question. I guess I will stand up. So yes, as I mentioned, even though after Daniel's decision in 2016, the federal government was mandated to provide healthcare for Métis citizens alongside with First Nations and Inuit, still there are a lot of gaps. And as I mentioned, for example, non-insured health benefits. So technically, Métis villages up north could be really close to First Nation reserves, and people would have to travel the same way, the same distance, and taking into account that they might be very sick, it's difficult, but what's worse is that they don't have any coverage for their travel, they don't have any accommodation, unlike First Nations and Inuit. So this is a big challenge, and that's why the rates of conditions and the severity of conditions, well, I can speak in terms of cancer, even the late stage diagnosis is quite more prevalent among our citizens because they just have to account for so many factors, not just the traveling time, not just taking time away from family, but also big financial impact on them. Being away from work, then investing into traveling, being able to coordinate with accommodation. All of that is very difficult, and that's what we're trying to advocate for. And also there's discrimination and racism that still is happening in healthcare. And we talk to our citizens a lot, and sometimes they mention things that you would imagine you'll never hear in modern world. Like they mention that they are afraid to disclose their identity just because they are worried that
the healthcare service they will be provided will not be as good as for those who are non-Indigenous, who are non-Métis. And oftentimes they say, if you're white enough to hide behind the color of your skin, you would do that. But if you cannot, then you suffer. Yeah, so that's why we are here, and that's why we advocate on behalf of our citizens.
Thank you very much for that one. That's very, very telling of our system, and thank you for that. Any online questions? No online questions? Okay, here's one.
So what strategies do you think would improve access to cancer care services for Métis people in both urban and rural areas?
Thank you so much for the question. So I have to say it's not what I think, it's what our citizens think, because we technically just follow what they tell us with the cancer strategy, and it's a very extensive document that covers different areas, including the access. It's one of the priority areas. So what they want to see is more care closer to home. So we currently have several services that can be provided in remote communities. For example, Cancer Care Manitoba has breast check van that travels across Manitoba. But it's not always possible for citizens to catch the breast check van when they are on the site, so they would like to see something like that more frequently. And also, they would really appreciate if they didn't have to travel far away, all the way to Winnipeg, to get specialized medical care. So I think many times culturally safe care closer to home is something that comes up and that's brought up by our citizens. So yeah, I would say having more healthcare closer to the place where they live, that would be something that many people want to achieve.
Okay, thank you. Oh, one more question.
A comment, and maybe it's something that can come up through time, because the healthcare closer is always a huge piece. And so there's obviously building the capacity in the communities themselves, things like mobile outreach. And I also wonder if we're not making the most out of, I know, certainly in Ontario, we're not making anywhere near the most out of things like hub and spoke models, where, there are, and those can be virtual, they can be in person, they can be a whole combination of things, but the ability to take urban centers, not just Winnipeg, and the expertise and the specialists, et cetera, that are there, and use the other facilities that are in existence to be able to build up their capacity to provide more tertiary or primary, whatever is needed, primary, secondary, tertiary levels of care through those existing facilities. I know in Ontario, we've de-skilled and sort of, hospitals, small rural hospitals in Ontario are, they have very little capacity to do much anymore. And yet, and I have found when I worked in the Ontario health system, there was what that led to was the scarcity mode of then those hospitals were trying to take over the local mental health clinic or primary care clinic. I always wondered, why is there not the opportunity to bring the specialization that is happening in places like Toronto and Sudbury, et cetera, and extend them out through a network, and focus on the capacity and the gifts of each sector. So hospitals have certain roles within the system. Why can't we be building up their capacity in those smaller communities to be able to do more and to plug into the greater expertise through their colleagues in the big cities? We could be using virtual for some of that. Obviously, it's not going to be all of it, and there'll have to be more in person as well, but you'd be at least narrowing the gap. And I know there's lots around infrastructure related to that, including connectivity, and we're going to hear more about that later on today. But the hub and spoke piece, I just feel like there's so much competition when what could really be happening is everybody owning their piece better and getting into better relationship within their sector to make more out of what's available in more rural parts of the country, and let alone touching on remote, where people need to fly in. They need to fly into those. If they don't have to go from all the way down to the south, if they could just be able to go to a more northern center, that could be a huge help. But anyhow, just a thought, putting it out there. If there's any work on that happening in MMF, I'd love to hear about it.
Thank you so much. It's a wonderful comment, and really collaboration is a key, and we have to use the strengths that we have in the system. So we were just visiting a conference in Halifax about circumpolar health, and there was a wonderful presentation from a group from Saskatchewan that are currently establishing a virtual health hub. So what they do, they gather professionals from urban areas and try to deliver various services, like even robotic ultrasound, which sounds like something from the future. And we were really excited about this, and this is just amazing, because currently what's happening in Manitoba, there is telehealth, right? So our citizens can have a consultation online, but the problem is that oftentimes they are left alone with this technological piece that is not always accessible for them. They're not tech savvy. They're not able to understand how to connect with their physician. And by the time they finally figure out that that's their doctor talking to them and asking how their joints have been, the appointment time is over. So that would be really helpful to have local hubs where elder citizens are able to get help, and actually, if there were people who were ensuring that the connection is stable, that people are not having any troubles with their conversation, not any sound problems or anything like that, and it would still feel like a medical setting, and the quality of the care would be stable. I think that's something that we'll have to look into. So far, we have the mobile clinic that travels in different areas, and we have quite a lot of intake going on. So we provide diabetes care, diabetic food care, lipid profiles, and 5-minute check with nurses. So that's what they can access so far, but definitely if we could make a few steps towards specialized healthcare, that would be just amazing. Thank you so much.
I just had a quick comment about when Dr. Otish, oh gosh, I said this is really good in my head, and she was talking about the Canadian midwives, Indigenous Midwives Association, and I know that MMF we build on partnership and collaboration, and we know we're currently working with them just to make sure that there are more Red River Métis that want to, go into specialize as a midwife and be trained. And so when moms are saying, oh, we need more cultural relevant people in the healthcare system, we know we're advocating for people to know about this and to learn. Because I know when we had the research, most of the moms talked about midwives and doulas and how they help them, and a lot of people didn't even know. So that gathering sort of created more awareness about this. And so one of the things we also do is we advocate for distinction-based research. So yes, Indigenous people, they're grouped together, the First Nation, Inuit, and Métis, but they have different experiences, different challenges. And so we have to make sure that everybody is included and nobody is excluded in access to different aspect of life, and in general, just to have a good or quality well-being in the hand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. One more thing, just before we move to the next speaker and acknowledge you for your session, but when we're talking about I think this was alluded to a little bit, the First Nation system and the mainstream system. In Saskatchewan, we have taxis that will bring people from northern homes like La Loche down to Saskatoon for treatment. What's missing, what we found though, is that Métis people in the north cannot jump in the same taxi to come south. The taxi drivers are not allowed to carry anybody but those approved people. So that also causes a barrier. And when you think about it, we've also had reports of Métis elders hitchhiking down the highway. So it's like, it's a problem, it's inequitable, and it's not only inequitable for Métis, but for non-Indigenous people who also live in the north. So just that last comment. So thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation. Okay, and I'll call up the next moderator, I think Kathy. Oh, no, sorry, Jasmine. Sorry.
We need a step on the stage there. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Jasmine. I'm not Kathy. I'm from Savior Skin. I'm the managing director, and it is my pleasure today to introduce you to Harjeet Kaur. Harjeet is a stage 4 cancer survivor, an advocate, and a speaker. As an immigrant diagnosed with a rare stage 4 cancer, Harjeet navigated the challenges of a stem cell transplant during the height of the COVID pandemic. Through sharing her personal journey on social media, she broke the silence and stigma surrounding cancer within the South Asian community. Harjeet collaborates with organizations to raise awareness and advocate for cancer patients, pushing an open dialogue and support. She's also the co-founder of Chai and Hope, a platform dedicated to supporting South Asians facing cancer and breaking down cultural barriers and healing. So it is my pleasure to introduce Harjeet to the stage.
Morning, everyone. Thank you, Savior Skin Foundation, for having me today to talk about something which is not generally spoken in our community and how my journey as an immigrant changed to diagnosis, to advocacy, and I'm here today, just breaking the stigma. So I'm basically from northern side of India. It's a small town, and I don't know if a lot of people know about Lucknow or Delhi, because I haven't seen South Asian in this room. So I'm basically from north part of India, and I was born there and brought up there. And then I did my master's in international business management from University of Wales, London, University of Wales in UK, and lived there for 6 years and worked there, and then moved to Dubai, worked there for 2 years. I have been working into sales, and my last job was into IT sales, and I'm currently living in Calgary along with my husband, who is a chef, amazing chef, and we moved to Canada in 2018, having, just settling down in a new country, having a family, just like dreams of all immigrants, but never thought that how it will change my whole journey of settling down to a new country. As a cancer survivor, I'm more, dedicated to advocacy and speaker, breaking all the stigmas in our South Asian community, and also raising awareness and supporting different organizations where I can be the voice for other patients. My journey was challenging, not only because I moved to a new country as an immigrant, but also due to some of the stigmas which are really surrounded in our community, and we really don't say the word cancer in our community. So this is something which happened when I came to a new country. As a beginner in 2018, we moved to Edmonton, and full of hopes and dreams to have a fresh start, but life just took an unexpected turn. And soon after 8-9 months, I was diagnosed with stage 4 subcutaneous panniculitis T-cell lymphoma, which is a rare and aggressive blood cancer, and it was also complicated with HLH conditions. Sorry, I can't still pronounce the name of it, but it is a rare immune disease, and it took them almost 3 months to diagnose my cancer. The only symptom I ever had was fever. So it started with high fevers, which ranged from 39 to 41 degrees Celsius. And in the beginning, I was told that it's just viral or a flu, just take Tylenol, go home, take rest. And weeks passed by, but fever never stopped. And in my body, I could feel that something is not right. But we didn't had any answers to it. And I was navigating, we both were navigating through the new healthcare system of Canada. And we had no idea how to, who is the right person to go to and what kind of tests or scans I should get it done to know why I have these fevers. So finally, my family doctor, luckily I had a family doctor, and she said that, okay, I'll refer you to an infectious disease specialist at University of Alberta Hospital. I went to see him and he was like, it looks like that it's just viral or a flu. A lot of people go through these symptoms for months and months. So it doesn't seem, your blood work looks fine, everything looks fine. So, just take Tylenol. We went back home and every 3 hours I used to get high fevers. There were times my body started having chills and rigors. And it was so overwhelming for my husband to go to work, come home, take care of me. And it was a really difficult journey for us for almost a month. And then finally, we advocated. I remember my husband wrote an email to Alberta Health Services saying that we need to get the scan done. We need to get something. I'm ready to pay out of pocket. Can we do an MRI or CT? But they said, it doesn't work like this over here. So I was frustrated enough and he was frustrated enough, and we said, okay, fine, we're just going back to India. Probably, I might get answers to my high fevers. You won't imagine, I used to go to the emergency, I used to wait for 7 hours with 41 degrees Celsius, hoping to someone to check me and let me in and do some tests on me. But every time I used to go there, they were like, you don't have any other symptom. You're just coming here, waiting. We are already so packed up with so many patients and stuff. It was not nice. Like, we felt like, we came to this country, thinking that it's a public health system, and that's what everybody knows, that Canada does public health system. That's why they are calling all immigrants to come and, live in this country. So there were so many challenges. And then finally, I was admitted to a University of Alberta Hospital. The doctor called me and he said, okay, we'll do a CT scan and we'll see what happens. So I was admitted to the hospital in June end 2019 until September 2019. 3 months I was in hospital, treated as a research patient, endless biopsies, surgeries, you name it, I had it. I had so many invasive surgeries and biopsies that I was like losing hope, and I was all done with the system. And no answers, none of my biopsies or surgery showed any sign of cancer. And my body started swelling up, and it was not easy journey for me. And then finally one day they said that they want to do a skin punch biopsy for me, and we said, okay, fine, I've almost done a lot of things, and if you want to do one more biopsy to me, just go ahead and do it. So they did that, and 28th of August 2019 around 4 p.m. they came to the room and they said, we got the diagnosis, and it's subcutaneous panniculitis T-cell lymphoma. And I was like, what is that? See, I was just in my early 30s, I was 32 that time, and I was like, what is it? She's like, it's stage 4 blood cancer, and we're still working on the full prognosis report of it, because we haven't got the exact report yet, but I would say we need to start the treatment ASAP. You don't have much time left, and your condition is just getting worse day by day. So I was in the room with my mom because she just came to Canada because it was overwhelming for my husband to take care of me. And I could see in her eyes when she heard that, you have cancer, and I could actually see that she will just break down right now. But I didn't want her to react to anything, and I had that strong face in front of the doctor and the team, and I was like, okay, fine, what's the next step, and what are we doing, and can I have the reports and all? So she's like, we'll start with the PICC line process and do it the next morning. So my husband came and we started the procedure. So cutting down to that, so it took them 3 months to diagnose my stage 4 cancer. And these were some challenges which I actually faced during my journey. You know, obviously navigating the Canadian healthcare system as an immigrant. I was lucky that I had a family doctor, but not a lot of people, they do have a family doctor because they don't know how a family doctor could help and support them in navigating the system. I was hospitalized for 3 months with fevers, and I was thrown into early menopause at the age of 32. And this was something which was not even talked or spoken to me. I stopped having my periods during my chemo, and I was like, something is not right. And I spoke to my oncologist, and he was like, I'm sorry, Harjeet, we didn't have a lot of time to do anything because your condition was so worse that we need to start the treatment ASAP. And after 1 chemo or 2 chemos, he sent me to the fertility specialist, and she's like, I'm sorry, we can't do anything. You know, your ovaries have stopped working and you're on an aggressive chemotherapy treatment. I was on Red Devil. I don't know if a lot of people know about it or not. So it was just getting worse day by day. And I was just trying to have that strong face in front of my family because we never talked. We never talked. It was like they were taking care of me. They were taking me to the hospital, providing me food, but we never talked. And I was just going through that phase where I was all quiet, and I was like, okay, you know, we are trying our best to treat me, but I don't know if this will happen or not because it's stage 4, it's aggressive. And my oncologist told me there are only 150 cases reported globally, and I was the only one in Canada. So all those factors were aligned, and then I was told that I had to go for a stem cell transplant because that's the only option for me. And I had to go through a stem cell transplant during COVID. So these are the pictures from the beginning to swelling, to rigors, to all those. And that's my husband who shaved his head. But that's after a stem cell transplant, after a year. We took this picture because I was completely off the social and I didn't want to talk to anyone. I was in that area where I just wanted to be myself. And so this is my family, my lifeline, my support system. That's my family in the beginning. My dad, my mom flew from India. They came here to support me. If you see that my dad is wearing a red turban, so that's my culture. I am from a Sikh background where hair is something which is very important to us. So I had my long hair till my 2nd chemo. I didn't want to let them go because in our culture, we can't show or present ourselves bald-headed or cut our hair short and stuff like that. So because my dad was here during my treatment, I could not do it because I knew how much it would affect him. And I had to keep those hairs till like 3 chemos, and I had like tangling hair, and I had pain, and one day my husband was like, you can't do this. You have to let it go. And I was like, my dad will not be able to see it. And I remember that day, after 3rd chemo or 2nd chemo, he came, he sat, my husband, and he was like, I'll shave my head. And then I'll shave your head. And then we'll see how your dad takes it. He did it, and my dad just left the room, and he went inside. He had tears in his eyes. Since then, I was, just having something, bandana on my head every single day just to cover my head in front of him and also in front of my extended family back home in India. I was told to cover my head to talk to my family. And so I did that, I didn't realize why it was, because I was in that zone where I felt I'm just done. I was feeling that I'm just done with this life. I'm just done with everything. I'm just here because of my family, because they feel that, there is a hope, there's a way that I'll come out of it. And inside my mind, I lost it completely. And then during this treatment, I had to go through stem cell, and it was April 14, 2020, when I had my rebirth day. So my brother who's in the middle and in the last, he's my stem cell donor, my savior, who gave me this second life. And it won't have been possible. And I still know my doctors was like, it's a miracle to have 100% donor match. And because of him, I'm here today. And we as a family, they are my lifelines. I wouldn't have been here without them. But there were so many challenges we faced that we never talked about what happened in our lives during that whole period of time. So, sorry. So there are a lot of mental health challenges, when we go through cancer, and we never, address about those struggles. During my journey, the most challenging part was a talk, which we never had. I was quiet for almost an year and a half until my stem cell transplant, because that was the time when I was sent to the hospital at Tom Baker on 6th of April until 15th of May, isolated, without my family, without anyone to be there for me for that treatment, where I felt I might not come out of it. That was the time when I actually started writing my journey. I wanted to write my experience thinking that, what if I don't go back from here? What if my family doesn't know what was going on with me? And I just wanted to be grateful for them. So I wrote my blog. I just wrote my journey, my heart out during that time, because there was so much happening in my mind, which I could not address. So that was the challenge which I faced, and emotional challenge, obviously, because none of us cried during that journey. We were not even talking about cancer. So we were just there like a machine who were just working things, taking me to the hospital, cooking me food, giving me medication. It was like a full-time job for all of us. So we never had that discussion about it. And it actually brought numerous setbacks for me, because I lost my right eye vision during the treatment because of the prednisone, dexamethasone, and they thought that lymphoma has gone to my eye. And it was during Christmas and Jan 2020, when almost hospitals were packed. My doctors was not there, and I had this blurry vision. And I went to the emergency and I waited for 7 hours. They said, it looks like you have lymphoma. They did a biopsy. Luckily, it was not lymphoma, but it was CMV retinitis, which damaged the backside of the retina of my eye. So I was completely loss of vision, and they had to treat that virus, CMV virus, because I was supposed to go for a stem cell transplant, and that virus could have actually affected my left eye. So I used to get injections on my right eye every week along with the chemo. So my February 2020 was the worst year for me, because it's my birthday, it's my wedding anniversary, it's my mom's birthday. So it went just in hospital doing all those things. And then I was thrown into early menopause, which I grieve a lot, because I always wanted to have a baby and we never talked about it. And when I talk to my husband now, he's like, our thing was to save you first. Baby was our second priority. So those are the things which we never talk about, like, early menopause. As a young adult, I was just thrown into it, and I had no idea of long-term side effects of it. Anxiety and depression is very high among cancer patients, and we generally don't address it. I took that therapy by myself because I was going through so much that I could not discuss with my family. So I was looking for a support group outside. And when I was looking for support groups, I could see there are so many young adults who are going through the similar challenges. And I started therapy, and my parents were against it that time. They were like, I'm done with the treatment, so I should move on. I should not think back to what has happened, but it's not easy to move on. So that really helped me, and we generally don't address that anxiety and depression are some major things among young adults. And mental health is not discussed in my community at all. We don't talk about mental health. So through my advocacy, basically I'm trying to normalize all these conversations, whether it's cancer, mental health, depression, menopause. I'm just trying to focus on having these open conversations in my South Asian community, where we don't have these support groups out there. There are financial challenges as an immigrant, which I faced because we were just 8 months here and I was diagnosed. But because I have stayed in London and Dubai and all across, so one thing which I have learned across is we used to have insurance all the time. And I have seen in last 1.5 years in my advocacy work, people are not even aware about insurances. that we have critical insurances, we have XYZ insurances, but we don't take them because we think, oh, you know, it's a public health system. If something happens, we'll just go to the emergency or we'll have a family doctor. No, nothing is free over here. Because of my insurance, I used to get some injections which were $2,000 each after my stem cell. I had to take those injections for 6 months. And because I had one insurance, my oncologist and my healthcare team told me I have to buy second insurance so that they can cover the cost. And I still was paying $300 out of pocket every week. And sometimes it was twice a week because those injections were given to me on my bone marrow to boost my immune system because I had 0 neutrophils for 6 months. So because of that, I could actually pay the bills. But we actually asked money from our family back home, from our friends. We were financially 0. We lost everything we had. So those are the challenges which a lot of people face. And we talk about cancer, we talk about diagnosis, but we don't overlook all these struggles which come along. Finding strength and purpose through my advocacy work. So through my work, through my challenges, I have actually, you know, I'm representing something in my own community where I talk about all these challenges. And because I feel we are so underrepresented in a lot of organizations, when I joined, you know, a couple of organizations looking for support groups, I was the only one inside the room. You know, the brown person sitting in the room and talking about these things, and I could not see anyone else. So I was like, does cancer discriminate? Like, why is it just me in the room? So those are the challenges which I faced, and I really wanted to, you know, address those stigmas around our community. And I faced that there are language issues, there are so many myths about cancer, and creating chai and hope, like she was saying. So I was in one of the conferences last year where I was talking about the stigma, and I was talking about how I want to give back to the community. And there was one person in the room who was a South Asian, and she was like, you know, we should do something. And I was like, yes, I want to do something, but I can't do it all by myself. I need people to come together, and, you know, we can work together and do it. So that's how Chai and Hope was created. So it's a baby for us. We started with Facebook, and then we started with Instagram. The whole purpose of this is we want to have an open space for, you know, safe space for South Asian people who are cancer patients, survivors, caregivers, or any friends and family who've been affected by them. So it's just our baby, and we're trying to, you know, just create a space for them because there's no South Asian cancer support group. In Canada, in US, I've met people who say, no, we don't have any you know, organizations like that. So it's open, it's global. Finally, we have, I think, 7 to 8 people who have shared their stories from global, you know, from India, from US, from UK, and from Canada. So we're just trying to make that safe space for them. And also, you know, supporting others through knowledge and empathy. So, you know, providing guidance to immigrants. Like a lot of immigrants who come to Canada, as I mentioned, that they don't have a family doctor because of the reason they come is like it's a public health system. But our public health system is actually dying right now because we have so many patients, everything is there, and still we are getting immigrants. So we need to help immigrants navigating their healthcare challenges, like have insurance, have family doctor, you know, have yourself prepared for the worst because you never know what will happen. Also advocating for mental health awareness, you know, emotional support for young patients like me who are facing stigma and, you know, isolated in some of the support groups where we don't find our people. I've collaborated with a couple of organizations and, you know, have made an impact in the community by, you know, partnering with the CCS, Canadian Cancer Society, LLSC, to raise awareness, you know, doing advocacy work, and by giving back to that community so that I can help other people. I've also engaged in a lot of public speaking, podcasts, educational events, and conferences to inspire and talk about these stigmas. And my whole purpose and focus, like I think someone was mentioning in the beginning, like you have to have your purpose, you know, you have to have something, what do you want to do? So that's what I want to do. I want to give back to my South Asian people. I want to give back to them that, you know, there are support groups out there for us to help you guide through your cancer journey and, you know, so things like that. So this is, I think I've just talked, I'll just quickly say about this. So these are the things which I'm doing right now. So I'm also serving as a patient family advisor for a new cancer center. If everybody knows that we have a new cancer center in Calgary, which is called Arthur J.E. Child Comprehensive Cancer Care Center. So I'm a PFAC member for them. And I've also collaborated with all those organizations to work on the advocacy side of it. So these are some things which I've done in past 1 year and working on doing more, in this field. So some of the cultures which I want to break down, I don't know if people are aware about it or not, but some of the stigmas and myths we have in our community one is bad karma, which is a belief that cancer has something with my past or wrongdoing. I have done something in my past, that's why I got this, which impacts a lot of patients like me, which have a guilt and shame. The reason I was not able to speak about my journey was I was all in this guilt that why me? I was healthy, I never had any issue in my life, then why me? Why I was diagnosed with stage 4 with no cancer history in my family? So that's one thing which really resonates with what I've seen. And people do message me, so I'm very active on social media and stuff, and I have people messaging me, people have said worst thing about when I was diagnosed. So there's a social stigma, so concern that cancer diagnosis affects family reputation or marriage. So they actually, that creates an isolation. So there is an example, someone reached out to me from back home India. She said that she was about to get married and her marriage was canceled because she was diagnosed with cancer. So those are the concerns which we really need to talk about. Reluctance to seek help, pressure to appear strong as me. This was my example. I was like that strong-headed face in front of my mom, in front of my husband, thinking that, if I melt down, they'll go down with me. So just, the pressure of just having that strong face and to avoid anything to, just to be yourself and not to make sure that you're a burden on your family. So that actually makes those challenges, you deal with so many mental health challenges that time. There are alternate beliefs too. So when, preference to traditional medicine or spiritual healing over medical interventions, a lot of people still believe in that. And in my case, I was against it. My family wanted me to try some other medications, herbal medications and stuff to heal that journey. But my husband and I, we really didn't want it to. So we actually wanted to go with the healthcare medicines. So this is one thing. And then lack of awareness, limited knowledge about cancer treatments. A lot of people, they don't have any idea about that there are mammograms, there are pap tests, there are so many screenings happening around, but they just are scared or, they don't have those educations about it. So me as well, I had no idea that there's a pap test until and unless I was moved to Canada. So I think those are the education pieces which are lacking in our community, which we really need to address, because this is how we can prevent early diagnosis. Now I'm celebrating my survivorship. It's almost 4.5 years. It has been a rough journey for me. I never thought that I'll be standing here and talking about it, but I'm grateful that I got this second chance in life, because I've seen people who haven't got those, chances in life. So I'm here and I just survive and thrive every day. I live every day thinking you never know what will happen next. And these are some pictures after my journey. So, I'm here to just not share my story. I'm also here to inspire other people that there is always hope. There's always something which you live for. And for me, if there was a hope on the other side of the journey. And and it's not an easy journey still. I still have some long time, I go for my blood work every 3 months. I have set a PET CD every year because of my rare diagnosis. They do it every year because they still don't know what's the, thing like, the results, because the only symptom I had is fever, and I have been told that if I ever have fevers above 39, I have to go to the emergency directly. So there are things which I still have, but I'm still, living gracefully, grateful. I'm grateful for this journey anyways. One message I want to share is a message of hope. just join me in making a difference, basically to spread awareness, to educate other people. If you know someone out there who is going through these, difficult times, especially in our South Asian community, if you have friends, family, just let them, maybe you start the conversation, because they'll never start the conversation with you. So just, make a difference by, educating them and spreading hope among them. So, and I don't want people for me, I did had a support system, my family, so I didn't have to go through the journey all by myself. But there are people who don't have that support system and they have to go through this journey alone. So we don't want someone to go through this journey all by themselves. Any questions? Thank you for listening. And these are some things which I've worked upon. I don't know if I can open the link from here. No, right? No, right? So yeah, so I have my, so I've been focusing on sharing my journey through social media platform. I've written my blog. I'm working on my book, hopefully for next year, because I want to finish my chapter of, stem cell, because I'll be completing my 5 years next year, hopefully if I get my CT scan correct. So these are the things I've done, and please follow me. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'm here to learn together. So please, thank you.
So again, if there are any questions in the room, you can come up or we can run the mics to you. I just want to say thank you so much for your presentation. I was very impressed by how you took such big topics and shared your experiences across so many different aspects of your background. So thank you so much for that. My question is, you work with some patient organizations, so you mentioned some collaborations with CCS, for example. Any suggestions for organizations like mine, Psoriasis Canada, to be more inclusive of people with your experience who may not have the experience in language or background in navigating the system, and how to work with amazing advocates like you who are willing and able to share their story?
Thank you for listening, first of all. And I think that was the challenge for me as well. In the beginning, when I was advocating, I had no idea how to start with and where to start with. So I think there were a few organizations like YAC and CCS and LLSC. Oh, not working? Sorry, yeah. Is it? Can you hear me? Okay. So it was a challenge for me as well, because as I mentioned, that I was looking for support system myself when I was diagnosed. And one of the nurses in the hospital told me, because I had this question, why it's just me in the room? Because there were so many people in the room who were taking chemos, but it was just me in the room as a young adult. And she was like, no, there are support groups. So she was the one who actually, navigated me through certain support groups. And then when I joined those support groups, obviously, I didn't see anyone else with my own color. So it has been a challenge for me to, navigate and look for resources. So that's why I have built this, thing, a platform, Chai and Hope, where we want to provide education and, this is like we are open to talk to anyone. And whether it's, someone who's an immigrant, whose mother or, anyone is diagnosed. So I do a lot of radio shows too. So I talk to a lot of South Asian radio channels where I talk about that we are there if somebody wants. Like I'm partnered with, the new cancer centers, so they know that I am a South Asian who can actually make them understand a language barrier, because that's one of the things which, so, I am available online. So if you want, you can reach out to me. And, I really want to do more, and I want to help more people out there. So I'm happy to, partner with you guys or any other organization where they need a diversity. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you for sharing your incredible journey. I was very struck by the fact that after all of this time, your diagnoses came from a skin biopsy.
Yeah.
And that is like the easiest thing to do. And we all can do it in a primary care office. And you had to go through months without diagnoses. So this is a failure of the medical training. Because we seem to, everybody comes in, they go, I want an MRI, you know, and they want the most expensive treatment, when in fact we could do it right there and just do a skin biopsy. So more of a comment, I wanted to thank you for reminding me to tell people about the basics, and that we need to start looking at the basics, the things that are not so expensive, because that's really a big part of our health expenditure, is jumping to the most expensive modality, and it just still doesn't work. So thank you for reminding me about that. And the second thing I wanted to say is, do you talk to medical students, to schools? Is there any way that you've accessed that?
So I have recently partnered with the Riddle Center Research Care Team in University of Calgary.
Okay.
So I am working with the student who's working with leukemia. She's a research student. So yeah, I want to, we are working on something which is close to my heart, my own cancer, because I haven't found anyone yet in Canada. And so I'm working with them, but I'm looking for more opportunities where I can work with the research team side of it, and we can work more frequently on how we can actually make early diagnosis. Like in my case, the skin punch biopsy should have been done first. Right. But it was done at the last stage when they had nothing else to do. And we almost gave up because we were like, so I had breast biopsy, I had bone marrow biopsy, I had laparoscopy, I had colonoscopy, I had MRI, CT, you name it, I had it. So, but why did they do it at the last? I still don't have an answer to it.
So as part of the Indigenous Health Committee of the College of Family Physicians of Canada, this is really in the realm of a family doctor, and a lot of our emergency rooms are staffed by family doctors. The reason I'm asking, I'm wondering if, has anybody ever approached you to do like a one-page case review, as if you were to teach a medical person who's training in a quick way, like, I presented with this, with fevers, nothing else, so that we can use it as a teaching point to go with the basics, your physical exam, your history, and your skin biopsy, that we can do earlier.
Case study kind of a thing. No,
yeah,
I never had this.
Because we do this for Indigenous health, to teach really important basic things, to teach about like mercury exposure up north. Like, somebody walks into the emergency room, they look like they're drunk, and they're like, there's a drunk Indian, when in fact they have mercury exposure. And so they're walking with a wide base gait and they look drunk, but actually it's the mercury. And so we have to teach these doctors who are at the front lines how to change their glasses. And one of them is, we have been falling into this trap of using very expensive modalities that would actually, like in your case, not work as well as something as simple as what ultimately.
No, you're right, totally. I would love to, because we need to I still need to deep down check myself. Like, sometimes I think that, was it Tylenol? Taking Tylenol for 3 months, every 3 hours, made it more worse, because I still have no answers to all those things. But I would be happy to, work on something like this, which we can actually, deep down dig into our medical team, what are the few stages in the initial stages we should do with this type of patient or with this type of symptoms.
Yeah, especially symptoms that we call red flags. And I'm just so upset to hear that nobody thought that fever for 3 months was a red flag. I'm actually kind of, I'm upset by the failure of the medical system to see that. And that, like I said, it goes to a failure of our education and our paths that take us down a path of, in a totally other direction. So I thank you very much. You made me think, and great luck. And I'd love to talk to you after to figure out how we can do what I described.
I'll come to you after this. Thank you.
I'm kind of speaking to that point that was just made. I'm part of a program called CASH, and it does U of T medical, partners with patients to share their lived experience, and there's some teaching opportunities that we can get you involved in to be able to share your story and hopefully create some new thinking prompts for our new generation of medical students. Anyways, my question was about integration of peer support when you were in the hospital. Was there anything like that when you were there? And if not, would that have been beneficial to you?
No. So when I was diagnosed in 2019, obviously I was in hospital previously. My diagnosis, no, but no one actually came to me with any kind of support. It was me who asked them. And the only incidence was when I was going through my chemo, one of the nurses told me about it after I asked her this question. And then COVID happened and I was in my stem cells. So, I lost that kind of connection and peer support. But one thing which I came across was Wellspring programs, which I joined, and I really like them because I still work with them. And I'm working with them on also a South Asian side of it, because they want to work with South Asian patients, and they want to let them know that there are certain programs which they offer to South Asians too, and they are doing some programs within our own language. So they have exercise program for Punjabi community, which is in their own language. So Wellspring is one thing which I rely on every time, and I still do their program. I still go for their meditation and yoga. That's one of the programs which I got to know through the hospitals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and I really follow your story, and I felt it. My question is, in terms of your family back home in India, how are things? Are they advocating your story back home to make changes?
No.
Really?
No. So
because I'm sure there's a lot of cultures like yours where they're suffering in silence, and
yeah.
Like, is there a balance where you can maintain your culture but also heal?
So the day I started sharing, so as I said that when I was diagnosed in 2019 until 2020, I was just quiet within myself. I never wanted to share or express my feelings, but that all started when I started writing my blog, and I shared it globally, and then I wanted to do more because someone reached out to me from back home India, from some other part of the world, saying that, we can't even talk about our journey, we can't even, express our journey. And when I shared my bald head picture on social media, my mom was totally against it. And she was like, can you just, take it off? Like, we can't just share things like this. I'm like, I am not doing it for you. And at that time, I felt like, I want to dig deep down and research more and know more. So it took them a lot of years. So now, after 2 years, I would say, in the beginning, she was not, but now, like my dad, I still know, because one of his friends' sister's son got diagnosed with brain tumor, and my dad just, gave him my number to talk. And he called me, and he was like, in our own language, he was like, my sister's son has this problem. I was like, what is the problem? It's like, the problem you have. I wanted him to say the word, but he didn't say the word. And then I knew that he was my dad's friend. I was like, uncle, the problem is not him, it's you. And he was like, oh, why are you talking to me like this? I was like, you're just making things worse for that kid, saying that he's a problem. So there are still a lot of changes to be done in India too. And luckily, I've collaborated with a lot of organizations in India through my social media. You can see a lot of interviews I've done. And I want to break the stigma there too. And that's why Chai and Hope is global. It's all open. So if you go on Chai and Hope, you will see stories from India too. People have shared what exactly the stigma is in the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have time for one more quick question? If not, that's okay. Sorry about that, guys. Hi, Wijia from the MMF. I just wanted to say thank you so much. I have more of a comment. Thank you so much for sharing your story, your journey. As another brown woman here today, it's really resonated with me, and just hearing the stigma, the barriers, the difficulties, especially with family and culture. In many cultures, languages, there isn't a word for cancer in your language, and so I can understand a lot of that. And so I wanted to ask you, as you were going through this, I can't imagine what it was like for you as being diagnosed with cancer, but taking it, it takes a village, especially within our communities. So were there any supports for your family or any language supports for them to understand what you were going through, what were your needs, and how to provide for you?
So when I was told that I have this rare SPTCL, my mom didn't understand, obviously, and I didn't understand when she said the word SPTCL, like the whole thing. I had to actually understand what she was trying to say. When she said the word cancer, then actually we got to know. But yeah, so in our family, no, I remember my mom and dad never said anything. They were not even sure, I think, because it was their daughter who was just 32, just in a new country, diagnosed with stage 4. And every time we, as a nation, South Asians, we have this thing in mind, oh, it's stage 4, she might not even survive. So why to, understand things? So they never used to go to with me to any oncologist appointment. They only used to go for my treatments, chemo treatments and stuff. But my husband was the one who actually made them understand every single step of my treatment. So luckily, my uncle who's back home in India, he's a doctor too. So he's my mother brother. It's like brother. So he's a doctor. So he used to make her explain, she's going through this, you have to be calm. You have to just have faith, have hope. Don't just, come to any conclusion. So it was a challenge for us to make them explain. So, but now I'm a live example for them that I have actually, came out of stage 4 and stem cell transplant. So now they can actually say that, person from stage 4 also can come out. So that's the thing.
It's really good to hear. And I just want to commend you for what you're doing, going up there, sharing your story, and and part of it, as you're sharing your story, you're also reliving it. So thank you so much for sharing, and keep on doing it.
Thank you.
Just a quick update to our agenda in an effort to catch up a bit of time that we lost with our exciting power failure. We are going to keep going, and we will not have the break, but encourage everybody to please take care of yourself. The food from the break is there if you need a snack. The bathrooms are just on the left-hand side near the gift shop if you need to take a bio break. So we are going to continue on. I would like my fine colleague Antonella to come and introduce our next incredible speakers.
So far, I just want to thank our morning speakers for setting the stage for us. Dr. Horn set the stage for a framework of how we look at the systemic challenges and opportunities for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis health. The Manitoba Métis Federation shared with us examples of solutions when you have investment and community leadership. And Harjeet shared with us what intersectionality actually looks like for a person who's navigating the healthcare system as a newcomer, as a woman, and as a person who wants to see change. So we're turning the agenda over now to our panels. And as with previous summits, our panels are going to look at some of the social issues that are impacting our healthcare systems and each and every one of us. So I'm honored to present our first panelist today, Petra Schultz. So Petra, some of you may know Petra because we're grateful to her for having done a webinar, a pre-summit webinar last year. Petra lost her 25-year-old son, Danny, to accidental fentanyl poisoning in 2014. She's one of the co-founders of Moms Stop the Harm, a network of Canadian families impacted by substance use-related harms and deaths. Through the lessons learned from her personal experience and by sharing Danny's story, Petra has become an advocate for drug policy reform. She believes that substance use is a matter involving human rights and health and must not be criminalized. Petra represents families with lived experience in Health Canada and CCSA advisory committees. She's been a speaker for TEDx at rallies, conferences, community meetings, professional organizations, university, and all government levels. She's contributed to the anti-stigma campaign See Beyond and research projects related to her advocacy work, which we're going to hear more about. So, Petra, I welcome you to come on up, but as you're coming, I just want to acknowledge that Dr. Esther Tailfeathers, who's a colleague of yours in Alberta, is a highly regarded harm reduction specialist and a public population and Indigenous health leader. Unfortunately, Dr. Tailfeathers couldn't be with us in person this year, so we've taken a public video of her talking about harm reduction and community-based care from 2021 and shortened it in order to show that today after Petra's presentation. And Petra has worked with Dr. Tailfeathers and is able to add a little bit more context and answer some questions if needed. So with that, I turn it over to you and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. It's really exciting to be here. And people ask me, what is the conference about? I said, it's about advocacy. It's about patient advocacy. And I always welcome speaking to new audiences, because what I'm hoping to do today is change the narrative a little bit. My home, as you can tell by my accent, probably I'm an immigrant. I'm a settler. I'm originally from Germany. I make my home now in Amiskwaciwâskahikan, a Beaver Hills house in Cree, which is colonially known as Edmonton. And Edmonton is on the Saskatchewan River, which was traditionally home and a trading route and meeting ground for many Indigenous people. It's the Métis Region 4 and Treaty 6. And it's a place where we are all treaty people and we should work to uphold the treaties. So, as I said, what I try to do is to take some common perceptions and change the narrative. You often hear about opioid crisis. Is it an opioid crisis? Question, is it an addictions crisis? Does everyone who uses drugs need treatment? Should it be harm reduction or recovery? About forced treatment. It's often debated. In my opinion, it's harmful and ineffective. And we need to have regulated alternatives. So I want to take you through some of these conceptions and discuss them. But it always starts here with my son, Danny. As you heard, Danny died in 2014. It's 10 years for me, and thank you, Dr. Horn. You said, do something you do well and focus on it. This has been my focus for 10 years. After Danny died, I wanted to know why, because I knew he was a good person. I knew he wanted to live. And I was looking into what had gone wrong, and really what I discovered were there are many issues with our drug policy in this country that needed to be addressed. Danny was the youngest of three. He was a talented chef. He liked to make music, and he wrote lyrics. He liked to type on a typewriter rather than a computer. Danny made all of us laugh, but Danny also had struggles. He had social anxiety and depression. Danny was gay, faced some bullying and stigma in school, but was always accepted by his family. And at a young age, Danny started self-medicating, initially with opioids that were at the time available. And then when that was reformulated, he moved on to street drugs and heroin. At the time when he died, he was in recovery, and that was when fentanyl emerged on the market. After oxycodone was reformulated and was in a format that it could no longer be used by people who were using it in the way Danny did. people switched to heroin, but it was in poor supply, insufficient supply, and wasn't very good. And fentanyl started to go on the market. Fentanyl is cheaper to make, easier to transport, easier to smuggle, easier to distribute, and that is what we have on the market now. Often when people think about treatment, is it treatment or is it harm reduction? I share an aspect of Danny's story that I carry with me to this day and often ask why. He asked me a day before he died, he asked me to make an appointment with his doctor and an appointment with his psychologist and I said, sure, sweetie. Danny had trouble organizing himself, and we had made arrangements with his healthcare providers that I could make his appointments. So the next morning, I made these appointments. I did not ask, Danny, are you using again? I knew that would not have been a good conversation, so I skipped that. So I made those appointments, and I didn't hear from Danny that day. And he had traveled the day before, and he'd worked a morning shift in the restaurant. I thought, well, just give him some time and space. When I did not hear from him the next day, I was getting really nervous. And I was saying to my husband, I don't know what's up with Danny. I want to go over and see what's going on. So we drove to his house the next day, and I knew the key code, I knew how to get in, and we found Danny in his place, and it was too late when we found him. And I always remember that he wanted help. It was not a lack of treatment that failed Danny. It was a lack of harm reduction that could have kept him alive. There is so much we did not know. We did not know about harm reduction. We did not know how about opioid agonist treatment with methadone or Suboxone supposed to work. My husband is a pharmacologist, and he said, methadone is another opioid, which is pharmacologically true, but it's also medication. We don't tell people who have a diabetes to give up on the insulin and get clean. We don't do that. But when we make clean the gold standard for people who use substances, too many are not able to meet that standard, and too many fall between the cracks and use again like Danny did. And then we have these tragic outcomes. Danny, he made all of us laugh. And my favorite memory is the last restaurant where he worked wasn't open Sundays. So Sundays he'd come over and I'd cook him dinner. And he'd be sitting at my table and he'd be sharpening my knives. I think Harjeet can probably relate to sharp knives. He would always sit at the table, sharpen my knives, watch me cook, and then at some point he'd look up and he said, do you want me to finish that with you? And he just gave it the final perfect touch. And he made me laugh, and I so miss that. These are the photos of some of the children of our members of Mom Stop the Harm. As you see, they're young, very young. There are a lot more men than women. These are the early pictures. They're also fairly white. When we started our advocacy, we said, why are we all so white? Are other people not affected? And I think it has a lot to do with the stigma that Harjeet spoke about with cancer. It's the same kind of stigma that affects us in substance use, that stigma doesn't allow people to speak out, especially when you come from an immigrant community, but also Indigenous communities are disproportionately affected. Substance use and death can affect anyone, but it really affects some more than others. In Alberta, Indigenous people are 7 times more likely to die than non-Indigenous people. Like, imagine that. If this was any other population group, if this was any other cause, this would cause outrage. But it seems like just something that we take as a given and go on. So what I want to talk about, it's not an opioid crisis. We often hear it's an opioid crisis. At some point when Danny first started, like in the 2000s, there was a history of misinformation about opioids, and there was prescribing happening that was not helpful. That has changed, and now we are at a position where actually where prescribing has gone down. As prescribing goes down, the deaths from illegal substances go up. What we have now is a crisis of a toxic drug supply. Since 2016, the federal government has kept stats, and these don't even include Danny because he died in 2014. So almost 50,000 Canadians have died from drug poisoning, from a poison drug supply. Most deaths are in British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario, but there are high rates observed in other regions, for example, in the Yukon. Most are young and middle-aged males, and this is somewhat different for Indigenous. Indigenous, you have a more equal representation with men and women, although still a little bit more in men. And the toxicity of the unregulated, or what we call illegal drug supply, it's what's driving this. Here you see a map, British Columbia. These numbers, you know, it's a bit like apples and oranges. Every province keeps the numbers a little differently. So take these numbers with a grain of salt. Like Quebec, for example, gives us confirmed cases. Everybody else does suspected cases. Until a change in government, Manitoba didn't give us any numbers at all. They're finally coming. BC gives us the numbers for all deaths. All the others is just related to opioids, both regulated and illicit. In Alberta, for example, for opioids, about 98% of all deaths are from the illegal, the unregulated street drug supply, mostly involving fentanyl and fentanyl analogs. A tiny 2% is where you also find prescription drugs. In BC, the death per 100,000 rate is over 40. In Alberta, it's between 30 and 40, and in Ontario, about 15 to 20 per 100,000. Nope, we're missing something. Missing slide here, okay. So we have death numbers declining in 2024. This is a positive trend, but a trend that has to be taken with a grain of salt. Why might this be? And this is a trend that has been observed not only in Canada, but also in the United States. We have seen an uptick in access to harm reduction and treatment, particularly in states that haven't previously offered that, particularly access to naloxone. Under the previous administration, naloxone access in the US has gone up enormously, and we have made great strides in making naloxone more accessible here. Who in this room has a naloxone kit? That is great. For those of you who don't have one, you can get one for free at your pharmacy. In Ontario, if you're here, you're very fortunate. You can get the nasal, which is easier to administer for those of us who are not good at giving needles. But in other provinces, you can get the injectable as well, and it's easy to use, it's safe. You cannot do any harm. If you give it to somebody who is unconscious for a reason other than drug poisoning, you cannot harm them. So it's a very safe kind of drug, so you can easily pass that along. The other reason why we have seen a decline is drug composition. Drug composition seems to be changing. During the pandemic, when borders were closed, the drug toxicity went up enormously because the normal channels whereby drugs would come into the country weren't available, and we've seen kind of a homegrown industry developing. And there were all kinds of substances mixed in, like animal tranquilizers. We have seen a high, the toxicity screens from BC show that there is a high rate of benzodiazepines showing up. Now, benzodiazepines come with their own problems, as any doctor could tell you, but they are not they don't cause death as immediately as fentanyl would. So we have seen a change in the drug composition. We also have seen a change in user behavior. More people smoke their substances now, and more people are moving to stimulants like methamphetamine and the like. And people change use patterns. They might use more often, might use smaller amounts. So these are all trends, and hopefully we will sustain a decline in numbers, but there's also a lot of underreporting going on. There is a scientist by the name of Tara Moriarty Lab. If you're at all interested in public health, look her up. She crunches numbers like nobody else, and she has found that Alberta has a lot of what we call excess death. Excess deaths are deaths that are over and above what you would typically expect in the population for an age group. And she's found that probably in Alberta, COVID and drug poisoning deaths are being underreported or reported late. So have to always watch when governments give you numbers. You have to look at how are these numbers arrived and what are the updates. In Alberta, we see 10 to 20% increases in the initial numbers up to 2 years later. So what I'm trying to say here, that whatever numbers are going down, apart from the access to treatment and harm reduction, is most likely not due to the policy of any particular government, because we are seeing it all around. Government policies, for the most part, how we address the drug poisoning crisis has not significantly changed what is happening, which is that too many of our loved ones are dying. It's also not an addictions crisis. You often hear that, you might have a politician say, we bring your loved ones home free of drugs. We ban all drugs. Well, reminder, the drugs are already banned. They're scheduled, they're illegal. And we're bringing too many people home the way we brought Danny home. We need to keep people alive. A study from Statistics Canada, a report showed that addictions, or what we call addiction, substance use disorder, the clinical term, has not really gone up in this country. They looked at 10 years. For alcohol, we haven't seen a decline. For cannabis disorder, we have seen a decline. Now remember, this is not cannabis use. This is cannabis use disorder, which is like problematic use. For other substance use disorders, again, it was a minimal decline. So over the same 10-year period where we have a steep decline in poisoning death, we have not seen addiction, or what we call addiction, going up. Not everyone who uses needs treatment. Substance use really happens on a spectrum. Some of it is beneficial. I'm standing between you and your lunch, and you might have a stimulant in the form of tea or coffee in your cup. Some of you might have snuck out for a cigarette or something, another, substance that keeps us going. Tonight, some of you might have a glass of wine or beer or something else. And some substance use for us is beneficial. Then there is what we call occasional, I don't like to use recreational, because for youth, recreation kind of associated with fun. So when somebody only sometime might do a line of cocaine, I do that occasional use. Some people may use it occasional. It's not problematic for them as long as it doesn't contain any fentanyl. And then we come to the problematic use, and eventually the chronic dependence, where the person uses even when the consequences related to the use affect them in their personal life and their health. So not everyone needs treatment for substance use. The other thing with treatment is, the question is, do people want treatment? Are they ready for treatment? Research tells us that providing treatment for somebody who is not seeking it is not effective. People have to be in the right frame of mind. They have to be in the right space to seek treatment. We often wonder, should it be harm reduction or should it be recovery? That is a question that is so often posted and that people wonder about. Harm reduction is something that is grounded in human rights. The theme of this conference is meet people where they're at. which is exactly the slogan for harm reduction. Meet people where they're at, without judgment, without stigma, without shame. Dr. Tailfeathers, in her interview, she so beautifully relates harm reduction to her blood tribe culture. So this is where we need to begin. And for me, harm reduction is about hope. It's about wellness. Harm reduction could have kept Danny alive. He did not want to die. He wanted to live. He wanted help. But what could have kept him alive was not available to him at the time, and I did not know about it. So what we do in harm reduction, we focus on a positive change with the working person. There is no stigma, there is no judgment, there is no shame. You work with the person when they come in, and that builds relationship. It does not require the person to stop using drugs. In Ontario, the government is just about to shut down half of the consumption sites here, half of the consumption sites. And the outcome that will be devastating. Everybody deserves to live. People who use drugs deserve to live. And I have some stats for you that also show the number of referrals that are made. This is consumption sites across Canada since their inception. It includes from 2017. Inside in Vancouver is more than 20 years old now, but most of the other ones were started after 2017. There are almost 5 million visits. It's almost 500,000 individuals, and almost 60,000 non-fatal overdoses. And for me, every non-fatal overdose is a family that doesn't have to arrange a funeral. That to me is powerful. But then look at the referrals. Over 500,000 referrals, and many of them to treatment. The son of a friend of mine, he came back to Alberta from BC where he'd been living, and he was using, and he wanted to start treatment. And his mom said, should I make an appointment with a doctor? Do you want to go to the hospital? He said, no, I want to go to the consumption site. But she said, but you don't inject. And he said, no, I want to talk to them. They will not shame me. So he went to the consumption site, and they connected him with the treatment that he needed. And he is now living in recovery and doing well. And so many of the consumption side, that's the work that they have done. Now, if you shut them down, you can see what happens in Lethbridge, Alberta. Lethbridge, Alberta is a city next to the largest Indigenous, what we call reserve, the home of the blood tribe, where Dr. Tailfeathers practices. And when they shut down the consumption site, what has happened is needle debris in the city of Lethbridge has gone up because people used to use inside, keep their needles there. Also, the staff used to go out, pick it up. There's been a devastating rise in overdoses. Lethbridge was always higher than the provincial average by about time and a half. Death per 100,000, they're now 3 times the provincial average. And there is more public drug use, more visible homelessness, and a lack of a sense of safety, not only of the people who are unhoused, but the entire community. And a lot of community opposition that was against the consumption side now focuses on people who are unhoused. One thing that is happening in our country, when we look at people who are unhoused and drug use, we think people are unhoused because they use drugs. It's often the other way around. People use drugs because they're unhoused. They use stimulants to stay awake, to not have their stuff stolen, to be safe, to stay awake and not be moved or woken up by police. What causes being unhoused is lack of housing. It's lack of affordability of housing. It's lack of income support. It's all these social determinants of health that really contribute to people being unhoused. But there is this misconception that if we get rid of substance use, we have no homelessness, and that is not true. What happens if we don't provide safe spaces to use? Our entire community becomes an unsafe place. Like, for example, this came from a survey of our members. About half of all people who die at home. But the other half, where do they die? Often in places that are unsafe. So I asked our members, if your loved one didn't die at home, where did they die? And these are the answers, the actual answers they gave us. On an LRT train in Calgary, on a street corner, a field north of town, in a staircase, a back alley, a parked car, a rooming house, a stranger's or a friend's house, or outside the SCS when it was closed because the government of Saskatchewan didn't give prairie harm reduction any funding and they could only run a few hours a day. Or near an SCS when it was shut down, like the one in Lethbridge or the one in Edmonton provided by Boyle Street. So keep that in mind, especially those of you in Ontario, and speak out, speak to your MLAs, speak to your civic officials. In Calgary, the Schumer Center is also under threat, that taking safe places away does not take substance use away. It just makes it more likely that it happens in an unsafe way, which is not only worse for the person who uses, but for the entire community. So what we need is, we need harm reduction and recovery. Harm reduction and recovery is our focus. Harm reduction to keep people alive and well, and recovery to give them a path forward when they're ready to do that. But there is a push towards forced treatment in this country. You hear it from the Premier of Alberta has promised legislation for early next year. The Premier of BC, totally different, like you have a conservative government, you have an NDP government. The Premier of BC has promised involuntary care. Some Atlantic provinces have discussed it, and the federal conservative leader, Mr. Poilievre, has promised it if he becomes Prime Minister. So what forced treatment does, it really does more harm than good. It increases the overdose risk because a person, when they engage in forced treatment, they lose their tolerance, especially if they're using opioids. And studies, I'm just going to find my stats here. A study from Massachusetts showed that 1/3 of drug court participants with opioid use disorder relapsed on the day of program completion, and 50% by 2 months after completion. Like, imagine any other medical intervention where whatever medical intervention you did failed on the day you finished, and 50% did not make it past 2 months. Another study showed that at 2 weeks after release from incarceration, this was for drug court kind of treatment, opioid overdose deaths were 27 times higher than expected in the general population. So these are just a couple of studies. There is a lot of research that shows, there is no research that conclusively shows that involuntary treatment works. The other question is, how easy is it to get your people into treatment when you want to? It is really, really difficult to access evidence-based substance use treatment in a timely fashion. Often it takes days to get into detox. In Alberta, they talk a lot about a recovery-oriented system of care. Yet, I recently tried to help a young man get to detox, and I phoned our detox service, and they said, well, if I bring him tomorrow, can he get in? He has to show at 9 o'clock in the morning at night. Tell somebody who's using drugs that they have to get up really early to get 20 kilometers outside of town and show up there at 9 o'clock in the morning. But then she said, but you won't get in tomorrow because we're full. You have to come the day after. And I said, will he get in the day after? And she said, no, but after the 3rd day, we really, really try hard to get you in. These are really insurmountable barriers for a lot of people. When I told the young man what we had to do and what was going to happen, he said, forget this, except the F he used was not forget. he wasn't about to do that. And then when people finish their detox, there is no recovery placement for them or not an immediate treatment approach. So you have these gaps where the overdose risk again is enormous. So this is for voluntary treatment. Now, where in our strained healthcare system is that capacity for involuntary treatment coming from? In Alberta, we have seen a push to privatization of healthcare in the form of recovery programs. Treatment facilities that are government funded but privately operated. And all of you are probably familiar with health outcomes, right? Anything we do in healthcare, we want to see health outcomes. Or forget health outcomes on inpatient treatment. You don't know who's going in, what are they going in for, how long they stay, how many drop out, and what happens to people after they complete it. There are no stats. There are no stats collected, no stats provided, no stats shared, which to me is outrageous that we would be investing healthcare dollars into a private system and we don't know if they're keeping our loved ones alive. The stats seem to tell us otherwise. So my fear is that moving to involuntary care will further exacerbate kind of the private delivery system. And then it is fundamentally unethical and probably not in line with our Constitution. We do have provision already with the Mental Health Act, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with, that if somebody is of an imminent risk to themselves or others, a person can be receiving treatment under the Mental Health Act. So we already have that provision. And whatever goes beyond that is something that is going to do more harm than good. What I would like us to do, I would like us to redefine recovery. And I have 3 examples here for you. The beautiful family picture is my friend Guy Felicella. Google his name, Guy Felicella. He's done TEDx talks. He's a motivational speaker. He's an amazing person. Like he's this bulky guy with his tattoos, you know. I'd walk down any back alley with Guy next to me. He's the nicest person. He lived on the streets of the downtown East Side. He overdosed several times. Last time at Inside, when he woke up, the nurse was sitting next to him crying, and she said, "Guy, I thought we wouldn't bring you back. I thought we wouldn't bring you back." And he decided to make a change. He went onto methadone at first, then into a 12-step program, went the abstinence-based route, and he's living abstinence. He even quit coffee, and he said it was the hardest drug for him to quit. But he has even done that. In the middle, the young woman, Ophelia, is the last person in Alberta left on what we call safe supplies, safe regulated alternatives to street drugs. She lives in Calgary, and she's on safe supply because of a court injunction. She tried every form of treatment and never worked for her. Suboxone didn't work, methadone didn't work. Now she's on a stable dose of hydromorphone or Dilaudid. It's often, she's lowered her dose. She calls a service where you can get supported while you're using. It's an overdose prevention hotline, the National Overdose Prevention Hotline she calls while she uses. She's had no overdoses, she's had no infection. This young woman was on the streets of Calgary. She was doing whatever she had to do to find the money for her use, and now she's living at home with her mom, and asked her what her hobbies are. She's now started to apply for jobs, and her hobbies are cross-stitch, reading romance novel, and spending time with her cat and with her boyfriend. But a radical change in life. On the right-hand side, you have Garth Mullins. He's a podcaster, Crackdown podcast, I highly recommend. He's also writing a book that is coming up. Congrats on wanting to write a book. So Garth Mullins, he's been on methadone for over 20 years. If you would talk to him, you just meet a really, really smart man who fires on all cylinders. He's a PhD student. He's an advocate. He's outspoken. But if he doesn't have his medication every day, that would be bad for him. So let's redefine recovery. Recovery does not mean clean. Recovery means finding your wellness in whatever way it works for you. So, yeah, to summarize, or the last point on changing the narratives, the regulated alternatives, safe supply. It is controversial. There is a lot of misinformation around it. You probably have heard in the news that safe supply is flooding the street. Now, I'm not very good at math, but these numbers make sense to me. In BC, 2 years ago, about 88,000 patients received a prescription for an opioid as a pain medication of sorts. That could be somebody who's on it because of cancer treatment. That could be somebody who is on it because they had hip replacement or whatever. But only 4,200 received medication as a regulated alternative to street drugs. So just from these numbers, if there's always been diversion of substances. There's always been diversion, and diversion is a concern that needs to be addressed. But if we address the concern by taking away what keeps people like Ophelia alive, that is not the way to go about it. And in terms of diversion, if my child was using, I'd rather have them use a diverted medicine than a street drug. Because in a medicine, in a Dilaudid, for example, we know the strength is on the package, we know who made it, where it came from, and it allows the person to dose. When they buy from the street, they don't know what is in it or what the dosage would be. So it's a public health information and intervention, and it protects people from unregulated drugs. And it has demonstrated positive health outcome, as shown here in the words of people. This is from a study from London, Ontario, information shared by Health Canada. Life is so much better. Got my life back. I can devote time hunting for and keeping a job, make appointments. A harm reduction worker at Edmonton, I know that told me that a woman who was in their program, and she went on safe supply, and she said, "What do you normies do with your time? Since I don't have to hustle all the time, I don't know what to do with my time." And this friend said, "Well, you could help us, could volunteer, you could go to school, you could reconnect with your kids. These are all things people can do if you take away the hustle, and it keeps communities safer." Another study from Ontario has shown, from London, Ontario, that people involved in safe supply program reduced their involvement in petty crime by about 50%. Keeps our bicycles safer. What I want to also talk about is Mom Stop the Harm, the organization I co-founded. It's a peer support and advocacy group. We started out doing advocacy, but we quickly realized that if we're not well, we can't do advocacy. So we started support groups for people, initially just people who lost loved ones, but now also families who have loved ones with lived and living experience. And we advocate to end substance use related stigma, harms, and death. I'd like to reword that to we advocate to end substance use policy related stigma, harms, and death. Because I often say the drugs are innocent. It's the policies that cause the harm. So what we do is we provide peer support, and we do welcome new families. I have some pamphlets that I will share later. So peer support and advocacy is what we do. The biggest event for us is International Overdose Awareness Day. In Edmonton, we have 500 people come out to our event, most of whom have been personally affected by a loss. For our advocacy, we advocate for access to regulated substances, what we call safe supply. The decriminalization of people use drugs, because nothing stigmatizes like a criminal record. Harm reduction, to give us hope for the future and give people connection to the health system rather than being stigmatized by it. And rapid access to evidence-based treatment. what treatment needs to look like. It has to be voluntary, it has to be evidence-based, it has to be available to people when they need it, it has to be attractive to them, and people will seek treatment, I will guarantee you. We have to work on upstream prevention, which is huge. You've heard Dr. Horn describe the situation in Indigenous community. We've heard it from about Métis communities in Manitoba. You know, a lot of these conditions create a climate where people use substances to cope with a life that otherwise does not seem bearable. So if we want people to stop using, we have to give them something to hope for and something to live for. And we have to meaningfully include people personally affected, people who use drugs, or patients in the wider sense, and families in all decisions. I said about our Holding Hope and Healing Heart groups. We have in-person groups in several Canadian cities. We are fortunate to have funding from the federal government and the BC government for BC. We also have online groups. If you go to Healing Heart or Canada or Holding Hope Canada, you can find a virtual group. Well, virtual group cover everywhere, but there might be a local group as well. So my question to you, will you help us, will you help me change the narrative by questioning some of these prevailing myths and lines that you hear? And I hope that I've been able to inspire you. If I didn't change your mind, maybe I just opened your heart a little so you can start thinking about the evidence that is out there in a different way and how we can support people and address this crisis. For me, this is deeply personal because Danny is on my mind every day. As you can maybe tell by my hair color, which I stopped coloring after Danny died. I thought, what's the point of coloring my hair? It won't bring my child back. So I applied for my CPP and to get access to the child rearing portion that you get when you took time off to stay home with kids. I had to give all 3 kids social insurance numbers. So I texted the other 2, got their social insurance numbers, and then I sat in front of my computer. I knew where I had to find Danny's. I have his old briefcase. He had an old-fashioned briefcase. It's in that briefcase. There is a last tax return we did. This is the estate of Daniel Schultz on the outside. And I knew I had to open it up and get that social insurance number. And my heart was pounding harder than it pounds now. My heart was pounding. I could feel it. I could feel my heart pound, and I'm normally blessed with low blood pressure. And I thought, wow, after 10 years, getting a social insurance number, it's really something that you live with. And what I do is just like Harjeet said, I try to inspire others, try to help others, try to help people to support their family member, make sure they get evidence-based care so other families don't have to go through what my family went through. For us, it seems we laugh less. And often in my kitchen, and I try to cut an onion and that knife slips and I cut myself. And I think about Danny, that my knives are no longer sharp. And it is a loss that is ongoing, but we have this hope. I'm hoping that sharing his story and sharing the work that Mom Stop the Harm does can inspire you. That we could do things differently. We had here our websites and social media. We are on Facebook, Instagram. We actually, as of this week, no longer on Twitter. I've joined Blue Sky, personally, which is kind of a Twitter alternative. But yeah, I don't like Elon Musk. And what he does and getting too much hate there, but you can find us on those, share the information, share it with families who might be affected. The stigma around substance use doesn't just affect people who use drugs, it also affects their families. So thank you so much, and I look forward to Esther's video, but I just briefly want to say about Esther's video is it's 3 years old and situation has changed. She is no longer active. She practices off reserve still for her community, but not in her community because of some of the changes in the political situation, the political landscape in Alberta. And the facility she mentions in the video, a 72-bed facility, there was a ceremonial groundbreaking 3.5 years ago. There's still no building, and the recovery community for the Blood Tribe has turned into a just a project to just a capital project, which means there is no funding to actually run it and no people to staff it. So we might get a building sometime, then we can fight between the federal and the provincial government who else might staff it, if at all. So keep that in mind, keep that in perspective when you listen. So the 72-bed facility she talks about was a point of hope 3 years ago. And is still only a ceremonious shovel in the ground. I work closely with Esther. I cannot speak for her, but I'm happy to answer questions that you might have about her situation from my perspective. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Petra, for raising awareness and summarizing a lot of important information in a very short time about issues that affect all of the communities that we serve. So thank you. About the video, we have lunch still scheduled. We're past lunch now for obvious reasons. So what we were thinking is that if it's okay with you, what we might do is take a few questions, like take a couple of questions for Petra now, and we can show the video at the end of the housing panel so that people may need to eat, and it's kind of getting a little bit late, and we want to make sure that the panel can start on time. So does that sound okay with you? Sound okay with everyone? Okay, so in that case, I open it up for questions. I'll just give it a second to see if there are any online or if anyone's getting up to the mic. I guess, Petra, my question to you is, in terms of, a lot has changed since the webinar that you did and today, right? And I love the way that you're describing changing the narrative, and it's one presentation at a time. I'm wondering, for Mom Stop the Harm and for you, who do we have to be talking to? Like, in our work, we're serving people who live with addictions, who live with substance use disorders, who live with other diseases. Who, for you, are you trying to communicate this narrative change to most specifically?
I mean, there are kind of two questions. Who you should be talking to? I get this question from journalists sometimes. How do you change the mind of a politician? And I said, not at all. It's almost impossible to change the mind of a politician. I have to change the minds of the people who vote for the politicians. If they see their electorate shifting, how they're thinking, then we see that policy shift. That's how we push forward with public education. And really, it is one person at a time. And that is part of why I'm so thankful to have an audience here. That is kind of a new audience. But if you are in healthcare, or if you work as a patient advocate, who should you be talking to? When we make drug policy, we first of all need to talk to people who use drugs. And we need to talk to their families. And that is throughout healthcare. If we don't talk to patients and people most affected, what we should be doing, we miss out on the obvious. And we miss out on finding solutions that are truly helpful. And you cannot make health policy or public policy by public opinion. If you did an opinion poll, if you do opinion polls, people say, oh yeah, involuntary care, we should do that. But most of the people who say we should do that have never read the research on it. Doesn't even know how it works and how ineffective it would be. So we have to educate, and it's hard for us. We don't have a big budget. So we use social media, we speak to media, we speak to groups big and small. That is kind of what we need to do, and how everybody needs to do it in health policy. Talk to your patients, educate the public.
We have another question, and then I think we'll go to lunch after the second one, if that's okay.
Just so you, in Saskatchewan, the government has jumped in with both feet into the recovery model, and which has resulted in a lot of impact to the addictions services in Saskatchewan, and also hiring out or putting some money into it, but also having other groups kind of bid for the jobs, so it's not government operated anymore. So for us in Saskatchewan, because we've all jumped into the recovery model, what do you think is our best effort? I know what you said about you can't convince a politician, but you know, for First Nations especially, like we have a separate system also, which gives me a little bit of hope. But how can we be more effective at educating people? We are part of organizations, so we do have some resource.
Yeah, I watched the situation in Saskatchewan closely. Like we were your immediate neighbor, and there are a lot of mirrored policies. I don't buy into the recovery-oriented system of care. It's not a binary. It's not harm reduction or recovery. We really need both, and it's a false binary. So that is kind of the message I've been really pushing forward. I used to more strongly advocate for harm reduction. Now I always push that we need both. So that is important. For Indigenous people, I mean, I can't tell Indigenous people what to do, but my hope for Indigenous people is that they use their autonomy, that they use their authority and say, hey, Alberta government, Saskatchewan government, what you are serving up on the platter isn't working for our people. This is what we want. This is what we're going to do. Then you have to push the feds to give you money, which is the other problem. But really, you have the opportunity as Indigenous nation to do your own policy, you know, not to follow the leader if they're going in the right direction. And especially in Alberta, there is also the transgender policies, you know, where I hope that some Indigenous health providers will continue to provide the health that trans youth will need when it's no longer available in the rest of Alberta. So that is kind of my hope, you know, like be the power, do it differently.
Thank you so much. Do you think we have time for one more? Or?
I have just a quick, well, I don't know if it's quick or not, but is there anything online? There is? Okay, let's take the online one. And mine is just, and maybe it can be a piece of conversation, the opportunity to educate systematically media themselves, because yeah, those headlines are not helping.
So from online, do you have any suggestions on how to reach people who may be suffering? Working with your organization is one obvious good option, but how to reach those not easily reached?
Yeah, a lot of it is related to reducing our most effective way. It's not easy and not short term, but we have to remove stigma from substance use. You know, just like cancer care is stigmatized in some communities. Substance use is stigmatized throughout community, especially in immigrant communities. So we have to remove the stigma, and the more people who use substances can openly talk about it, like my friend Guy Felicella and Garth Mullins and such, and remove the barrier for families. If you have a loved one who's struggling, what I always recommend is speak to people in kind of a factual way, without stigma, without shame and blame, and walk with your loved one in a loving, supportive way. That's an entirely different talk, but you know, to support people in a loving way, don't push your loved one away. Tough love is also one of those approaches that has no evidence behind it. Loving support with healthy boundaries is what I would say families and communities can provide to keep people close. So when they're ready to get help, you don't have to rebuild a relationship. And inform yourself. when your loved one is ready to say, I need help, you say, okay, I've just got the number that we need to call. So you have that information.
And maybe just quickly as well, just if you're aware of any other initiatives that you've seen in Canada or globally that you think could either be expanded or replicated to help combat this crisis?
There are initiatives, for example, in Switzerland, they have a heroin on prescription program. They give safe supply. There are trends in other countries, like Colombia, for example, to regulate substances. What we advocate for is regulation with a capital R. Regulation means not free availability at every corner store or grocery store, which means having substances in a way that adults can make adult decisions in the way that communities stay safe. And there are countries like Colombia who are looking for that how we've done with, in some way with cannabis and such. So there are hopeful models, like in Switzerland, there is decriminalization in Portugal. Those are models that we could replicate. But at the moment in Canada, it feels like we have made strides forward, and right now things are going backwards. So we're kind of working on stemming the tide. Losing these evidence-based solutions that work is my greatest fear at the moment. And that is in large part involves, speaking to the public and educating them and the media to eventually get the ear of politicians if their vote depends on it. That's what I'm hoping for. Yeah.
Thank you so very much again for joining us live this year, and for your advocacy, and for reminding us to check in with our communities that we serve, and making a very challenging issue to our healthcare systems so manageable to understand. So thank you for your work. With that, lunch is served by Tula and her amazing gang, but if you can please be back here just before 1:30 still, then we can make sure that we're good to go with our next panel. You can eat in here, so please take your time, but we do need to get back here. So thank you, everyone.
In Toronto, our market approach to housing builds us a lot of increasingly useless under 500 square foot apartments, totally inadequate supportive or deeply affordable housing, overflowing shelter systems. So I just wanted to reflect on that as a person who lives in downtown Toronto, who's been working in healthcare reform for a long time, who lives with the moral injustice every day to see the growing number of people living on the streets. This is a really important topic. And let's remember that 80% of our health comes from outside of healthcare. So how are we working in order to make housing an integral part of how we are working within healthcare? Because we are not going to achieve health outcomes without housing. So I'm really excited and honored to introduce our four panelists. One will be joining virtually and one is en route. So Marie, and I apologize in advance for anybody's name who I poorly pronounce, but Marie McGregor Pitawanakwat. Marie McGregor Pitawanakwat is an Anishinaabe from Wiki, unceded territory on Manitoulin Island. I gave the short version of it, sorry, in northeastern Ontario. And she serves as the chair to the National Indigenous Women's Housing Network, and she's the co-chair to the Women's National Housing and Homelessness Network. Juha Kahila will be joining us online. He is the head of international affairs at the Y Foundation, the largest Finnish non-governmental organization dedicated to providing housing for homeless individuals and social housing, boasting a housing stock of over 19,000 apartments in the small country of Finland. Juha plays a pivotal role in coordinating the Nordic Homelessness Alliance and facilitating a working group with the Housing First Europe Hub. You're going to hear a lot about their experiences implementing Housing First as a policy. Dr. Andrew Buzari will be joining us. He's a primary care physician, policy practitioner, researcher, and founding executive director of the Gattuso Center for Social Medicine at the University Health Network. He completed his medical training at the University of Toronto, health policy training at Princeton, and Harvard.
He works at the intersection of health policy, social justice, and equitable healthcare delivery, aiming to improve health outcomes for marginalized populations. And he's done a lot of work as it relates to actually building housing into healthcare, quite literally. And then we will, last but definitely not least, is Asana Yendu. Not bad. Frank Horn, who is the Director of Indigenous Partnerships at Summers & Co. and principal of his own consulting business, Indigenous Solutions. For over 20 years, he's worked with Indigenous communities across Ontario and understands firsthand the economic gap that cuts across all sectors. Building upon this experience in Indigenous housing and Indigenous broadband, he now works with trusted partners on innovative yet proven concepts to positively impact Indigenous communities and drive their own economic futures forward. So it's with great pleasure that I ask Marie to share her wisdom with all of you.
Ani bojo wachie. Mani McGregor Pitvankut Dejnakas, Doganing Donjaba, Dogan Kwendao. Greetings, my name is Marie McGregor Pitawanakwut. I'm from Doganing, in English it's South Bay, the south end of Weequampong unceded territory on Manitoulin Island, northeastern Ontario. I'm a Dogon Kwe, which means I'm a South Bay woman. And I'm pleased to be able to make it today to talk to you about housing and homelessness. In particular, I want to tell bits of my own story. So it's called Indigenous Women's Housing and Homelessness. And towards the end of it, I have a little recipe, 5 strategies for healing that have to do directly with housing. So the next part of it has to do with Indigenous women. Once upon a time, depending on the nations, were able to build their own homes, maintain those homes, and in some instances move those homes. So the next image you'll see is of Anishinaabe women putting together a wigwam. That's the name we give to our homes, is wigwam. And then in the Plains cultures, there are Indigenous women who are able to erect teepees. And so they'll use the horse with a harness attached to it, a travois, and they're responsible for putting those up, for taking care of them, and when need came, to move them as well. I also want to talk about our relationship with the cosmos, because it drives everything. It's embedded everywhere. It is who we are, and it is what makes us, and it still now contains us and carries us forward. So one of the images is of Mother Earth herself. And Mother Earth is a living, breathing organism that we regard as an entity who provides for us. And we rely on that relationship with Mother Earth. We also rely on the relationships with the animals, the trees, the birds, the fish, the beings underground, and also those that are unseen in the cosmos above us. Those are the spirit beings. And so we have this relationship. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Oops. So, thank you. I'm sorry about that. So here is the image of Anishinaabe women building the wigwam. And this talks about agency, self-reliance, and exercising responsibility. The next one is of the women assembling the teepee. And now we come to our relationship with Mother Earth, the sky, the trees, the grasses, and the earth. And one thing I do want to say is that our building materials come from Mother Earth, and I'll explain this in more detail shortly. Anishinaabe is the name that we give to all of Turtle Island. Mampi Anishinaabe Kinegego Endayang. All of Anishinaabe is our home. In other words, all of Turtle Island is our home. Shkakamekwe is the name we give in Anishinaabemwen to Mother Earth. Kjemne do gimina go me ake nebe shkode minwa nodin. So the Great Spirit gave to us the land, the water, the fire, and the air, or the wind. Kwewok is the name of this one. Kichaje gona kwewok wigwaman ge oje gewok. A long, long time ago, it was women who built homes. Not entirely. There are societies where it was men's responsibility to build homes, and in some societies it was shared. But I do want to bring up the idea that there were societies where women held that responsibility and that role. The animals, too, are our relatives. We look to them for protection, guidance, sustenance, and communication. They tell us a lot of things, and they teach us. And I mentioned the interweaving of all of these things. We are interconnected. Since time immemorial, we've been here on Great Turtle Island. And some of the academics say that our presence here is 35,000 to 50,000 years BP, before present. Some scholars are now saying it's 130,000 years before today that our ancestors have been here. One of the other things that figures in the whole story of colonialism was this doctrine of discovery. So when the explorers came to these shores in, what's the first reference, 1492? And then later ones, 1534, and on and on and on. Our teachings say that Indigenous peoples were placed on Great Turtle Island. And we did not migrate across the Bering Strait, if you read some of the archaeological and anthropological theories. We were placed here. We didn't cross over from anywhere. And so the explorers came here with the idea that they discovered this place. The stories, our creation knowledge of many of our nations talk about how we came to be here. And that doctrine of discovery has been debunked time and time again. And yet it has never been acted on. The other concept that's been disproven is the terra nullius, the idea that there was nothing here. Terra nullius, or empty land. There were, in pre-contact times, hundreds of indigenous nations. The most reliable estimate I came across was 126 million people that lived here in pre-contact times. But I'm imagining that that number is much bigger, but I don't have evidence for that. So I want to jump ahead to 2009. This is an image of the original family home that I grew up in. And looking at it with Euro-Canadian Western eyes, you'll see that it's not very pretty. But looking at it from a Anishinaabe lens, that house was put together by my father and his relatives and his neighbors with his own hands, without Indian Affairs money. So that spoke to his agency, his independence, and his self-reliance. And that, to the right of it, is the shot of an interior when I started renovating. One of the things that I want to add to the story is that I have my own lived experience of homelessness. And I was saying to a group earlier, never, ever, ever in a million years had I ever imagined that I would ever be homeless. Because I grew up at Whitefish River, and we always knew that that was our home. It is my home now, it will always be my home. But I was forced out of there through domestic violence, not by a spouse, but by a former youngest male sibling. And when these things happened, I sought counseling at the university where I was working. And the counselor walked me through the continuum of violence that was going to take place if I didn't do anything about that situation. First was the abusive language, then came the physical assaults, and then the destruction of property. And it would escalate to physical abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, and if it continued, then there would be femicide. So I managed to escape before the femicide. The financial abuse happened, so did the psychological abuse and the physical abuse. And then when you go to, and those that work with women in women's shelters and feminine oriented treatment centers, clinics, and so on and so forth, one of the things that happens is this invisibility. So I'd started to protest and complain and resist the things that were happening. Everything from administrations to courts to lawyers to judges, blah, blah, blah. And they'd say things like, it didn't happen. You're imagining it. We don't believe you. And then one time when I went to the office and I spoke to the staff in a very clear and firm voice, they said, you were screaming at the staff. So what this all says is that it's easy for an Indigenous woman to be invalidated by the judicial system, by the law enforcement system, by bureaucracies, and then finally by the band council itself, where I grew up. And then finally, in 2015, I was evicted from that home. So that image of the woman with the umbrella is sort of depicting how I felt at the time. And then, because I'm one of those that speaks up, I decided to protest. So one day I went to there's a place in front of the community center that's kind of an open space, and the highway goes right by it. So I made this great big sign. I erected a tripod and I attached this skirt that my cousin gave me. And I explained to people that came by what had happened. And I spent several weeks in an emergency shelter. And here's one of the other things that you want to remember is the shelter system sometimes is not very kind to Indigenous women. Because when I was in there, one of the staff came to me and said, oh, by the way, did you know that we have smudging materials here? And there's a shell that you can use. And by the way, it's right up there in that cabinet behind lock and key. You can ask for that anytime. I said, okay. But I thought about that after, and I thought to myself, why on God's green earth do I have to ask to use my own medicines? So I never did ask, and to me that was a procedural error on their part. Spent a few weeks in there, and then finally I went looking for a new home. And here's where you start thinking about, well, what does home mean? What do you do about it? Where do you start? So in my search, I wanted things like fresh water, firewood, safety, security, privacy, road access to the highway. And that image that you see in front of you is what it looks like where I ended up. And I found it at an abandoned lumber mill on the res. There was no one there, no one was doing anything with it, there was no activity. And I decided that's where I would start my home. One of the first things that you do, or at least I think that we do, is we ask permission of the land to be there. You take your tobacco and you make your offerings. You say those prayers. You ask permission. Is it okay if I live here? And then maybe it says okay. I like to think it said okay. And then you start to clear. So I did things like cut brush and haul away old metals and clean and rake and, start to make it presentable. And again, for those that are struggling with this, the struggle is so overwhelming sometimes you think, where do you even begin? So you begin at the beginning. And with me, it started with a tent. And then finally, I was able to find an 8x10 building. And I converted that into a sleeping bunkie. So now I had a place to sleep you could lock the door. And it had half a window. And then an 8x14, a garage. I took off the garage door and put on a people door and attached it to the 8x10. Now it was a 2-room tiny home. Woohoo! With insulation and a firewood. Wow! And then in 2016, I took carpentry. And with those skills, I learned to add on an 8x8 using salvage materials as well as new materials. So now I had a 3-room tiny home, an Anishinaabe tiny home. So there's an image of it there. So I lived there for 3 winters. And what I realized about it was safe, cozy, warm, private. It had access to water and firewood and road access to the highway. And for those living in rural areas, these things are so important. They're so important. Then finally, the council found out about it and they evicted me in November 2018. Now, here's something that I want to refer to when I'm talking about some band councils. Not all of them, just there's a few that are misguided. Even they can be colonial. So they're authorized by the federal government and they're governed by the Indian Act, which is federal legislation created in 1876 to govern, manage, and rule over Indian people, okay? So here's 5 things that happen. Indians are captured, they're contained, they're corralled, they're counted, and they're controlled. So when you start thinking about the symptoms of things that can go wrong, those 5 C's are some of the things that guide or that influence what happens. And then finally, back to the historical picture now. When the explorers came and then settlers came, et cetera, I'm glossing over 300 and 400 years of history now. What happened is that Indigenous peoples were now regarded as human. Before that, they weren't. So if we're now human, then we have souls. So then we must be Christianized. So this is where the indoctrination starts, with religious education, with school education, in English or French, depending on what part of the country you're in, and it's ABC's education. So what happens, you get indoctrinated, you get educated, and then you get isolated. Sometimes by your own community, more often by the outside community, even though you have this education. The other thing that happened as a result of a lot of this was the changes. So Indigenous languages were outlawed, Indigenous customs and life ways were prohibited, and Indigenous religions were swept under the rug. And then back to our societies the way they used to be. Our own societies had our own economic systems, political systems, social systems, and environmentally responsible practices. So after the indoctrination and education and socialization, many of these things disappeared, or at least they shrunk down to their former size. They're now minuscule, if at all. And so I need to jump forward to today. What we have is we are dispossessed from our lands. And all of these things I started to pick at and ask questions about and do research on. And here are a couple of numbers that you want to take home with you. Canada now consists of 9,985,000 square kilometers of land from coast to coast to coast. It is the second largest landmass in the world. The only one bigger is Russia. How much land is Indian Reserve land? How about this for a number? 1/3 of 1% of all of that land. That's how much we were corralled into, okay? So when you have those people corralled into smaller and smaller places, it's space where diseases can be introduced, and the people had little to no immunity to those new diseases, so things like smallpox, tuberculosis, etc., etc. And then you have the Indian residential school system and the Indian day school system, and the results of those, in many cases, not for everybody, but for some, was a near anomie. So you'll hear about the social conditions on the res and, you know, the statistics. Just a couple of days ago, for example, in Wiki, we were caught in traffic jam that lasted from 7:30 until midnight, because one person died in a motorcycle accident. And in a community of only 3,000 people, even one person passing away is big, because that community is interconnected. It's like a bowl of spaghetti. Everybody's related to everybody else, all those strings, okay? So once that person passed away, then it affects the whole community. So then fast forward again, you have the 60s scoop, where many of our children were removed from their families, their clans and their communities. They were sent out for foster care and even adopted out. Some of them never came home. Many of them do now try to find their way back, and they're searching for their belongingness to their families, their clans, their communities, their cultures, their languages, their histories. And we have the child welfare system. And most recently, what was the announcement? $45 billion for the child welfare system was turned down by the chiefs in Canada. And then I'm forgetting the numbers now, but recently the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report came out. And one of the things about reconciliation is it has to begin with truth. You want to do the learning about human rights, about Indigenous history, about gender-based violence, about current realities, changes, and new directions. And then from there you can get to reconciliation. But to me, reconciliation is not the best word. It suggests that parties in a conflict agree on things they're not in 100% agreement with. The better word to me is restitution. Restore as much as possible to what was there before the wrong was done. So you have now the revelation of unmarked graves of children, 215 in Kamloops, the Truth and Reconciliation final report, the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls final report, and then, because of the work I'm involved in, the National Indigenous Women's Housing Network Human Rights Claim in June of 2022. I want to squeeze in 5 things, strategies for healing. Here's where we talk about housing. I've been listening to discussions about real estate in Canada. Cost $1 million to buy a house somewhere in the city here, maybe more now. But why not have mini lots? What about 576 square feet of a mini lot? And on that mini lot, why not have a tiny home? A 16 by 16, 256 square feet. What if the real estate industry were able to wrap their minds around that and create those? What if the legal system were able to wrap their minds around that and create those? Can you imagine people being able to build their own tiny homes? Wow. Another one, I've heard about people living in their vehicles. And what this has to do with is accepting people in their current reality. Because I see as a society how we want to change people into the picture of what it should be, not where they're at right now. So there's people living in their vehicles. Why not accept that reality? Gather them together in a parking lot, put a great big sprung structure over the top, and then add places for bathrooms and laundry, kitchen, place for storage and post office, a place to gather where you can sit together and have a meal. Accept that they are living in those vehicles. Some of them may not want to spend the rest of their lives living in vehicles, and it was misfortune that got them there. Another one, shopping cart shelters. These are lightweight, insulated, the ends fold down. There's a panel underneath that detaches for roof purposes. It slides forward, it has brakes. And I've seen people out there with shopping carts. And again, as a society, we want to change them into something else. And we're not accepting them where they're at. And maybe they'd like a place they can close up at night and lock the door and feel safe and sleep somewhere. Not that they're going to be there forever and ever, but that's accepting them where they are now. And then tent communities, tent villages. And I say these words deliberately because I really, really, really do not like the word encampment. I hate that word. Why? Because when you think of the word encampment, it suggests camp. It suggests mom and dad and 2.5 kids in an SUV with camping equipment going off to the provincial park for 3 days on a weekend, setting up their tents, having a good time, and then packing it all up and going back to the city again at the end of the weekend. That's encampments. The people that are living in the tents, they're exercising agency, they're doing the very best they can right now with what they have. They're exercising independence and self-reliance. So why not accept them where they're at? The tents, tent communities. How about a place where they can do laundry and have a bath? How about a kitchen and a place to have a meal together? How about a place for storage and post office services? How about a welcoming center at the entrance? So this is a possibility for tent villages. And again, we're accepting them right where they're at right now. We're not looking at something that's damaged or injured. They already have agency by doing their best to take care of themselves. And in some Indigenous tent villages, how about a sacred fire? Wouldn't that be cool? Okay, and then the last one, and then I'll stop. Capsule mini rooms. And where this came from was, you ever hear of those capsule hotels in Japan? Little wee tiny spaces you can climb into at night. Close the door. It's just big enough to sleep and take your book and your glasses with you and turn on the lamp. Wake up next day, come out of there, and then you're on your way again. Well, why not the same kind of idea for people who don't have homes? Capsule mini rooms. So in this example, there's 4 of them, but there could be many others attached to this central hub. So your community kitchen, your laundry and bathrooms, your community seating where they can gather and, have coffee or tea or whatever. And then again, storage lockers and post office boxes. So there's a kind of community there that links them together. So this is just one more little idea. And then I'm going to stop because I realize that we're time limited. Misa'eo means that's it, that's the end. And the artwork that you've seen, the paintings, those are done by Mark Seabrook. He's an Anishinaabe from Sagamuk, Anishinaabe, on the north shore of Lake Huron near Massey. And I want to thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate your listening. And I hope that this helps those that are out there struggling. Miigwech.
At this point, through the magic of technology, I think we will bring our virtual presenter, Yuha Kahila, hopefully, fingers crossed,
Let's see.
on to the screens. And I believe Dr. Bazari has arrived. Come on down and join us at the front whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear.
Oh, that's great.
We can hear, but we still need to see. So hold on. Oh, there we
Yes.
go. We can see
Great.
slides. Wonderful.
That's great. So my name is Juha Kahila, and I work at the Y Foundation in Helsinki, Finland, but at the moment I'm in Dublin, Ireland, in a hotel room. So here is the big Housing First conference happening today and tomorrow, and I'm speaking tomorrow, but it's always an efficient use of time when you can do online presentations while traveling as well. And then, of course, great presentation, the first one, hard act to follow for sure, but I'm going to take you to a short tour regarding how we are trying to end homelessness in Finland and how Housing First is playing a pivotal role in that journey. Yes, I think I can put the slides myself. So next slide, please. Yes, so this is a picture from the city of Helsinki, the capital of Finland. And then nowadays we have in Helsinki around 600,000 inhabitants, and then it's from 1980s. And back in the 1980s, we had around 20,000 homeless people in Finland. And then, as in Canada, in Finland as well, the winters are quite harsh, and then many people were dying on the streets. And that's why 1980 is an important decade. And then it was the decade when we started actually doing statistics around homelessness, that we have some kind of idea how many people actually are experiencing homelessness. Because we have thought that, maybe 10,000, 15,000, but the reality was that there was over 20,000 homeless people in the 1980s. And 1984 was actually the year that the UN General Assembly discussed homelessness for the first time. And it was because of the Finnish delegation brought the idea there that this is something that should be discussed. And of course, then 1985, the Y Foundation was founded as well. So that's a good thing as well. Next one, please. So we have been founded in 1985. And the main thing we are doing is that we build affordable housing for people in need. That also means homeless people, those who are on the edge of becoming homeless, But then again, also low-income people, single parents, prison leavers, and so on, people who actually need affordable housing. And when I'm talking about affordable housing, I'm not talking about market priced housing, but actually affordable housing, which usually means that the housing is 30 to 40% cheaper compared to the market prices. And of course, the housing prices overall in Finland are totally different compared to Canada. That's something that I have learned that in Canada, in the big cities, Ottawa, Toronto, Vancouver, the housing prices are insane to my ears. But I think the main thing here is that the 5 biggest cities had a responsibility of founding the Y Foundation because they want to have this non-profit organization with no political strings attached and so on to build and buy affordable housing for people in need, especially homeless people back in the 1980s. Next one, please. So this is the situation at the moment. So we have around 19,006 apartments around Finland, and the number is growing every year. And we have 2 different kind of housing streams. So Y homes are rental flats for people with special needs, homeless people, those are who are on the edge of becoming homeless. And those apartments we buy from the private market, and then we rent them for people in need. And then we have the M2 homes, which is rental flats based on ARA conditions, and ARA is the Finnish Housing Development and Funding Center. So it's a government organization, and then they subsidized those homes. So those are for anyone who needs affordable housing regarding their situation. And I think the main message here is that in Finland, the affordable housing is always targeted for people in need. It's a totally different in some other countries in Europe, for example. Next one, please. But what makes Y Foundation quite unique is that we do many other things beside building. Of course, that's the main thing we are doing, offering homes for people, but we do some other things as well. So for example, we do a lot of advocacy work in Finland and internationally as well. So we try to make sure that the agenda of affordable housing first, homelessness stays on the agenda of the decision makers, policy makers, governments, and so on, not only in Finland, but globally as well, which is quite unique. And then we have a research team of our own. So we have 4 full-time researchers doing all kind of research around homelessness, housing first, affordable housing, but then again also things like carbon neutrality, green transitioning, and so on. And once again, not only in Finland, but globally together with our networks. And then we also coordinate the Finnish Housing First Development Network, which is a network that brings together all the key stakeholders around homelessness. And that means government organizations, government decision makers, local authorities, cities, service providers, landlords, health sector, justice department, people with lived experience, the current homeless people, and so on. And then it's a really important network that develop the work all the time and see where we are going and what should be done next. Next one, please. So this is social affordable housing in Finland. So at the moment, around 13% of total housing stock is affordable housing, around 400,000 apartments. And in new living areas in the big cities, there should be always 25% of affordable housing. So that's one of the things that I'm really proud of, that we don't build affordable housing only on the outskirts of the cities, but we build it everywhere in the cities, which is really important when we try to fight against things like segregation and so on. And then last year there was almost 9,000 new affordable homes in Finland, and then Y Foundation built around 600 of them, and then the other NGOs built the rest. And how we finance this is that, for example, at the Y Foundation, when we start building, we always have to take a loan from the bank, but the state guarantees the loans for 40 years, and they also guarantee the interest rates, which makes it possible to actually build affordable housing. And then the other part is that we always build on public land, and in Finland, almost all of the cities, they own approximately 70% of the land by themselves, and they don't sell the land, they always lease it, which is a good thing, and the lease price for us is lower compared to the market players. So with these elements, we are able to keep the rent levels affordable for people. And of course, social housing is a necessary social infrastructure, and it's the best way to prevent homelessness happening altogether. Next one, please. And this is one of our buildings which I want to showcase, because sometimes when we talk about affordable housing, especially in Europe, we are talking about gray boxes, but there's so much more you can do with affordable housing. So this is a house we built together with the Elmu Foundation, which is a living music foundation, and there is 74 apartments, and out of those apartments, 25 are reserved for low-income rock musicians and people in the music industry, because not everyone makes it big in Japan, so we also need to provide affordable housing for those people as well. And then I think it's a great that in that building there's training facilities for the musicians, rehearsal spaces, and so on. And of course, because we are in Finland, there's a sauna, common sauna in the building, and then a restaurant as well. Next one, please. And as this is the stark reality regarding homelessness in Europe. So Finland is the only EU country with a long-term reduction in homelessness. There are some good developments in some other countries as well, in Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, for example. So basically the Nordic countries. But of course, in the future, I would like to see this map full of green spots, but I'm afraid it will take some time. And I think at the Europe, we are basically battling with the same issue as you in Canada, that there is no affordable housing at the moment in the big cities especially, and that is creating a huge problem. Next one, please. So this is the statistics we have been doing since 1987, and as you can see, the numbers have been going down for a while. So 12 years in a row, we have been able to reduce the number of homeless people in Finland. And then I'm really proud of the city of Helsinki, for example, because they have more or less ended street homelessness. So if you ever come to Helsinki, I know that Andrew has been in Helsinki, and then if you come, you won't see people living in tents. You won't see people sleeping in sleeping bags or anything like that. So that's something that we are really proud. And then around 70% of the current homeless people, they are actually staying with the friends and relatives. Next one, please. So this is the current latest situation. So 3,429 homeless people. Of course, it's not a 100% accurate number because we do point-in-time calculation once a year, and then but it gives us the trend where we are going at any given time, so to speak, and then we know what should be done in the future. And then long-term homeless in Finland means that you have been homeless over a year, or then many times during a 3-year period, and then short-term homeless is anything under 1 year. Next one, please. And I think one of the cornerstones behind Finland's success has been that we've had governments that has really taken ending homelessness and housing first under their wings. And then there has been a political agreement with all the different political parties that this is something that we should be doing. It's a human right for people to have a home, and it's something that's just right. And I think there is some heritage from the history regarding that after the Second World War, we lost a lot of land to Russia, and we needed to house 400,000 people quite quickly when they were left wrong side of the border. And I think some of that heritage is still carrying us, that we think that everyone deserves a home of their own, and of course, I'm really happy about that. But political will has been there, and it is still. I think there has been some cracks since we have the newest government, which was elected 18 months ago, and they have made some changes. But I think the big picture remains the same, that everyone deserves a home of their own, and the politicians will need to do everything in their power to make that happen. Next one, please. So this is what we did when we started 2008 with the Housing First, for example. So before 2008, we were using a lot of resources, a lot of money into emergency responses. So we built a lot of new shelters, a lot of temporary accommodation. And those actually don't end homelessness, they only manage it. And then you can build as many shelters as you wish, but I can guarantee that they will be always full no matter what. So that doesn't end homelessness in any ways for anyone. It only burns your money. So what we did is that we try to move to a different kind of system where we actually put more resources on the prevention side of the work so that there wouldn't be a flow of people entering into homelessness. And then again, more effort to put more resources on the housing and support. And that has really worked. And I think this is something that many countries in Europe at the moment are trying to figure out how to do this. Because of course we know that it's a tight situation regarding finances at the moment. But then again, what I always try to say is that think about if you actually need to build a new shelter, or could you use that money to actually prevent the people who would use that shelter to entering into homelessness in the first place. Next one, please. So this is the Finnish Housing First. And then unlike in many countries where Housing First is designed for a certain group of people, for example, veterans or young people or families, in Finland, it's all the people facing homelessness or the ones who are on the risk of homelessness. Because in our experience, if you are homeless 1 week, or if you have been homeless 10 years, the basic need is the same. You need home, no matter what. And then, of course, the support needs are totally different, but the home is the foundation, the safe place where everything starts. And we have different permanent housing options for people. So I will show you some pictures later on, but we have different models and different solutions because we strongly feel that one size does not fit for all when it comes to housing neither. Support services has to be tailor-made as long as needed. And then the third one is the affordable housing. Because what bothers me sometimes when we are discussing the housing first, that we are always discussing about the support services and how we could make them better, even though the problem is that we don't even have the housing to do the housing first. So I think we need to put more focus on the housing side as well. And then the prevention side is really important because there are many good housing first programs around Europe, for example, housing many hundreds, sometimes many thousands of people, but at the same time, there are many more people entering into homelessness. And you really can't see the change in the statistics, which is quite important regarding that we need to also make sure that the governments and the decision makers believes that this actually works. And then after people get the home and the support they need, usually they need some kind of some things to do as well at some point. That's what we have learned in Finland. So in many cases, we offer these low threshold work activities, which I explain a little bit later, but it has proven to be a really good way to do the harm reduction work, for example. So people, they drink less, they use drug less because they have something to do during their days. And then one of the tenants once told me that, Juha, in the morning, I used to have only one choice, start drinking, but now I have two choices, start drinking or actually go to work to do something meaningful. And it's easier to put the bottle back to fridge and go to do something meaningful. So there are many benefits in the work activities as well. And then the number 6, the normality. So it's all based on this word normality. People are living in normal apartments. They sign normal rental agreement as anyone else, as me, for example. They use the same health and social services as anyone else. They live in the same neighborhoods as rest of the people. So it's all about the normality aspect. Next one, please. And now we come to the housing and housing first part. And then today the message from Finland and inside the Finland is that it's necessary to develop different kind of housing options for different kind of needs. And then I think it's always important to ask people what they actually want. Because like I said previously, one size does not fit for all. So we have 3 different kind of housing models in Finland. We have scattered housing, congregate housing, and then we have this kind of new hybrid solutions or innovations, some might say, but I would say hybrid solutions. But the one key thing is that the basic housing first principles takes place in all of them. So first the home, the rental agreement, then the support, tailor-made, and then also the social integration with the work activities, for example, and some other methods as well. Next one, please. So this is just to demonstrate the housing options. So 80% of the former homeless people, they live in scattered housing, so individual apartments around the cities, and then the support is usually floating support, which means home visits. They go together to see the doctor or some offices and things like that. And then 20% is in the supported housing units, and then not too many are these new hybrid models, but I think it's good to showcase them because I think it will be in the future. It will be the future model in Finland, I hope at least. Next one, please. So this is scattered housing. This picture is from the area called Jätkäsaari, Dude Island in English, and it's a really expensive area. Around 1 kilometer from the city center of Helsinki on the seaside. It's a really beautiful island. And then the building with the yellow stripes, it's built by the Y Foundation, so we have built it. And there is 62 apartments in that building, and 3 apartments are meant for former homeless people. So they have experienced homelessness and they have support worker working with them, and so on. And the other buildings, they are owner-occupied buildings. And the main thing here is that people with different backgrounds, different income levels, they share the same playgrounds, same services, and so on. And that is one of the things why affordable social housing doesn't have stigma in Finland, because we have been building affordable housing for the past 70 years all around the cities. So if you ever come to Helsinki once again and you walk around the city, you won't know which one is affordable housing and which one is owner-occupied housing or market housing, because the quality has to be quite good. Next one, please. So these are the congregate housing, and the main thing here is that when we started housing first in 2007, and with the systems change, we wanted to get rid most of the shelters and temporary accommodation. So for example, that building, which is number 1, it used to be the biggest shelter in the whole Northern Europe, with over 250 bed places on the peak time. And then it's owned by the Salvation Army. And now when we started, it was renovated into permanent homes, studio apartments. There is 81 individual apartments in that building, and then support on site 24/7. And then it was a really big step forward for many of the organizations, Salvation Army included, because they were not too keen at first. Yeah, I'm just looking at the chat. Yes, I will answer. Yeah, later. For Salvation Army, because they are quite old-fashioned organization in many ways, and so it was for them. It was a long discussions regarding that if it's okay for them that some of the people might use drugs in their own apartment in a building that they own. But at the end of the day, they were able to pull it out, and the rest of history in that sense that nowadays the Salvation Army is one of the most innovative service providers in the whole field of homelessness in Finland. But all of these buildings, they have support teams, so there is nurse, Bachelor of Social Sciences, work coaches, practical nurses, and usually 1 or 2 or 3 buildings, they are sharing a psychiatric as well. And the support is there 24/7. Each one of the tenants, they have their own key worker and a backup worker, and the support is there all the time when needed. And that's really important for the people, because they might have some horrible things that has happened in the streets or in a shelter or temporary accommodation, and they need the safety that there is someone there downstairs all the time. And then one of the things, especially after COVID, what we have realized when we have talked to the tenants is that quite many actually prefer to move into these kind of housing solutions versus scattered sites, simply because they fear isolation and loneliness if they live in an apartment and they don't know any other people in that building. They might not know the neighborhood either. So they prefer to live in this kind of solution where they know that there is always someone in the communal area, usually watching TV, playing with the computer, And if there is no one, there is always someone downstairs, the support workers, for example. So that's one of the things that we have learned, that people are really afraid of loneliness and isolation in scattered housing, at the moment at least. And then all of these buildings, they have these low threshold work activities, which means that people get paid when they do work. It's voluntary, so you don't have to participate if you don't want, but actually quite many people want to work a little bit. And then some of the work activities are that they, for example, they clean the buildings by themselves, and then there are different kind of maintenance work they can do, and then they do t-shirts, they fix bikes. Some of the people, they fix computers, they can do movings in the neighborhood, different kind of things. And then part of the work activities is also the neighborhood work, which means that every morning there are 2 or 3 tenants who go around the neighborhoods and collect trashes. So make it visible that people take part to the community activities, and they want to be part of the neighborhood as well. And it has really proven to be a good way to do the work. And all of the buildings, of course, there is the recovery orientation and harm reduction through work mostly, but then again, the support workers, of course, they can offer different kind of supports regarding discussions and other things that are available for people depending what they need. Next one, please. And these are the new hybrid solutions. So the first one is DICES, and then it's a housing first unit, and there is 45 apartments altogether, and there are 6 these kind of individual DICES that are not straight connected to the unit itself. And it's for people who want to have the 24/7 support, and they want to have the community aspect, but they don't want to have it straight away when they step out of their front door. So they want to have a little bit more privacy, a little bit more, they don't want to hang out with other people all the time. So we created them this kind of solutions that they actually have their own small DICE apartments close by the actual unit, and then they can live there, but then again, they can take part into the work activities and all the other things happening in the unit in their own pace. And it has worked really well, to be honest. And then the other picture is Unilantia. It has been built by the Youth Housing Association, which builds affordable housing for young people between 18 to 29. And there is 90 apartments in that building, and out of those 90 apartments, 12 are meant for former homeless people. And then there is also staff on site, not 24/7, usually 12 hours a day, but there is phone connection 24/7. So this is kind of new development that we have built because of the feedback that we got from the young people, that they don't want to have this kind of whole unit with former homeless people, but then again, they also need the support quite a bit. So we created this kind of solution together with the young homeless people, and so far it has been a really good solution. And I hope that in the future we will have more of these kind of buildings for young people, which combines the affordable housing and then this kind of scattered unit that you have 12 former homeless people, and then the support on site as well, if and when needed. Next one. So this is just how we prevent homelessness. So affordable housing is the key here. So housing first is quite hard to do without actually having the housing first. So that's why you need to have the affordable housing available. And of course, in Finland, we are in a lucky situation that our governments have actually never stopped building affordable housing. Because if I remember correctly, back in the 1980s, Canada was actually building more affordable housing than Finland. Regarding the population differences and so on. And then the main thing that happened in Canada was that your government stopped building affordable housing in the early 1990s, and now you are seeing the consequences in my perspective. So that's something that of course I'm really happy that even though in the 1990s governments did many horrible things, but one of the things that they keep pushing was that they keep building affordable housing for people in need. And then the other thing how we prevent is this housing advice, which means that if you have any kind of challenges to pay your rent, mortgage, you have difficulties with your neighbors, you can connect the housing advice services, and they will try to do everything in their power to make sure that you don't get evicted and you get the help and support you need for your challenges. And at the moment, it's a 5-year limited time law, and then we are doing a research at the same time to see what are the effects, and then should we continue it. And so far, it looks that yes, definitely we should continue do it. Only after 18 months we can be quite sure about that. Next one, please. And this is the last part of the presentation. So I think it's always good to think about what does a city without homelessness actually look like? Because there are many cities still in Europe as well where there are no homeless people. But then again, in the capital cities and the bigger cities, the reality can be quite different, but it doesn't have to be like that. Next one, please. So with the housing first and the prevention work, Helsinki, like I said, has more or less ended street homelessness. And then how we got the buy-in from the public in 2008 when we started, because as you may remember that in 2008 it was still a global financial crisis in the whole world, and there wasn't too much money to throw around. But at the same time, the Finnish government made the biggest push financially towards homelessness, doing the systems change to housing first. And of course, we needed to communicate that to the public why we are doing it. So I think the message is quite straightforward. What it creates better cities for everyone when we take care of the most vulnerable people in our societies. And I dare to say that I think that in any society that has street homelessness or people living in tents, they must question, can they use the word civil society? Because I think that's something that we really need to stress, that in a civil society, no one needs to sleep on the streets or a tent involuntarily. And it's good for local communities, businesses, restaurants, and of course for the visitors and the tourists. When we take care of the most vulnerable people in societies and everyone has home of their own and the support they need. Next one, please. And of course, the harsh reality is that not everyone believes that housing is a human right. They blame the homeless themselves. And then the question can be that what's in it for me if you are using my tax money to help these people? And of course, we have many studies to provide the proof that actually offering people homes with the support they need, it's actually a better and more profitable use of the public finances and taxpayers' money. It's usually a safer society, which means that, for example, the reality is that if you are homeless, you have more encounters with the police officers. There is a bigger chance you end up in a jail, and when you get the home and the support, that doesn't happen that often. And then again, I'm sure that Andrew will talk about this, but in Finland we had the same situation that many of the homeless people, they use quite a bit of the emergency services in hospitals, which means that if for example I need to have appointment time to see a doctor, it will be more difficult because there is no staff or resources. So after we started with the housing first and people actually have the home and they actually get the help they need, and when they are exited from the hospital, for example, they are not exited to streets or temporary accommodation or shelters, but back to their own homes, which makes a huge difference. So they can actually take care of the health of their own health, and then without that opportunity, it's quite hard. Next one, please. And in Finland, we have made studies as well that ending homelessness is actually beneficial for the society financial wise. So our research have come to a conclusion that if we house the people who is living on the streets in a shelter or a temporary accommodation, and they have a home and the support they need, the yearly savings are around 15,000 euros per person per year. So that's quite a bit of bit of savings. And there are many these kind of studies done around the world, and usually they end up in a similar results. And the savings are anything between 5 to 15,000 euros per person per year. So it's always good use of money as well to take care of the people. Next one, please. So what we actually need to end homelessness, I think it's important that we know, we can celebrate the small victories. It's important, but then I think the reality that we need to understand is that to really actually end homelessness in Finland or any other country is that we must create thousands of affordable homes. That is the reality. And then I'm not too sure about Canada, but in Europe there seems to be this kind of discussion that what is real housing first and what is not. And then for us, the Finns, when we created our own version of the housing first, we didn't talk about the model fidelity that much. We were talking about ending homelessness. That was the end goal for us. And then we really didn't care if someone didn't think that our model, is it housing first or not, because we have these different housing options for people. So that's why we are nowadays asking this question, what is more important? Model fidelity or actually ending homelessness? And then I think the black part there, so that we actually need action so that housing will not become privilege for the few, but human right for all. And then that's something that we really need to work on, that will not happen in the near future or in the far future. Next one. And this is my last, and it's quite self-mandatory that you can't have housing first, and then there's some other things coming if you push it once again. If you move the slide a little bit, I think there will be some more. Yeah, you can't have housing first without having housing first. And then I think that's the key message when we are talking about ending homelessness. We can create endless ways to manage homelessness, building more shelters, more temporary accommodation, and all these kind of temporary solutions, which will only manage homelessness. They will cost a lot of money, but at the end of the day, they will not end homelessness for any. Thank you very much.
Next up, Dr. Andrew Pizzari.
So we just hit the green button, is that right? Yeah, just the mic, yeah. Thank you all for the invitation, and this is great to hear from Juha and the speakers earlier today. Juha and I have got a chance to get to know each other over the last few years, and it's really inspiring work of what's happened in Finland. And I think the realities here in Canada become even a bit more disheartening given the mixed paths or cross paths that we've seen since the 1980s. So I will give a bit of an overview of the epidemiology around homelessness and health in Canada and in Toronto in terms of this real connection between being unhoused and in health. And that was one of the most powerful presentations I've heard of in terms of the lived experience, the Indigenous health and holistic aspect. These things are in no way new, but I do believe they continue to be alarming the more and more data we have about how serious the health disparities are for Indigenous, Black, and refugee newcomers in Canada. I start with this photo. I know Juha had some really lovely ones around some of the social housing pieces that are in Finland. This is a photo from a balcony in St. Jamestown, and as Juha has mentioned, there was a strong push in the 70s, particularly 60s, post-World War II around social housing and affordable housing options. And St. Jamestown is probably one of the, I would argue, most diverse square kilometers in the city. Many refugees and newcomers been here, continue to live here, started here. My family started, and I was born in St. Jamestown. And if you look out, and I have to find a better photo, you'll see how leafy Rosedale is, if folks are familiar with the neighborhoods. And so when we talk about the social determinants of health, it's something to me that's really clear that even a child can understand around looking out where opportunities are, the air people breathe, or they have housing, the kind of connection and opportunities that are there are really the fundamental drivers of health outcomes. More so than anything I can do in a primary care clinic or even at the University Health Network from a surgical or acute care perspective. And so this data just came out more recently that was with some colleagues at the University of Toronto looking at the maps in terms of life expectancy in Toronto. And it continues to, I think, get a lot of public attention, but again, it is in no way new or surprising, but there's about a 12 to 14 year gap in life expectancy just across the city of Toronto based on your neighborhood. And that's not because of geography, that is because of the pathologies of poverty, the structural racism, and the opportunities that, again, I think people can recognize as children, but there's more and more epidemiology to show that this is actually getting worse with worsening income inequality coming through the pandemic, and as many have mentioned, the worsening homelessness crisis. So this is where St. Jamestown stacks up at 77 years being the sort of expected life expectancy, and Rosedale only by a block of physical separation, but vast economic and income disparities, has 6 to 7 years. If you go a little bit further south in Moss Park, where we see this intersection of both homelessness, the toxic drug overdose crisis, it's actually at 71 to 72 years. You see about a 10 to 14 year gap in even some of the more impoverished neighborhoods. And again, these are really policy decisions. So I think this work in terms of maps is really helpful, but this is not new in medicine. And we look at this with respect to how long we've been talking about the social determinants of health in Western medicine. It's been a couple hundred years. Speaker mentioned from Indigenous health, these hundreds of thousands of years of knowing. Many different cultures have looked at this idea of health and wealth and well-being. This was the first paper published in Western medicine. Does anyone know what city this is? We'll just have, it's a great group of, the Roman numerals might give it away. I heard Paris, you're from Paris. Paris was right. And so it's these different arrondissements. And so these neighborhoods, and it was a young physician surgeon named René Vermeer, I think around 1817, who was able to see this trend that if people were living in high income arrondissements or low income, there was a 20 to 30 year difference or how well they would fare in their surgical practice. And the effect was so powerful that they actually stopped medicine altogether and became an economist. And their view was that we had to really address poverty and address income inequality more so than anything that could happen in the hospital. And so that was about 1817, where we've seen the history of social determinants of health, of social medicine. And this is 1974, which folks, is anyone familiar with this report? It was one of the first policy papers or working document by then Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Marc Lalonde. So it's been 50 years since the publication of this report. Minister Lalonde passed away just last year. And it is really, again, humbling that in 1974, the then Minister of Health laid out that even with Medicare, we would not see improvements in the health of all Canadians if we did not address the social determinants of health. And so Canada was actually a world leader when it came to addressing and identifying these powerful structures like housing, like the environment. Actually, there was already calls around the importance of the environment and people's sense of connection to the land and other areas that were really important. The data is pretty clear. We did not heed the advice of Minister Lalonde then. And when you look at this work at the time, Minister Lalonde, as Juha alluded to in 1974, was actually really concerned about housing. And if you look at where we were with social housing as a percentage of the housing supply, we were about 20%, just under about a fifth of all housing options were publicly available or affordable. And this has been a really vicious decline over the last 30 to 40 years, where we now have actually less than 3% of social housing is publicly available. And it's so bad that Scotiabank, not exactly a left-wing think tank, has come out to say we have to double the amount of social housing as an economic opportunity for people, but also from a housing and homelessness perspective. So other areas, again, to really lay out the data, 1981 to 2011, this is some great work from colleagues in Alberta that looked at all of the different provinces here you can see in terms of mapping out health spending, which should be, I think, healthcare spending versus social spending, and that would include things like education and housing and so forth. And we've seen a pretty serious disparity in terms of where that spending has been and gone towards. And again, I think this has been some of the ultimate drivers as to where we are now in 2024. So that is what has left us here, where we've talked about these maps, and with all these advances since René Vermée, the realities are, and all of the prescience of Minister Lalonde in 74, we know more so by postal code than genetic code about population health outcomes. And I think that is the call to action for those of us in both the healthcare system and broader society doing this work. The other numbers that are really damning, that if you are unhoused in Toronto right now, the wait list for social housing is over 8 years long. So when I say in my clinical practice that housing is a terminal condition, the realities are for many of the people that I work with and serve, they are more likely to pass away before their name or number is called. And this continues to be the reality in Toronto, and as speakers have mentioned, many different cities in Canada. So some more recent work from CIHI that has looked at the realities of neglecting this issue. I think the frame of invisibility was so important and powerful earlier. And I think really the realities are that if you continue to shirk the experiences of homelessness, you end up seeing far worse healthcare costs and healthcare outcomes for people, where it's almost double the costs, double the length of stay. And my argument is that not that people who are unhoused want to stay in hospital, they would never want to be there, and then we in medicine call them bed blockers, which is not entirely a patient-centered, given the patient partners and leaders in the room perspective or term, but this is the realities that they end up dealing with from an ALC perspective and all of the other costs. And these are not choices of their own. The argument today is that these are really policy choices that punish people who are unhoused. So more and more of the data, again, showing that we're seeing intersections of physical and mental health. And I think as the comments have been made, this is not really about mental health or drug use as being the ultimate driver of homelessness. What we're really seeing is that there is not enough affordable housing, there's not enough investment in housing, which I hope you will agree with given the data over the last 30 to 40 years. So in terms of the current piece, so why, as a physician, am I here looking at this work? Why, for example, the University Health Network would be wanting to look at these issues around housing and homelessness and healthcare? And there's some arguments, as you has mentioned, that people would say, well, it's not really in the hospital's lane to be talking about homelessness, to be thinking about the social determinants of health. And I think Don Berwick laid this out in a really great way. He's one of the sort of original social medicine pediatricians in the US. And in a recent editorial, he put forward this call to networks like UHN and hospitals all across North America that we've been talking about the social determinants of health for so long. And it's really time that we start to act and start to partner. And I give a little bit of an overview of what we've done on the broader social determinants of health, but also around some of the work we've been doing more substantively about housing and health at UHN. So 100 UHN patients with no fixed address, these are folks who are chronically or actively unhoused, make up over 4,300 ED visits in a year. So there's a real need and a real unavoidable situation for patients having to be in hospitals when they don't need to be, and given the already increasing pressures in the hospital system. And again, my argument will be it's not just about the system pressures or about the costs, it's really the health outcomes. People who are unhoused, which we'll get to, live considerably less. I have to acknowledge the importance of lived experience that has been driving a lot of our work. These are three individuals that, especially the last few years, have been guiding the work at the Gattuso Center for Social Medicine. Opal Sparks, Michael Armstrong, and Renee Adams, who may be familiar, some of you doing this work in the room. The three of them have been formidable about, the lived experience piece really driving some of our work, but also how does this help couple to the data and the work that needs to be done. And so these are about 5 of the initiatives that we've just listed that we've been able to see some traction on in the last few years. We started with a food prescribing program, hearing from people, especially during COVID. It's really hard to see how much worse the food insecurity issue continues to be when it comes to food bank usage. Again, the issues around people with disabilities living with social assistance, unable to afford cost of groceries and fresh produce. So this is something that we had delivered to over 1,000 people with Food Share Toronto, knowing that there's a real strong tie between food security and use of the emergency department. We won't have time, but we went through the Stabilization Connection Center. It's another initiative to try to help keep people out of the emergency department and avoid some of the stigma that people who are unhoused, who may have alcohol intoxication or drug overdose experience. And then what I've been really excited about is that we're changing healthcare teams at UHN to include lived experience in meaningful ways with peer workers and social medicine navigators that we've lifted up now in the last few years, and they've seen over 5,000 patients. Again, it's something when we started, people thought, how could someone with lived experience or not sure about background checks or their training or they're not regulated health professionals work with doctors and nurses and social workers in the emergency department? And now it's probably the program that I get the most amount of emails saying we need to ensure we keep this funded and that peer workers continue to work alongside the staff. So I'll get to the housing initiative in a little bit, but I think, again, as I alluded to, this failure, this policy failure is very, very expensive on human dignity and also on human life. So people who are unhoused live half as long as the general public. So I think there's no more powerful social determinant of health than homelessness when you think about people being robbed of 30 to 40 birthdays. If that's you or a loved one, I think we would see it as unconscionable. And there's been amazing research from many different colleagues over the years. This is one example with the Chez Soi Housing First study. I would argue we don't need more and more reports and more data, but this is where we are with some of the challenges to make this case to policymakers. So in a little bit more of an uplifting sort of tone or vein and hope, this is the Social Medicine Housing Initiative now is Done House, where we were able to work with UHN and city partners and the community to leverage a parking lot that UHN had in Parkdale area to build 51 housing units, and partnering with Fred Victor to be the nonprofit operator for this housing and health and social supports that Yuha mentioned in terms of this integration. And so this is just open last month. We're currently continuing moving people in, so it's been a very busy stretch and lots of stories and emotions as people are moving in, but something that we're continuing to want to learn from in terms of the amenities that are there, but also some of the services. So one of the things that we heard from the Lived Advisory Council was really the importance of it being pet friendly, of there being common space, the importance of people having their own bed and bathroom, but also a clinical room on the first floor. And I think, hopefully in time we'll be able to share more and more of the experiences from inside the building and some of the outcomes. But here's a sort of schematic of the model that is a bit different than supportive housing currently, that people will be receiving access to housing workers, social medicine navigators, I've mentioned, primary care physicians and psychiatry, and then partnering with Indigenous-led organizations for Indigenous clients in terms of the self-determined health supports and social supports that will be in place, and trying to build in some of these access points to UHN and other acute care hospitals that have been really denied people who have been unhoused or chronically unhoused. So this, always leaves the question of, can we afford what we're doing, or can we afford Done House? And I think the argument would be we can't afford not to do this at scale. We cannot afford the status quo. Someone staying a month at the hospital they work at is over $30,000. The provincial jail costs, which my dear friend Lana Fredo calls the de facto mental health system, because people have nowhere else to go and end up in the justice system, especially for racialized populations. The provincial jail cost is close to $15,000. Sheltering now has come down a bit to probably $7,000 since the pandemic, but it's still almost double the cost for supportive housing. And so I think this calculus to me, you know, I have people say, well, if you're a cold-blooded economist and you look at this, you have to change your mind. I don't know a lot of cold-blooded economists. Like, they're usually pretty nice and sensible, but I think the economic case as well as the dignity case together, I hope we can start to see more and more Dunhouse expansion. And so I'll leave it as promised at this. The line that I always find when I assign my students the Lalonde report, and one that as I continue to reread it sticks with me, is that the closing line is that this is really about choices. And I hope this contrast, you know, Juha mentioned the political will. We were actually ahead of Finland in the 1980s. We made political decisions, they made political decisions, and we're at this crossroads. And I hope we can make some more human-centered decisions going forward. So thank you very much for the invitation.
Frank was ready to go, so I wasn't going to. But last, but definitely not least, Mr. Frank Horn.
It's been a good day. This is my first time spending a day in the health space. Traditionally, I spend my time in housing and in broadband conferences, and I've been soaking it in, learning lots. Things that I thought I knew, I've learned lots, and there's a lot of smart people in this room and sharing insights. And so I have a lot of takeaways to think about, and hopefully my experience in housing and broadband and basic infrastructure for communities is something that can translate to the room. So anyway, with that, I want to just say thank you to my, I'll go to my cousin Ogisto for this invite, to putting my name forward. We know each other since we're this small, and seeing her up there is. I'll start my presentation with this. We grew up together. Her family did swimming and stuff. My family did hockey, lacrosse, and we would see each other every summer. And we were incredibly close. Me and my brothers were incredibly close to her and her sisters. And my last memory before we kind of went our own way was in 1990. The Indigenous community hosted their first Olympics, called the North American Indigenous Games, in 1990. And up until then, I lived in Hamilton, and I played hockey, lacrosse, track field, things like that. And we heard of this opportunity to play lacrosse with my home community, and we said yes. And so we were living near Kingston at the time, and we drove down the highway to Montreal to Kahnawake, and we hopped on a plane with 100 fellow athletes from Kahnawake, including my cousin and her sisters, and we were there for 10 days. And I grew up in the city of Hamilton, and I was in kind of the melting pot. And at home, I was very much Mohawk, but out in the streets, I wasn't. I was just like every other kid. And I knew who I was. I knew of the stories from my mom and dad telling. My mom speaks Mohawk, my dad understands the language. And the stories that Ogisto shared this morning, I've heard those as well. So I knew who I was at home, but out there, it was kind of sporadic in terms of me connecting to my community. I would go to powwows, things like that. I would do the border crossing in Buffalo to Niagara Falls, and recognizing our rights under Jay Treaty. I did all that stuff. But this is my first time actually spending over a week with my family and my community, and it was the best time of my life. It was a highlight. And we played a few lacrosse games, I did some track, but that wasn't what I took away. It was hanging out with my family, my cousins, and it was a wonderful opportunity to kind of connect and realize what my community is. Even though I was 8 hours away, I realized where I came from, because my mom and dad had to move to Ontario for our own story. And that happened. We fly back from Edmonton to Montreal. My mom and dad pick us up, and we drive back to Ontario. Literally the next day is when the Oka crisis started. Literally the next day. And to me, that was kind of a demarcation where childhood stuff just ended and adult things started. And Ojisto has a sister, Monique, and my family was directly involved quite a bit with that. And it was hard to hear those stories from where I was, but I was connected to it. I heard about it. And my dad, being a lawyer, even though he wasn't back home, he was very much involved on the phone, doing what he could in terms of talking to people, sharing anybody who would listen to his advice. But I was connected that way. And I was in my last year of high school. I think Ojisto finished high school, and we went on to our lives. Ojisto now is a doctor, and it's wonderful to see what she's done. And since then, I was starting working with the feds. And I always knew I wanted to work in community. Eventually, I landed in the job at the time that I really liked. And it was helping our community with what we're talking about here, housing. And one of the communities I worked with was Akwesasne, which is what Ojisto was talking about. And I would go there once a few months, and every now and then Ojisto and I would have lunch together. And we would talk, we could connect about what's going on in our lives. And it was always fascinating to hear what's going on in the medical world. And I think you would hear what I was going in the housing world. And the fact that she remembered and brought my name up, I think, well, okay, someone's listening to what I'm saying. So that's who I am. And I'm hoping that my story and what I'm about now will somehow resonate in this room in terms of what I realized pretty quickly. I'm rambling in my introduction, but I have a point to this whole thing, is what I saw was in housing and in broadband and in conversation with the community, there was this divide. There was a housing divide, what we called when I was in my housing days. When the pandemic hit, it was called a digital divide. And there's a divide. There's a standard of living that most people live, and then the Indigenous community is not there. There's a gap. And the more I thought about it, it says, what can I do to bring up that gap? My reason for what I do now, I created my own company called Indigenous Solutions. It's about finding partners that I feel you have a solution, and how do we level up? And leveling up in things that we, here in the city of Toronto, for the most part, if you have a house, most people have a place to live. They have access to a vehicle, whether it's their own vehicle or transportation, or now they have access to their phone and they have fast, reliable internet. That's not the case in Indigenous communities. You would think it's in the far north, but it's not just the far north, it's also in the south. And so during those conversations and me observing, I said, I got to do something about it. And eventually I created what I call Indigenous Solutions. So we'll get into that. So this is me. I'm Mohawk. I've been working 25 years in the community. When I was in, let's call it 15 years ago, my first real, when I started to peel the onion layer and really saw in community, was working for the residential school survivors here in Toronto. And even though residential school didn't affect my family immediately, my mom and dad didn't go, and I had some distant family members on my mom's side go, I heard of the stories, and when I heard of community, I realized that the pain is just below the surface. And if they trust you, they start revealing what's really going on. And the fact they opened up and started talking to me about their pain points, to me, was a valued position because they trusted me. And I said, okay, what am I gonna do about that? So that kind of changed my trajectory. Okay, I don't wanna be a bureaucrat, I wanna be in community because that's where it's at. So, 15 years later, I'm in housing, I'm doing broadband, I'm dabbling in transportation. I had a conversation with the Manitoba Métis Federation at lunch. We're gonna have a conversation about that because I think I have something for them as well. I'm also in spectrum advocacy. So one of the groups I'm part of is this group called Indigenous Connectivity Institute, ICI, and it's a grassroots organization who advocates for Indigenous broadband. What does that mean? It means access to reliable and affordable internet, whether it's a fiber solution or a wireless solution, because the divide it affects everything, including health, including access to the information. And if you have access to internet, then all of a sudden you have access to start leveling up. If you don't have that, it's really hard. Actually, it's impossible. So that's where I come in, and I feel when I have those conversations right there, I can talk to anybody in the room in terms of pain points. It's just a casual conversation, and for the most part, something like that, and I just said, did you know that you could do this? And they lean in, and we have further conversation. So that's what I do. To get into some of the data, I know a lot of data has been shared up until now. I want to share the Assembly of First Nation infrastructure report. That was done, it rolled out, I think, 2023. I was at a housing conference here in Toronto last year, and this is before they made it public. And the AFN went across and they decided they wanted to have a kind of a glimpse shot as to where the infrastructure gap is in the 600 plus First Nations in Canada. And they put a number at $352 billion, or 349, let's call it 350. And that cuts across housing, roads, broadband, everything else in between. Actually, there's all the sections right there. And I knew of this when I used to work for Rogers, and during my Rogers days, I was part of a team where we had input. Rogers had input on the $5 billion broadband infrastructure number. So a community can't, to have a community, a city, a town, a First Nation community, what you need in order to kind of grow is you need the basics behind the scenes. And that's infrastructure along those budget lines. And I realized that I can try and find partners under those to see if they're willing. I vet them to make sure that they're doing it for the right purposes, to meet my guidelines as a Mohawk. And I'm kind of going between these two worlds of corporate and First Nation communities or Indigenous communities. And so that's kind of like, that's the pain point. That's the problem we're trying to solve. I'm trying to find the partners in that space. A couple highlights from the AFN report. For housing, it was the largest number, 135 billion. They estimated at that time, this is probably 2022 stats, 85,000 units across First Nations to make it reasonably the same. And of those, they said that 34% are in need of minor repair and 31% are in major repair, highlighted by the AFN. And in terms of projected need to kind of level up, they estimate 108,000 units to address the overcrowding and also the fact that our population is the fastest growing in Canada. Generally, the Canadians from European descent, they're not having enough children, and that's why immigration is so high to keep up the tax base. But that's not the case in First Nation land. We're still having kids. Broadband was 5.2 billion. They estimate that 38% are. So the question, so this, I put served there, and this is kind of like, I don't really believe the number, because they might say that 38% are served with 5010. What they mean by 5010 is the speed of which information goes up and down. 50 megabits per second upload and download speeds. That's the minimum. If you have below that, you're underserved. If you have above that, you are served. But in reality, some of the communities that have it, the only one that has it is the band office. Everybody else doesn't have anything, or the service is really poor. And so if the band office has at least 5010, then the government deems them as served, which in reality is not the case. I've had that conversation over and over again with the community. And the pandemic made it pretty apparent. I've heard of many stories where children, even in my home community, Kahnawake, where children couldn't go to high school anymore, and they would have to go to the local town, log onto the Wi-Fi to be able to do homework. And that little story I heard over and over again. And so that's the reason why I left the feds and housing to go to broadband, because what we knew as a reality in First Nation communities became apparent. Everybody was dealing with it. And so then all of a sudden corporate Canada was kind of embarrassed to do something about it. And then the federal government, the provincial government started putting some money towards the infrastructure, putting subsidized builds. Actually, this is a funny story. Ojisto's mom and my dad, before they started having kids, Ojisto talked about, Indigenous communities being a place where he dumps things. And so our home community, Kahnawake, was the local towns were dumping their stuff there. And what happened over time, it created rats and things that we didn't want in our community. And so they tried to raise the issue, and no one really would hear of it. So they hopped in the car in vehicles. My dad and my auntie went there with a few other people. And they got a meeting with the Minister of Indian Affairs and a few other people and told them the situation. And in reality, they said, well, we can't do much about it. There's an agreement we have with the local towns and municipalities. We're kind of tied with our hands. And then basically what they said, okay, well, if that's the case, then they brought rats from the community and released it in the boardroom. And everybody started scurrying. And then what they did is saying, what you don't see in your ivory tower is reality in our community. And things change pretty quickly. So my point is, her mom, my dad, come from a time when there's realities in our community, and the people that are in the ivory towers don't really necessarily listen all the time. And sometimes you have to rattle the cages with a rat. And what I'm liking about this conversation we're here, hopefully people online or wherever is listening that are decision makers can listen to what we're saying and activate and make change in the right way. That's the long-term goal. Because I can't do it myself. Ojisto can't do it herself. Everybody in the room, we can't do it ourselves, but we need right people. I need advocates and allies to help move the needle in the right way. In terms of Government of Canada's response, in 2016 when Justin Trudeau came in, there's a report that I found on the ISK website in terms of what they spent in terms of trying to resolve the needs. And here's the numbers that I was able to kind of download and filter. 8.9 they said in housing for 27,000 units, but in reality that's not the case because a lot of it was double counting. There was a lot of it was infrastructure behind the scenes. It wasn't actually net new housing, so a lot of it was renovations. And when I filtered out that, it was only $657 million to create 13,000 new units. And so when you saw the number by the AFN and what was done by the federal government, there's a big discrepancy there in housing. When it comes to broadband, they said they had 474 projects. And what's interesting is health. I couldn't find anything. And I thought I'd bring that number for the people in the room. I don't know if it's zero because ISK is not responsible for it. I'm not too sure. But that's just food for thought for people in this room, that it was $0. Okay, so I created Indigenous Solutions because I wanted to do my part. And so I'll share a couple examples of what I feel is probably something that we can replicate, so in different areas. First one is this little 5-minute video. This is from 2019, 5 years ago. I've had a recent conversation with this community a couple of months ago. And since what you see in the video, there's been a lot of progress from that, but I'll share more.
You are in the traditional territory of the San Ojibwe Nation. Part of it is Saugeen First Nation near Southampton, and the Chippewas and Nawash where we are meeting today. It consists of approximately 800 people on the reserve and about 1,500 off.
Yeah, our community is a large land base. I think around 240 homes. Our housing situation mirrors the 133 other First Nations communities. It's atrocious, deplorable, and we're still playing catch up.
My family was consistently sick. We were often out with respiratory issues.
My younger kids would often have runny noses, just not feeling well. So we missed a lot of work because of sickness. I am a single mom and I have 3 children. So before I had another house that was in the community, and at that time it was probably one of our best options to have. The only issue was that there was a lot of mold in the house. For our family, we needed a place that was healthy, we needed a place that was affordable and energy efficient.
My housing situation, it was hard. It was hard to budget and to get by. We had black mold in our house. Always worried, you know, like I didn't feel like I had stability. I didn't feel like there was enough stability there for me or my kids to live there not knowing if I could do it for another 6 months, if I can do this for another year.
It's all about the children. The whole development is all about children. In Kekignon, there will be 55% of the community's children housed there. It was a partnership. It was a lot of good people being in the room, you know, discussing opportunities and different ways of approaching housing. Part of what happened when I came on board 4 years ago, Chief and Council had challenged me to think outside the box. What the partnership does is it allows us to stretch funding dollars further. That, you know, we want to utilize them, we want to stretch them as far as we can. We want to be able to help as many families, as many children as we can. Habitat's role is they're the contractor, similar to any general contractor on a building project. We at Nawash, our role is, you know, we're the builder. You know, we're contracting Habitat to build for us. We make applications to CMHC, Indigenous Services Canada. Those are the funding partners if we're successful in our application.
So our partnership expanded where Shane, housing manager, developed a 25-acre piece of land into a new housing development and asked us if we would be the builder of the 18 homes in this development. We were under contract with the Chippewa Nawash.
We've been very fortunate in that we've had great support from the Habitat for Humanity Grey Bruce. You know, our community has really rallied around this, supported it. You know, it's bringing our community back together again. It's so wonderful to see the participation and the smile on everybody's face at the end of the day, and you know the positive change that we're implementing in the community.
We would provide with our volunteers and donate building materials, construct the homes, and the community would select the families, and then on a rent-to-own model.
A lot of the community members were looking at something more that they could eventually call their own. And I'm so thankful that we did go this way, because we have families up there now.
To have a home and to know that one day it's going to be mine, and to be here living on my reserve, close to my family, close to a community, with my daughter especially, because she has special needs. It's like a dream come true. I never thought in a million years that I'd have the chance to own my own home one day. Honestly, every single day, I'm just so excited and can't believe that this is our house, that this is the place that we get to, you know, be a family in, and it's a healthy environment, and it's so economical to live here as well.
This is taking reconciliation out of the rhetoric and putting action to it. This is true, living, vibrant reconciliation. This is working.
I'd just really like to thank Bruce Powers, who's taken time out to come here, to support us, to volunteer on our builds. We truly, truly appreciate it.
Ago, I was working at CMHC with Chippewas and Nawash as their housing representative. And when they pitched me this idea of an innovative partnership with Habitat for Humanity, in the end, what it was, Habitat for the Humanity, they went outside of the box on their side. Everybody had an innovative approach to this, and there was a lot of savings in the end. And basically, you had that subdivision that was fully constructed, and to the point, I had a recent conversation with them, and they've expanded this to other, the partnership with the local Habitat for Humanity chapter has increased, where they're increasing to meet the needs, and all the social benefits, the health benefits have flourished. That's a whole 30-minute conversation in itself, but I got to talk about other things. But anyway, that's fantastic. That's one, and also from building a bridge between Nawash and the local town of Wyerton and Owen Sound. A lot of the hostility that was there traditionally for a variety of reasons has started to come down. There are actually a true community between the two in terms of Indigenous, non-Indigenous. Here's another one in terms of another housing solution. So I met a gentleman, he's based out of Calgary, but I knew him when he was working in New Brunswick. And he approached me of an innovative idea that he says, Frank, you're the housing guy. You're the only Indigenous housing guy I'll talk to you. Does this have legs? And so he talked to me about it. And basically, we're going to go backwards because I'm talking about the next one. How do I go backwards? Yes, okay. So basically what he's working on and is doing this for non-Indigenous, for small towns out in Calgary, is in the city of Calgary, there's a lot of homes that are slated for demolition because people in Toronto are cashing out of their homes and they're taking the equity and going to cities like Calgary, taking a small house, smashing it and building something big. The question is what to do with the unit beforehand. He found a solution where you take it, because demolition costs are roughly $50,000. They're motivated sellers, you can get it for free, if not pennies on the dollar, and take it, relocate it to another place. He's relocating it to small towns in the Calgary area. And because he works with Indigenous communities on other projects, he says, hey Frank, is this scalable and translatable to meet the housing need in First Nation communities? And I said yes, because I knew of another similar process in BC with Vancouver. So we haven't done that yet, but it's a solution that has worked. And we're looking at pilot projects in the Calgary area. And once we get some lessons learned from that, we're trying to scale that across the country. So that's one solution that we can do. And also from a Indigenous perspective on making sure it's a greener, there's a lot of tax incentives, credits, because it's a more cost effective, like dollars per square foot is cheaper, it's faster, cleaner, less harmful for the environment, and there's a lot of win-win-wins around the table on this one. So that's something we're trying to scale. All right, go to the next one here. In terms of demographics, majority of community lives off reserve, and I've read the numbers before. It's anywhere from 40 to 50% are on reserve, the rest are off reserve, depending which community. And they either live in Toronto or the major urban centers. And the question that I've asked some communities that are trying to be progressive, is saying, how about, I have a partner here who wants to work with Indigenous communities. How about we build where your residents are and you own the asset on the reserve, off the reserve? And it's been that getting First Nation communities to consider something off reserve has been a hard sell, hasn't been easy, but it's worked. And our first attempt at this that's been successful, we actually have one in Belleville, Ontario. And this is a partnership between Garden River First Nation, which is near Sault Ste. Marie, and then there's this community called Missinaibi Cree. Traditionally, they were a landless band. Now they're reestablishing the community, but their head offices were in Sault Ste. Marie. The two chiefs were talking, and they wanted to be part of this development in Belleville, but they said that we won't be involved unless the local First Nation, which is Tyendinaga or Mohawks of Bay Quinte, if they're involved, the three of us will partner with the non-Indigenous urban development, and we'll acquire the asset and build it. It's a beautiful story. It was a competitive process, but because of the story of three traditionally, like Mohawks and Ojibways we never got along. We were traditionally at war with each other. So to get traditional war parties to be on the same project is unheard of. So actually, we won an award at this at a housing conference last year. The MC couldn't believe it. A banker who works in the Aboriginal banking space, he goes, how did you get that to happen? Because no First Nations work together, especially Mohawks, Crees, and Ojibways, on a partnership with a white guy. And so I said, well, that's my secret sauce. You got to talk to me about it, and we'll figure that one out. So anyway, in the end, as this is a former federal building, so it's like a government building. It was acquired for pennies on the dollar with the condition you got to provide affordable housing, get access to low-interest loans, some grants. And in the end, there were 38 units. Half of them are affordable and deeply affordable. And we had a partnership with the local county of Hastings where they get subsidies as well. So people that qualify for the rent subsidies are living in a beautiful Class A apartment for really cheaply because it's a partnership with everybody at the table. And then the rest are market rent, but it's brand new Class A apartments and it's fully leased up. The basement floor hasn't been leased up yet, but we're working on that. In the end, this is a model that can replicate itself. We're working on projects in Toronto. We have one that's very close to being finalized in terms of starting construction in Thunder Bay, Ontario on a similar type partnership. So that's one aspect. And the one thing about this is, number one, you're housing where your community members live, and also, if you do this right, and there's deals like this all the time, they're gaining the benefit of owning the asset and getting the cash flow in their own pocket, and then they can leverage that for other projects down the road. It's a long-term investment strategy for them to have sustainability for their community. Broadband is another solution. So what I have there is a proposed plan for long-haul fiber between basically North Bay all the way to Kenora down to Fort Francis. And it'll be along the Highway 11 corridor. And this is an opportunity. So basically, during the pandemic, there was subsidy available by the province of Ontario to start connecting communities that were left, that weren't connected. And it was all over Ontario. But basically what happened was the line of North Bay, the north, it didn't make economic sense for all the traditional telcos to do their work because the metrics didn't work for return on investment and all that stuff. So it was left, the subsidy available for that was untouched. Everything south of it was. And so the government still has that money on the table, and they're looking for partners to say, okay, can you develop the north? And so I'm working with a few people, and we're having one Indigenous community be the lead proponent on this. And if we're successful on getting it, then what we'll be doing is doing a long-haul fiber, because that's one of the big problems is having the middle mile right there, the long haul, access to the main place in Toronto. Once you have that, then all of a sudden, if this is Indigenous owned, then they're in a negotiating position with your Rogers and your Bells and your traditional players, because all of a sudden they come to you. Because before, they own all the infrastructure, they have all the stakes in the game, you have no negotiating power. This is a way for the traditional, for Indigenous communities have access. Because I've seen this in Quebec, and there's a guy doing this same thing in Yukon and BC. And once you own the infrastructure, all of a sudden you're able to drive your own economic future that way. It can lead to all kinds of stuff. What's interesting is, yeah, I won't get into that. But data centers is one. So because a lot of communities are far north, data centers is a good option to potentially have an economic center that creates great revenue. And some of the factors, if you go farther south, it's refrigeration, but if you're farther north, those are mitigated by, because you're so far north, the weather is an advantage in this case. So if you have the long haul fiber, then all of a sudden you can be in the data center space, and that's a way to kind of really drive economy for communities. So that's one of the things I'm working on as well. To be continued, but it's pretty exciting stuff. The last one that I'll talk about here is transportation. One of the things that had come up over and over and over again during my housing days, and also in my telco Rogers days, was transportation. There was a lot of opportunities to have your local members, like if they're in the community, but they had an opportunity to go to employment, but they had no access to a vehicle, they really couldn't go to work. And it was just a big impediment. It was a big impediment for economic development. It was a big impediment for people to go into town for medical appointments, to go shopping. They would have to spend a fortune in cab rides, or go on Facebook and say, hey, I need to go to town, can someone help me? Or they would thumb and put their lives in jeopardy. And that is, across Indian country in Canada, it's a huge issue. And the question is, is there a solution? I have one of my trusted partners is a gentleman here in Toronto, and he won an award in Berlin for offering a green solution, where basically you have a fleet of, what he saw was the traditional transportation model for TTC and the Montreal major urban centers worked there because he had the volume of traffic. But once he got into smaller centers, it didn't work. And what happened was, smaller towns like Kingston or Belleville, you had a lot of bus routes that were empty and a lot of wasted gas, a lot of wasted time, all that stuff. It was an inefficient system once he got away from the major urban centers. He saw an opportunity, and he has a lot of smart people that do all the data, like the computer scientists and stuff like that. They were able to tailor a solution that's scaled for towns of Fort Erie, Belleville, Ontario, towns in North America on the state side, and it worked. The metrics they were able to get from it was much better because the ridership went up, people were able to access it, and what it is basically, think of Uber on your phone, but on a fleet of vehicles that it is a community asset, whether it's a town, or what we're trying to do is Indigenous communities or a tribal council, where you provide a transit solution for everybody, but anybody that needs it can use their phone. And so we are having many conversations across the country, whether it's small little one-offs or larger scale ones, where it's impediment. And when I'm talking about health people in the room, a lot of the conversations we had with Indigenous communities is this can be integrated with health as well. Because I know, from what I understand, there's a lot of health needs to travel. Can this solution be integrated on your platform? And from our side, yes, it's a question, are you willing to integrate it yourself? So that's kind of another solution on the transportation side. So this is me. My consulting is, there's my email. If you want to take a picture of it, and you can send me an email afterwards. I don't have business cards. I do have ones for my real estate development side and the broadband advocacy side. But if you want to get a hold of me, those are the ones right there. And we have a conversation in any of those areas. I'm also dabbling in other areas that I don't want to share right now, but I feel it could be a benefit for the Indigenous communities on some other stuff. But what I'm trying to do is see anybody in corporate Canada that has a solution that would be beneficial for Indigenous communities. I'm willing to have that conversation and try and sell it to First Nations as well. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. So a few questions from the online community. First, to Yuha. Great presentation. Can you please tell us what the process is when someone enters housing due to homelessness, then they are no longer considered at risk? In other words, do people move out of their units? Does rent increase, etc.?
The short answer is no. They don't need to move out. It's permanent housing. They have a rental agreement for unlimited time, but it's the reality, especially in these single-site units, that once people don't have any more heavy support needs, they work slightly. They tend to move into scattered housing by themselves. But that's the reality, and one of the things we have created in the past two to 3 years is that when people actually want to move out from the single site units into scattered housing with lighter support, there is actually this kind of transformation period. So the same support workers from that single site unit will take care of the support for the scattered site housing as well, which has been a quite game changer regarding that many of the people are really afraid to move into scattered housing from single sites. That, you know, what happens if I don't make it? Do I end back on the streets, back on the shelter, back on the temporary accommodation? So that has helped to lower the barriers for people who actually want to move forward that it's possible, and they have the same support workers there, and also for the first 6 months the unit will actually also reserve that apartment in the unit, so that if something happens, you're not ready, you want to move back in the unit, that's possible for the first 6 months.
Great, thank you. Another question for you. Does Finland have a minority population like we do with an Indigenous population? In Canada, one of our issues has to do with racism and Indigenous people. There would be a major outcry if you mixed homeless Indigenous with settler peoples in the housing complex.
We have a really small Indigenous population, Sami people, around 8,000 in Finland. And then, if I'm correct, around 4,000 are living in the North Lapland, so in the northern part of Finland, mainly focusing on growing reindeers and stuff like that, living basically in a harmony there. And then the 4,000 are living all around Finland. And of course, I'm not expert in any ways in Indigenous things, but in Finland we don't have a problem with that regarding racism and all other kind of things.
Great, thank you. And again, online question for Dr. Buzari. What barriers prevent Canada from fully integrating housing as a core social determinant of health within its provincial or even national healthcare strategy?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a great question. I think what we've seen is probably more silos in the way that we have delivered public programs and social policy programs. So I think one of the things that I find interesting in rereading some of the work in the 70s is the Minister of Health at the time was actually the Minister of Health and Social Welfare. It was part of their title. They had the social programs. It's still an uphill battle to convince some folks and policymakers about social policy really being health policy. And so where I work at UHN, if you look up the road at Queen's Park, there's a Ministry of Health, there's a Ministry of Mental Health, there's a Ministry of Long-Term Care, there's a Ministry of Municipality Housing and Affairs and MCSS, all for that same person or family that we're ostensibly trying to help. So in spending some time working in government, I know just trying to coordinate services within a ministry is hard enough, let alone across not just one or two sectors or ministries, but 4 to 5. So I think there's a real integration issue, and those barriers are very clear with respect to different provisions, legal provisions, obstacles, ministry, rollouts, and implementation side. So I think, you know, there was hope to see more of this start to be central, like with Ontario Health Teams, the idea that there would be various sectors involved, but the challenge with that is there isn't a real shared budget or shared financing, so that if a community, if a health team wants to make a decision around where they would invest those dollars, being in housing as opposed to or in conjunction with the emergency department or acute care hospital beds, there isn't the funding latitude to do that. And so I think it's great these conversations are happening, but I think we really have to see integrated budgets.
First, I have to say I did an ancestry DNA at the end of last year. Our family has always really leaned into our Indigenous heritage, and then found out that I'm actually not that much Indigenous at all, which was a little earth-shattering for me. But so when I think about Indigenous relations, I kind of straddle this line between, you know, leaning into my Indigenous heritage and looking the way that I do and identifying the way that I do. So I think first, my first question is, I'm so sorry, my memory is not great. The woman in the middle, you were talking about the strategies for like communal homing and communities, and I love the idea of that. I think it's just a beautiful idea. So my first question to you is, when you're speaking about having those kinds of communities, are you referring only to Indigenous people then, or a mix of Indigenous and settler people?
Hello? Ani. Okay. Hi, my name is Marie McGregor, Petawannaquet. Thanks for the question. Those strategies for healing in the 5 models that I presented, my first thought when I put those together was for Indigenous people, but I understand that there are urban configurations to them, and so I see mixed populations living together in those arrangements. Or if a group of Indigenous organizations get together and do an interagency project, they can have a set of those for themselves. And my inclination is to not discriminate. So if there's a mixed population that wants to live together, that'll be super duper. Okay?
I love that, thank you. And then my second question for you is, and maybe all of you, if you'd like to weigh in, is, you know, we live obviously in a very capitalistic society. You know, money is what's driving everything at this point. And, you know, when you were talking about these different strategies for housing, and, you know, I heard what the others said as well. You know, what my brain goes to is going to take a phenomenal shift in mindset to get to a place where people are okay with letting go of the concept of more is better. And it's such as Dr. Horn said earlier, taking what you need, leaving what you don't. And while I support that, and I love the idea again, I think it's great. I'm just curious about your thoughts on how do we start to move forward with shifting that mindset, because I mean, I just have a hard time picturing the greater population being okay with that. So, you know, what can we do to move that mindset forward?
I'll bite. Yeah, you're quite right. It is a big shift in mindset. And when I think about it from my perspective, it's like you see the world this way, the Euro-Canadian Western perspective, and then when I go back to who I am and where I come from, I got to look at the world like this. And that's where that 99%, 99 and 2/3% of the landmass idea comes from, is when I looked at it like this. That's still our land. We come from there, we belong to it, it's ours. And on paper and in law, Canada says they own it, okay? But here's what we gotta do. We gotta go like this, and we gotta go like this, and we gotta go like this, and say, it's ours. And then we gotta do a sneak up dance on it. Somebody mentioned Oka a little while ago. That's not gonna work, because all it does is it engenders fear and anger. And we're beyond fear and anger right now. We're at the doorway to survival. And if you think about the global climate crisis and what's happening to the environment, I was thinking about 10 different types of climate crises events that happened in the last 2-3 years. And the stuff we hear on the news about what we're confronting is we don't have any time to waste. We, meaning we human beings, need to learn to collaborate, cooperate, and get along together if we're going to survive. And I don't want us to hearken back to that prophecy that said that once Mother Earth is gone, the climate has been destroyed. All that'll be left will be the animals. There won't be any human beings. So what we want to do is figure out how human beings are going to survive. And so we need to, as he said, de-siloize. And so that's kind of my opinion on it. If any of the others want to add to it.
I agree. And it's hard because we all live in like whether we want to accept or not, we had to pay for this place, and it costs money to travel, what have you, and that's just a byproduct of the economy that we live in. But what can we do to kind of better all of us? And so what came to mind right away was, so I put on the screen that I'm in Spectrum Advocacy, and Spectrum is sunlight, and it's just a specific band that you can use for telecommunications. And when it was allocated 35 years ago, when cellular the federal government just gave it to the big telcos, and they had it. And they didn't use all of it, but they used some of it, and basically we have the mobility industry that we have right now. But there's a lot of bandwidth that they got given to, and they're not using it. So now now that they're kind of catching up from a policy side of things, it's a resource that comes and it's in Canada, and it's the sunlight. And from a traditional Indigenous perspective, that's ours. And why are you benefiting and we're not getting a red cent from it? So there is a process. It's very grassroots at this point, and we're having conversations with people at CRTC and ISED, which is the federal department that manages that, as to how do we get to. So what we're trying to do in this group that I'm with is we're trying to follow the path of our Maori friends down in New Zealand, because they've been doing this since the 90s. And they were able, so they're to the point where, in terms of controlling the airways, but they have it now. Where now to this point now, it was little mini steps, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and they were able to get to the point where now they're like a player in the telecommunication space in their country. That's Maori, Indigenous owned. But that's claiming a resource that's theirs and playing in the game that we play in this way. To me, that's one answer to that. Because how do we change the mindset? I don't think we can, really. It is what it is. Like, if I talked to many Indigenous people, they said if they had their way, all the Europeans would just go back home and be all on land. But that's not going to be attainable, right? So how do we get there where we are right now? So I think we got to think outside the box. And when it comes to how Canada was formed and settled, and the underlying title and resources, that has to be renegotiated, or not renegotiated, but claimed as it once was. Because when they were written, they didn't know what we know now. And when it's sunlight, it's a lot of resources that were kind of embedded but not really specified. And now we have to get to Indigenous community has to be strategic in claiming that back for themselves. So.
Thank you.
Before I ask all mine.
Very basic question. I guess it's for Joshua. They want to know high need.
There's such a huge need in Toronto alone, let alone the whole country, in terms of housing and affordable housing and supportive housing. Can you talk a little bit about the criteria for the Dunn House and how the 51 people were selected for this particular project, and how do you make those tough decisions in a system that's not investing properly to support people?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's really to be, open and clear that 51 housing units is not going to end the homelessness crisis, and there is no perfect or good algorithm in a sea of inequity when people are waiting 8 to 10 years, and there are over 10,000 people in the homelessness sector. So there is no perfect lottery or algorithm or criteria. The realities are, I think, that because it's a UHN initiative with the partners that were listed in every level of government, it is really based on trying to prioritize health needs, using the data around folks who've been having to resort on the emergency department, various physical and mental health needs that could be better addressed in housing or in an outpatient and primary care setting, as well as how long people have been waiting for housing. So it's trying to harmonize some of the data, and I think it's never going to be a perfect criteria as thousands of people continue to be unhoused. And I would be remiss not to mention that, as you have a number of people you're trying to help prioritize to move in, to reach, to decide to stay connected, to keep alive, 3 people who would have had their name called have passed away. So, even for those who are selected, there's still such a high degree of mortality and morbidity facing the unhoused population. So that's why I think my argument is not that, we're going to perfect this criteria. It's we've got to scale these initiatives and these pilots to address the thousands of people that need the help and support.
Okay, I've got so many things swirling in my brain right now. I will try to keep it succinct and not overwhelm you with too many questions or comments. The first is a plug. So just on the piece around integrated budgeting. Yes, but not only, so I want to mention a very exciting session I went to at a integrated care conference in Calgary on integrated commissioning, and I want to give a plug for Jay Reddick and his group. Go. We are going to be, a few of us are going to do some more learning from him and see how we can potentially spread what they're doing as far and wide as possible, because integrated commissioning is basically all of government, needs assessment, strategic planning, co-design, budgeting, but so starting from that point of all of government before you're then allocating out to all of the various ministries. And if you were just to look, for example, if you were to do such an exercise with just people who are precariously housed or homeless as a starting population for an integrated commissioning needs assessment process, all of that we just learned here would come out in spades. So, and the decisions would be obvious, I think, when you look across ministries. The numbers that you shared speak for themselves. And so what I'm taking from this, and I'm picking up a bit on the previous question, but I'm asking it from a different angle, which is there's clearly no shortage of creative solutions or of evidence that shows that it makes sense in every way, including economically, so for the capitalistly minded. What opportunities do you see to, I asked this question and I'm seeing to change the narrative, and let's say for the public, so that we can continue to hopefully vote better, no, not continue, so we can start to vote better and continue to hold leaders more accountable in more informed ways. I mean, we're living in a time of clickbait, and even media stories, unfortunately, are falling prey with simplistic headlines and messaging. You have a lot of different patient advocacy groups and patient advocates and other healthcare stakeholders who are listening here today, online, in person, and then going forward through YouTube. What kinds of roles can patient advocates and other sectors in healthcare take in any type of opportunities you see to help just really change that narrative and help people better understand that this actually makes a ton of sense. This is not only going to help save lives, it's going to save a lot of money. And so, yeah, that's my first question. And the second one is about rural homelessness. And if anyone wanted to comment on that, I know, Marie, your story, you were speaking to it to some degree, and some of the infrastructure and the transportation pieces you were talking to, Frank also spoke to it. But Juha, when you talked about Finland, a lot of the emphasis seemed to be around urban homelessness. I know from the work I've done in healthcare before, rural homelessness is often more hard to see, has been described as more invisible. People might be couch surfing or whatever the case may be. Is that part of the count? Anyone want to make any comments around sort of rural homelessness and opportunities there, and how are we really understanding it and addressing it well? And then the other piece, any further commentary on opportunities to change the narrative for the public? Thanks.
From a rural, I know when I was working at CMHC, I worked in Ontario, both all across the province, north, south, remote, what have you. And when it came to the rural context, the issue in some ways was just, it was worse. I know that, I remember the town of PsoCan had a housing crisis, and there was nothing available. And if you were lucky enough to if you had a job opportunity in a major employer in PsoCan, sometimes you couldn't find a place to rent. You would have to go to Dryden. You'd have to drive and commute. Basically, you had to commute from the next neighboring town over. And so they were struggling to figure out what to do. And I know when it came to Indigenous people trying to rent, they were told in in veiled ways that it wasn't for them, but then a non-Indigenous person would get the place right away. So there's that issue as well, and it's something that Indigenous people have to deal with. And so the answer is the demand is not going to change. It's high and it's going to remain high. It's a supply issue, and how do you get more supply? And I think everybody has to play their part in that. It's not just one. So and to get buy-in, that's all I do every day is try and find it. So the one in Belleville, I thought there's a lot of people that get it, and then there was funders on it, and we try to coordinate, we try to do a celebration, a ribbon cutting, and invite the the leadership on those departments to come for that, and we were ghosted. They wouldn't respond, and we've invited the Governor General, who's Indigenous, and we thought it would make the government look good in terms of what your dollars are doing, and in terms of your sound bites in the news. This is an example of what you can do positively. We were ghosted, and I said, okay, if they won't come to this, I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what the answer is. So I don't know.
Hi there. Two little stories I want to tell. One is about meetings that we've had over Zoom in my role as the chair of the National Indigenous Women's Housing Network. Lots of them over Zoom over the last several years, and all kinds of discussions about credit ratings and loans and finance and banks and trust companies and REITs, blah, 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 blah. And after a while, I got kind of tired of hearing all that, and I kept letting them rattle on and on and on. Then finally I said, excuse me, you know what? There's a being out there with 4 legs, no spoken language, no credit rating, no credit card, no bank loan, no money, and that being is able to build a home for his, her, their family. You know who that being is? That being is a beaver. Big silence at the other end. What I was trying to say was that if push comes to shove and you're really, really up against the wall and you got to deal with your own housing, you can do it with your bare hands. And how do I know this? Because I've done it and I've been there. And as to homelessness in rural, northern, and remote areas, yes, they're there too. I know one person who lived in a prospector's tent in northern Quebec on a trap line for 15 years. They weren't homeless. They were home on their own home territory. But if you look at it with the Euro-Canadian Western lens, you would say, yeah, they're homeless. They're living in a tent. No, 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 no. They were living in their own home on the trap line. And the other thing I want to mention, this is the second little bit. During the pandemic, we kept hearing about how, oh, the price of building materials doubled. And a few months later, we heard that they tripled. Then after a while, the building materials prices quadrupled. And then a couple months later, we were hearing supply chain disruptions, which meant that even if you had the money, you couldn't get the stuff anyway because they were stuck in the ports. So I was wandering around one day thinking, well, what do we do? And I happened to look down on the ground, and then it struck me that we're Indigenous people. We've lived here for 50,000 years. What did we do before building supply companies and ports and shipping and materials and blah, blah, blah? Well, your materials are right there on the ground, the stone, and the grasses, straw bale, straw clay, rammed earth, log, timber frame, cordwood, stackwood, hempcrete. All of the materials that you need to build a home are right there in front of you. And it's a matter of learning what those materials are and how to work with them and make them into homes. So from there, we designed a project. It's called the Alternative Builds Project. It's funded by CMHC. And we're communicating with communities to ask them, do you see yourselves working with stone to build a home? Do you see yourselves working with log or timber frame or cordwood stackwood to build a home? Do you see yourselves working with straw bale? And based on what they say, that will go into the report that'll get sent in. And then from there, we'll have some kind of an opinion about what people see being able to do themselves using natural and alternative building materials to build homes. So to me, that is a very bright prospect. And I don't want to gloss over anything. It's awfully darn hard work, and it's takes time. For example, with a log, you can't just cut it down and use it tomorrow. You've got to let the thing season for at least 3 years. 5 is better. So these kinds of things about the natural and alternative building materials are things that you learn as you go along, but they're very doable. There are hempcrete homes in Europe that are hundreds of years old. There are stone buildings, if you look all around this country, that are at least 100 years old. I live in a log house that's 100 years old. So I mean, natural materials are one answer, but the physical labor and the planning and the work that goes into it, I don't want to gloss that over. It is hard work, physical work, getting your hands dirty type of work. Anyway, I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Don't want to forget about Yuha, who is
Yeah.
online. I don't know if you wanted to weigh in at all.
No, I think regarding the rural homelessness, they are included in the numbers. Of course, like I said, it's not perfect how we do the statistics. So of course there is a possibility of hidden homelessness in the rural areas. But it hasn't been a problem for the past 15 years, I would say. I think in the rural areas, the communities are a little bit stronger compared to urban areas. So people take care of each other a little bit more. And then again, there are a lot of vacant apartments in the rural areas. So if for some reason someone is entering homelessness, then usually they will be rehoused immediately with the support they need. So that hasn't been a problem. And then again, how we can change the narrative and all of this, I think I echo the previous speakers that, we need to keep doing the advocacy work we are doing, and we need to put in front all the good stuff that's happening. The Dan House, I think it's a great example, and we have been highlighting that in Finland as well. And I know in the many European countries, they're highlighting that as a prime example, what can be done and what should be done. So sharing all the good stories. And then I also echo very strongly about that, let the politicians be the champions when you can share the good ideas and these kind of things. So step aside, let them be the champions and so on. So it's easier to get the buy-in in that sense as well. But it's a lot of hard work and of course nowadays, fighting against the algorithms and social media and all these kind of stuff. It's not easy, but we should not give up.
Quite a few years ago, I came across, purely by accident, a school in Saskatoon, Redefining High School. It serves a lot of the First Nations in the area, of those families. And so I asked the principal, how their program worked, what the wood shop does. So when you're in grade 9, 10, 11, and 12, you have the opportunity to take wood shop. And one young kid, I guess, had come to the school and said very quietly to the guidance counselor, "Can you help us, my family, get a home? We've lost ours." And the woodshop teacher all of a sudden came up with an idea. Why don't we build a house in woodshop? So now every year, they are building 3 houses in the school grounds. The kids work on it all year. They learn electrical, they learn building, they learn plumbing, everything. I'm wondering if, and then it gets moved out to a family in need, either be it rural, be it First Nations, be it in the city. But then you've got kids that now have a trade. I'm wondering if that can be maybe developed in other places, because I was totally amazed, and just wondering if that could work.
I think it can be replicated. That's a wonderful story. And the fact that it was not just a one-off, it's been something annual. They do 3 homes a year.
It started with 1, and now they're up to 3.
Wow.
Because so many kids are taking woodshop.
Fantastic. To me, that's like, how do you get that story out so other woodshop classes and other schools can do the same thing? That's the question. How do you do that? Yeah, but to answer your question, can it be replicated? Why not? Why not? I think there's a win in a lot of areas. The kids themselves, what the skills, the confidence they're getting, they have something that's transferable into the adulthood. The families that are getting a home, they're getting high school credits. There's a lot there, and I don't know how. Like, maybe that's a conversation you can have. Like, have you talked to the local district school board, and how do you get that out? Like, to me, that's the first step. And
no, I'm thinking, like, it's actually building within Saskatchewan where more schools are doing it. But is that something that could be done in Montreal, in Toronto, in Ottawa?
I'm going to a housing conference next week in Toronto here, and let's talk offline. I'm going to get the details, and I'll see if it's scalable. I'll talk there. Okay.
One more little comment. Yes, I like your example. The next thing that's going to happen once we finish these consultations about the Alternative Builds project is I'd like to send in a proposal to develop a training program to train women and others who would like to participate how to build our own homes using one or some of those building materials. And what it will have to be intense, compressed, and accelerated. And the folks in the training program will need to learn the plumbing, the energy, the biophilic design, the framing, the preparation of the ground, the ceiling, the heating system, all of it in order to be able to build a home. The idea being that the graduates from that program will either become entrepreneurs, or they can go work for somebody, or they can turn around and teach other people how to do this themselves. And because it's women-centered, I was drawing on those examples of the Anishinaabe women building wigwams and the other ones putting up teepees and transporting them. And again, because we're not going to discriminate, we wouldn't exclude anyone who wants to join such a program. So that's next on the list.
Can we give everyone an amazing... The English language is so limited. I don't know, I'm full. So there we go. I'm full of amazing energy, ideas, inspired by everybody, and how everyone was coming at their unique perspective from a holistic framework, and drawing together everyone moved beyond the issues into the solutions, the opportunities, and all of it, as I said earlier, it means that we need to be working together more closely. So this event really wants to help generate that. And for those of you who are staying on for tomorrow, the end of the day is our breakout sessions. And then the patients and the patient advocates and patient advocacy groups are staying for the final day, Thursday. That's where we're going to take the themes that are coming from your headlines, that come from the conversations and the breakout sessions tomorrow, and we start to talk about what are we
if anything, do we want to do about any of this together? So we don't just want to learn here, so please, as you're digesting, think about what kinds of opportunities. It could just be as common as joint messaging, common advocacy campaigns, supporting existing campaigns, raising awareness in our various spheres of influence, thinking differently and making some new relationships so that in the services and programs, policies that we may have responsibility for, we're able to bring in some new perspectives, new partnerships, new co-design, new expertise that diversify our thinking and make sure that what we're doing is really actually going to work and meet the needs of people on the ground. So please continue to think, digest, and I really look forward to hearing what people are feeling and saying when we go into the breakouts tomorrow and then into our action planning on the final day. So just a couple of logistical items. Please do check out the headlines. We're going to collect the rest from this afternoon. We'll put them up on the wall. They'll be up there throughout the 2 days. See what people are thinking, feeling, and it'll help you sort of as you are marinating with all of the great ideas that are coming forward. For those of you who are staying at the hotel, please check in with Kathy. There we go, she's waving her hand. Or Jasmine. If you haven't yet received your Uber voucher for transportation to and from the hotel and also to the airport, and please share where you can just to help save money. Breakfast tomorrow starts at 8 and the event starts at 9. I want to thank everybody who is an online participant. I know it's a long day. I hope that you found the content really invigorating despite the length, and thank you so much for joining us. And then we want to finish with the video by Dr. Esther Tailfeathers, which we weren't able to show earlier because we had an infrastructure breakdown. So it's a short 10-minute video. We're just going to screen it now, and then we're open for networking. So there's some snacks, non-alcoholic beverages. Please do get to know everyone and see what kind of great new partnerships you might be able to hatch. Thanks, guys.
The big picture question first is that the Blackfoot way of seeing is a very important way to begin. It needs to be where we come from in terms of our strategies that we develop. We can adopt Western tools such as medications, recognizing withdrawal, recognizing certain parts of addiction and how we can treat that. But the overall picture always has to come from a Blackfoot way of seeing. And the reason why we got to where we are is because we're far away from the Blackfoot way of seeing. And the more we recognize our strength in community, because our solution has always been a community-wide approach, is the strength of what we're doing, and that is our community. And the number of eyes and mouths and hands that recognize that it comes from a Blackfoot way of seeing. And from what I've experienced from the work that we're doing is that we sit in groups and we talk and we talk. And the good thing is that we start understanding where somebody else is coming from. We hear teachings from somebody else who, may have been, part of a different society or have learned from an elder. We learn those teachings from each other as we sit in these meetings, and it comes out as a Blackfoot way of seeing because it's our community that's saying, okay, this is how we should do it. So our strategy, our successful strategies have really included the community collaborative approach. And it hasn't been easy, but also it's been very rewarding because those that have been involved in the process are recognizing the value of it. So the process, the way of seeing, the way that we are developing our strategy is a Blackfoot way of seeing. Hey, that's our approach. We are adopting Western tools like harm reduction, and that harm reduction is actually a Blackfoot way. Gimmat Bitsin is grandmothers who have always cared about what their grandchildren do. No matter how bad you are, your grandmother will always love you. And that's what usually brings you back into behaving yourself or recognizing that you're loved, and that this is the way that you want to behave. So Gimmat Bitsin is actually harm reduction. And so in some ways it was easy for our tribe to adopt that because we recognized that people love their loved ones, and many have lost loved ones and had wished that they had the tools to keep them alive. So the naloxone that we adopted was a way of keeping our people alive, and most of our people know naloxone. Many of our people have used it and saved a life in their home. And we continue to teach and distribute the naloxone. The second thing we've done was initiation of opiate replacement therapy, which is Suboxone and Methadone, which is a humane way of helping people to get off of the dirty street drugs, which kills them, onto something that helps them through their withdrawal and helps them to stabilize their lives until they're ready to eventually become abstinence, if that is their goal and we can achieve it. That's what we want to do. But until then, we know that people will continue to relapse unless they have those tools to help them with their withdrawal, with stabilizing, with recognizing what help they need. And then one of our greatest successes is our Bringing the Spirit Home detox. Nobody in the country has done it. We have noticed that what we recognize is that our people who overdose, they go to the emergency room, the overdose is reversed, and then they're discharged from hospital. They're in withdrawal, they go back and they get what they took before, and they overdose again. And many of our people have done that 2 or 3 times, and perhaps on the 4th time they've died. So we know that that approach doesn't work. So what we do with Bringing the Spirit Home is that instead of bringing them to the emergency room, we bring them to our detox. We have an observation area. The overdose is reversed. We give them fluids. We support them through their withdrawal. When they're able to make the decision, we ask them to stay so we can continue to feed them, so they get sleep, they get the medications that they need, they get the counseling they need, and then we start processing their treatment papers. So we try to get them directly from detox to treatment and not giving them the risk or the opportunity of relapsing and then losing them. So we try to combine getting them from detox into treatment. And so we're working on aftercare, we're working on all of the other parts of the continuum of care. But I would say our tribe has done a really good job. I think we're still in a state of emergency. The problem is that our people have adapted to a new normal. You know, the things that surprised us and terrified us at one time don't anymore. It's become a new state of normal. So the problem is actually getting deeper and wider. And our leadership has been involved in that. They want to understand the problems. They want to understand the solutions. So I would have to commend our leadership. I think one of the strongest things that Kainai has done is that we have been guided by leadership to support the collaborative. So our social development, recreation, Department of Health, which includes wellness, and our EMS services, all of our people, including education, everybody has come to the table to say, what can we do? And this happened also with our answer to the pandemic, but now again we are concentrating on our drug crisis. And everybody at the table says, what can I do? And so they bring it back to their team. And I know that this, might sound kind of strange, but it's almost as if we've adapted the way that we think about Sundance, where you have lodges, where you have people that own bundles and they take care of the bundles, and you have the societies. They all come to the Sundance and they do what's needed to be done. Well, the collaborative tables that we have are based on the same way of thinking and the collaboration. So people come to the table and they say, what can I do? They take it back to their team, their home team, and the team works on what they need to do. So it's a real strength of Kainai to have that collaborative approach, to be supported by leadership, to be supported and advised by our knowledge keepers, and the work being done by all of our people in the community. My hope for the 75-bed unit is that we can expand our detox program, because we are busting at the seams. We have provincial funding in terms of grant funding for the detox. And at any given time, we are overflowed. We're over capacity. We've been given grants for initially 8 beds and then 21 beds. But anytime I'm there, there's 30 or more people there. We're busting at the seams in terms of where are people staying. And because of the pandemic, they haven't been able to leave the facility because we don't want to introduce COVID into detox. Otherwise, we have to shut it all down. So we need to expand into more space. So we need to look at the phases of detox, and we need to continue to have, the initial assessment area, and then we need to expand from there into, once people are stabilized from detox, they need a place to be. We have found that that's probably the best time to really start working on their issues. That's when they're most hopeful and they know, okay, I'm here, I'm getting the help I need. What do I really need to do? So we try working on getting them feeling physically better, and then we start working on the emotion and spirituality. So my hope is that we can expand that process into the 75-bed unit, that we would have a place to for people to stay in a safe place until we can get them into treatment, or we can incorporate the treatment process right into that 75-bed unit. I think the discussion and collaboration needs to take place amongst the table, what we call the core table. I know that we've done in different areas the incorporation of some ceremony into our process, but I think the general foundation of what we're building is based and should be based on the reason why we're there, the reason why we have so many addictions is we strayed so far away from, from our ways of knowing, our confidence in who we are, and our loving of each other. I think that when we talk about residential school trauma and early childhood or adverse childhood events, we don't see ourselves inflicting it on each other, but we still do. And maybe we don't feel it, but sometimes it becomes inflicted on our children. And we're not using our Gimmat Bibitsin to recognize that they need help. They don't need to be shamed. They don't need to be, driven out of our community. They need to be accepted. They need to have arms around them. They need to know that they are loved and they're a very important part of our community.